Good evening, Mr. Garcia. You have to unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Ms. Garcia. How are you this evening?
Doing wonderfully, Council President. How are you?
I'm fine. And good evening to everyone on the call. Are you ready, Mr. Garcia? Is the actual taping on for this meeting?
Let's make sure and confirm that we are being recorded. Hold on one moment for me. I do have IT with me on the line as well. If they're able to start the recording, please do. It looks like I'm able to do that myself. Set starting recording. Perfect.
All righty. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to just read the statement and then tell the meeting to order.
Certainly.
There's a lot of paper shuffling somewhere.
Yes, I'm trying to get to be able to try and mute that. Hold on one moment. I see the transcript here, and I'm looking to see if I can mute that. It looks like it's been muted.
All righty, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in City Hall, and filed in the city clerk's office. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Garcia.
Certainly. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Present.
Mr. Harrison?
Present.
Mr. Michaud?
Present.
Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Wilkins?
Present.
Thank you. Ms. McBride?
Present.
Brandon Garcia, Municipal Clerk, I'm present. Mr. Kaloji will be with us momentarily. Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cherry?
I'm present. Good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Liston? Mr. Bridges?
Present.
Mr. Wilson? Mr. Douglas?
Director Wilson, present. I had Wilson's here. I had problems.
Good afternoon, Director Douglas. I'm present.
Director Douglas, noted. Thank you. Mr. Daniels?
Good afternoon, President.
Thank you. Dr. Lopez?
Good evening. I'm present.
Thank you. I'm going to attempt here, Mr. Onitiri, or Miss Onitiri. Director of Public Works?
Mr. Wally Onitiri.
Thank you. Noted. Ms. Richardson?
Good afternoon. I am present.
Thank you. Mr. Lavenberg?
Good evening. Present.
Thank you. Mr. Zelinski?
Good evening, present.
All right. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Vaughn has joined the meeting.
I'll note her as present as well. Good evening, Ms. Vaughn.
Good evening.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, I would like to put a motion on the floor pursuant to Rule 13 of our governing rules. I move to nominate Elvin Montero to fill the vacancy at large council seat.
No motion will be.
You are not the president at this time. You are not the president at this time.
No motion will be heard today. And
You are not the president, council president. You are not the president at this time.
Let me be very clear with you, Councilman Michel. I am the president of this body. There has not been an election and there's no reorganization meeting, and the term to extend the election automatically extends.
You expired. You expired. Your term's expired. You are no longer the president.
Mr. Michel,
Give it up. You are
floor, and you cannot try to distract from this meeting.
Nobody's dissenting. You are no longer president in writing.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could please hold on one moment. I'm bringing on Mr. Kaloji, who has directed me to tell you to hold on one moment for him. I will bring him on in literally a minute. Thank you.
Who's that? Is that Mr. Garcia?
Council President and folks, I just got some messages that they were having an issue with another separate meeting with 16 people on that line.
I was very clear last night asking them to do a dry run so that we wouldn't have that issue. So if IT can address that, we would appreciate it.
I was on the line with IT earlier. We did test for this meeting. And the information is on the website here. I am copying this and sending this to Mr. Kaloji now. Mr. Kaloji, are you ready? I'll verbally give you the code. Hold on one moment.
Give me a second here. Make sure you get it back in there. Okay, he found it. He said he. Okay. Edward Cologne is present.
Mr. Kaloji, you will have to speak up in order for us to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Not barely.
Faintly.
Hey everyone, this is Lieutenant Durlacher. We're on the road. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm on the line.
Can anyone hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
We can faintly.
I have to go to the link that's on the docket. Not the one on the
Starts.
I know.
Can you mute those people?
I'll give it a shot.
No.
Sam, can you mute these people for me? Thank you.
Provided that they give it a point.
Mr. Kaloji, are we good?
Mr. Garcia, can you send Mr. Kaloji the code for the phone, please?
I'm sending it right now. So here we go. Sent.
Thank you.
There are some people that still can't get on.
All right. This is the information on the website. Must not be matching.
There's nothing on, there's no docket on the website. The last one is from February, just FYI. And since we keep changing,
Edward Kaloji,
It's
I'm in the
not-
meeting.
Yes.
there were 20.
Excuse us. So, Mr. Garcia, is IT addressing that issue?
They are. We are going
Okay.
to figure out exactly what's going on there in one moment.
All righty. Thank you. So, Mr. Kaloji?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, we just had a motion from Councilman Michelle. I rejected the motion, and Mr. Michelle stated I stated that the motion is out of order. Mr. Michelle stated that I'm not the council's presiding chair, and would you please render a legal opinion?
Yeah, I would respectfully disagree. The council president would ordinarily have served a term that would have run from the organization meeting in July 2018 until June 30th, 2022. But as the council recalls, going back about a year and a half ago, council passed an ordinance extending, or I should say changing the date of the municipal election until November of 2022. The statute that I'm referring to is NJSA 40:45-7.1. Subsection C of that statute provides that the term of any person in office on the date of adoption of such an ordinance shall be extended until the beginning of the term of the person elected to that office on the day of the general election in November. Simply put, the terms of all the council people have been extended. The statute, which is 40:69A-180, which deals with the appointment of the council president, doesn't provide the term. The ordinance does say 4 years, but it's clear that the original term was 4 years. But based upon the change and the extension created by the move to November, everything would be extended because the council president can only be elected following an organizational meeting. There is no organizational meeting at issue. It's not going to take place now until January. So I have no doubt that any court reviewing this matter would say that the council president's term would run until the organizational meeting. To do otherwise would say that, we would have to go through the anomaly of electing a new council president with 6 months to go, and there is absolutely nothing in the law to suggest such an absurd result. So as far as I'm concerned, the council president is the council president. I'm going to send council a written opinion on this, which I'm actually in the process of working on at the moment. Now, the second issue about Mr. Michel's motion, Council President, did you render a ruling
Yes,
on that?
I said the motion is out of order, and I rejected the motion.
All right. Well, the procedure, if a motion is ruled out of order by the Council President, our procedures are governed by both our Code A316 and Robert's Rules of Order, which Council has agreed in the Code to be bound by, apparently for a number of years. Now, what happens is if the chair rules a motion out of order, it is up to the individual to appeal to the full council right now, basically to ask the council, should the chair's decision be sustained? So, and the council president under Robert's rules is allowed to vote on that issue. So if Mr. Michel wants, he can appeal your determination that the motion is out of order to the full council, and they are in charge under the rules with determining whether it's out of order or not. So a roll call should be made now as to whether the council president's ruling that it's out of order should be sustained. After we see the results of the vote, I'll instruct you further.
Is Mr. West Bridges online?
I am.
Mr. West Bridges doesn't have the floor. Period. Mr. Michelle, if you want to continue, by
Well, I'd like to brought to the floor for a vote.
for a vote for what? To overturn my decision? To say that-
Absolutely. And Mr. West Bridges, I'm asking his opinion as for the attorney.
Mr. Bridges does not.
Well, wait. If you're asking Mr. Bridges his opinion as to what I just said, you're free to do that.
Got a lot of background in there.
Is Mr. Bridges on?
I am on, yes.
Okay. So Councilman Michelle, I believe is.
Look, the short answer
Still
to
people can't get in.
yeah, I was about to say I'm getting a bunch of texts that we have anywhere between 40 to 50 people in a link that's not active.
I just spoke with Mr. Harris. We're addressing the issue of the wrong link being posted on the website right now. Apparently the code has changed.
There's about 25 or more people.
Mr. Bridges, we're in the middle of a motion here, Mr. Bridges.
Okay.
So, Council President Michelle, your motion was deemed out of order. You can ask the entire council now to take a vote on whether the council president's decision should be sustained, ruling it out of order. And then after the results of the vote, I'll instruct you further.
Did Mr. West Bridges give his legal opinion on this?
You can ask him, sir.
I did. Maybe you didn't hear me.
I heard you, but I haven't been able to chime in. Council President, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I did have conversation with Mr. Kaloji about this. I understand that this council made a decision to extend the election to November. Look, this is going to be
the other one. This is the issue of the motion held out of order.
Like, I guess my question is why. I guess my question is what is the basis for it being out of order? It's hard to opine on something without an understanding as to what's out of order. My understanding as to filling of vacancies is done by a motion.
So he asked for a motion to be brought to the floor. I said the motion is out of order. The reason that the motion is out of order is because the full body hasn't had the opportunity to discuss the event, and not so having any discussion at all across the board, I rule that his motion is out of order. Now, the question to you is, do we get to vote? He wants to know if he can poll the council for a vote. That's
yes, he absolutely can. I thought the question was it out of order? And my response to that was I still don't understand what's out of order about it. But with respect to him appealing to the body to make a determination as to whether or not it should go to a vote, I would agree with that.
Just so we're clear, the question of whether it's out of order is now up to council to decide. They are being asked to say, should the council president's decision ruling it out of order be sustained or not be sustained?
Right.
So
I get it, but I don't understand why it's out of order. I don't understand the basis for it's out of order. Like, just it's out of order. Why is it out of order?
I just gave you my reason,
Mr. President gave a reason why it's out of order because the council didn't have an opportunity to review it, et cetera. But the bottom line is now it would be up to council, if Councilman Michelle wants, to vote on it to determine whether the council president's decision should be upheld or not upheld. And that would require a roll call vote.
So Mr. Michelle should appeal to the body and ask it to be roll called.
Yes.
That's correct. That's what I'm doing.
Right, Council President?
Mr. Garcia should now take the vote on the issue of whether the council president's determination should be sustained or.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Would you put it to the vote?
Certainly. Roll call for the motion as framed. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
What is the motion?
I'll defer to
the
the
motion
attorney.
is should the council president, it's not a motion, but the determination is should the council president's decision to rule it out of order be upheld or not upheld, be sustained or not sustained.
So vote. Sorry.
Wait a minute, hold up. Time out. Mr. Kaloji?
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Council President?
Yes.
I'm confused.
I don't know.
Why is the mayor here? I see Reed I see the mayor, Gus Yor online today. I mean, what is he here for?
I don't have a clue, Councilwoman Vaughn.
But was he invited?
No, he was not.
The mayor is empowered to attend all meetings of council.
Oh, my God.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
And take part in discussions.
What discussion?
Read the Faulkner Act, Ms. Vaughn.
I don't really think we're at, I don't
Oh,
think
you're
that's
the
an issue at
expert.
the moment.
Listen, let me just say this to everybody, to everyone on this line right now. You will not, under any circumstances, disrupt this meeting with any type of sidewalk drama. We have a docket here, and we're going to be here for a very long time this evening, and I will not tolerate this level of disruption. So there's a motion on the
Need that to
floor,
be muted.
and Mr. Garcia, please tell IT if the people are not
Council President, you
on
let
the,
everybody else speak.
on
I like
the
to speak, Council President.
to please mute them. We have a vote on the floor right now. The vote
Council
is
President.
do my calling the motion out of order stand. If you feel like it doesn't stand, you vote no. If you feel like it stands, you vote yes. Mr. Garcia, take the vote, please. We must move forward with this meeting.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
No,
I'm trying to explain. Council President.
No, I'm still trying to figure out what the hell we're doing here because of all the interruptions and people going back and forth. So, Mr. Kalovic, please be very clear.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
this vote
the
is.
council president has ruled the motion out of order. When the council president does that, under our code and under Robert's Rules of Order, Mr. Michel, who made the motion, can appeal to the council to ask, does it agree that it should have been held out of order? A yes vote means yes, her decision should be sustained. A no vote means no, her decision should not be sustained. So now it's in order that Council is appealing to take the roll call vote to determine council's position with regard to the council president's ruling.
Okay, so a no vote is saying no to the motion.
Right, a no vote says that her decision is not to be sustained, meaning to reject the motion. A yes vote says it is to be sustained.
Can I repeat the motion?
You don't have to repeat the
Please
motion.
do. Yeah, please
Second.
repeat the motion.
And I second it.
I would like to put a motion on the floor
Okay.
pursuant to Rule 13 of our governing rule. I move to nominate Elvin Montero to fill a vacancy at large for council seat. Do I have a second?
Let's
Mr.
give it
Michel,
a
respectfully,
second
we'll
because
pass that.
the
For one
motion,
vote.
you
Mr.
don't get a
Michel.
second because
I
the
thought
motion
this
is out of
motion was
order.
about the presidency.
Members of council,
The motion is out of order.
the motion was already made. It was ruled out of order by the council president. The remedy at this point is for council to vote on whether the council president's determination was correct and should be upheld. A yes means it should be upheld, meaning that the motion is out of order. A no means it should not be upheld, and the motion is not out of order. That's where we're at now, and there should be a roll call vote.
Council President?
Mr.
roll call vote?
Garcia, we have a vote on the floor.
Are we ready for a roll? I'm sorry,
Yes,
y'all.
we-
Are we
yes,
ready
we
for a
are.
roll call
This
vote?
is not,
Yes,
not
yes, we are.
proper. This is wrong.
Mrs.
I just
No.
like to pass this one vote with all due respect.
Councilwoman, what is your vote, Councilwoman?
I said no.
Caldwell-Wilson?
She said no.
That's a no.
Councilwoman Wilson said
Mr.
no.
Harrison?
Move on, Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Harrison? Is that an abstention? Yes, no, or abstain? Mr. Michel?
No. No.
Mr. Harrison?
You didn't hear me.
again? I did. Noted. Mr. Harrison, I'll come back. Excuse me, Mr. Harrison, I'll come back to you.
I said no.
Oh,
He
thank
said
you.
no.
Thank you. Noted. I don't know voices too well. I'm looking up, trying to get through this. Ms. Vaughn.
Now,
Yes.
Mr. Kaloji, can you explain to me again what is yes and no? Because I couldn't hear
Yes
because everybody
means
was trying to talk at the same time.
A yes means that the council president's decision to rule the motion out of order will be upheld. A no means that her decision to rule the motion out of order will not be upheld.
I'm going to uphold. I'm going to vote yes.
And the council president is empowered to vote.
I'm voting yes.
Okay.
Clerk Garcia,
noted.
please record my vote as a yes.
Yes is noted. Ms. Wilkins.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McBride.
Yes.
I'm going to vote on the, it's a question on filling the vacancy.
You
I'm
don't
going to
feel,
vote.
no. Here.
It's
No,
a
that's
question
not-
on the filling of a vacancy in the council. I'm
You don't
entitled
get
to vote.
here, Mayor. You
No,
don't
this
get
is
to
the
It's a
vote.
question on the filling a
No,
vacancy in the
no.
council. I'm
No,
going to vote
no,
no.
it is not. No,
Yes,
this
it
is
is.
a question
No,
of
it is
whether
not.
the council president's decision should be upheld. What is
Regarding
the
the
result of
question,
rules, Mayor.
regarding
You
the
can talk
question
back
of
up,
filling
it's
a vacancy
Mr.
in the
Malone,
council.
Mr.
I knew-
Garcia,
Regarding a
Well, that's
question
not on
of
the
filling
floor.
a vacancy in the
That's not on
council.
the floor.
mute
Out
him.
of order.
Please put that on the
Mute
Who
record.
is speaking?
Mr. Kaloji, the mayor is trying to hijack the council's meeting. He has no right to be here.
Mr. Kaloji,
The
please
mayor
explain.
has the power to be here, but he is out of order at the moment for speaking
No, not,
while we're
Mr.
trying to
Kaloji, that's
dispose
not
of a
right, and you
motion.
know that.
Mute him right now. This is a council's meeting. Mr. Kaloji, what is the next step?
What is the result of the vote that was just taken, Mr. Clerk?
It failed. 3-3. Failed. Tie. Failed.
Okay, well, let me read you right from the Faulkner Act. If there is a tie vote, the chair is sustained. And if the chair is a member of the assembly, they may vote, etc. So if it is a tie vote, which it is, the council president's decision is sustained and the motion is out of order. That's the conclusion of the matter.
Okay.
All right, now, thank you. Now,
All
can
right,
we move
sustained.
on with the business of the city? Mr. Garcia, what is
Yes.
the next order of business here?
Your next order of business is old business. We have ordinances. We are at a second reading.
No. We have communications and petitions.
Communications and petitions, yes. Shall I read those?
You can. Yes, you can. Because
Thank
after the communications and petitions and reports, we go straight into executive session.
Okay.
Council President, I just I'd like to get clarification, Mr. Kaloji. So his opinion is that this tie cannot be broken by the mayor when it goes to filling a vacancy on council when the vote goes to us to fill.
Let me explain why, so we're clear for the record. The mayor absolutely has the power to break a tie on the issue of an appointment to a council vacancy. If a motion was made to appoint John Smith to a vacancy and that was a tie, the mayor would have the power to break it. That's the only situation in which the mayor under our form of government can break a tie. However, the motion that was just adjudicated is not a motion to fill the seat. It was a motion as to whether the council president's ruling should be upheld. The mayor has no power to break a tie on that issue.
He's not an eighth council member. Simple as that. Now, let us get on with the business of the city. Let us get on with the business of the city. We are past that, and we're going to move on. Mr. Garcia, let us move this business forward.
Okay. Communications and petitions. Shall I read those aloud?
No, you don't have to read them.
Thank
You don't have to read them.
Okay. We are on to, as the docket is written, we are on to executive session.
Yes, and you have to read the executive session resolution into the minutes.
Certainly. Excuse me one moment. So the executive session resolution. I know you want to run through this. One moment. I didn't know I had to read the full one into the minutes, but here we are. Excuse me, I apologize. Okay, be it resolved, the city council, authorizing the city council of the city of Trenton to hold an executive session which excludes the public. Be it resolved that the city council of the city of Trenton will hold a meeting on July 7th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. that will be limited to consideration of an item or items with respect to which the public may be excluded pursuant to Section 7B of the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-12. The nature of the nature of the subject or subjects to be discussed, litigation matters. Sahiba Realty LLC, the COT, Utal MER-L-2715-21, Big Series Holdings LLC, VCOT, City of Trenton, 5 NJ Urban Renewal LLC, v. City of Trenton, Workman's Compensation, matter of Rasheen Harris v. City of Trenton, the matter of Naquan Green v. City of Trenton, the matter of Shantez Claytor v. City of Trenton versus City of Trenton, matter of Conrad DeBoe versus City of Trenton, matter of Milton Barber versus City of Trenton. Stated as precisely as possible, the following is the time and when the circumstances under which discussion conducted at said meeting can be disclosed to the public when the need for confidentiality no longer exists.
Yes,
Shall I ask for a roll call?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Roll call. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michaud?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Yes, so we're about to go into executive session. Before we go into executive session, I would just like to express to all of the residents that is with the Trenton Housing Authority that are here for the presentation for the Trenton Housing Authority that we have attorneys that are in queue, and those attorneys cost the city $175 and upward. So we're going to go into executive session, but we will not be long. Please have patience. We will be right back in order to hear your concerns and to hear the director's presentation. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Mr. Garcia, we will move straight over to the executive session.
Mr. Garcia?
You need the executive link. On the screen so the public can actually see. Can IT do that? Make Mr. Garrett Neighborhood Choice Award the bigger part of the screen.
If they have that, hold on one moment. What exactly is it that we're placing up? I'm sorry.
It says Christie H, and then it says Choice Neighborhood. So the one that says Christie H needs to be enlarged on the screen. I think that's the director on that screen.
Yeah.
I'm actually being in contact with IT now for that purpose.
Council President, I can go ahead and begin. I had a couple of opening remarks before I handed it over to the rest of the team.
Okay, all right. Just introduce yourself and put your name and your title on the record.
Good evening, Council President, members of Council. My name is Jelani Garrett. I'm the Executive Director of the Trenton Housing Authority. I want to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present before you this evening with respect to our Choice Neighborhoods North Trenton Transformation Plan. Before I begin, I just wanted to again thank Council President for allowing us to be on the docket tonight. I want to acknowledge my commissioners, some that are on the phone, and the chairman of our board, Mr. Clifton Anderson, to my right, is in the room. I would like to acknowledge the various Trenton Housing Authority staff that have worked on this project. Christy Huff.
Could they just wave their hand, Mr. Garrett,
Sure.
because the screen is kind of small, and then that way, yes. Mm-hmm.
We have Christy Huff tonight, who is our Director of Redevelopment, who Ms. Huff and Woo Kim, principal of Dub Wallace Roberts and Todd, are going to go into the presentation. We have Pamela Brooks, who is our Director of Resident and Community Services. We have Mr. Freedom Green in the room, who is our Community Liaison. We have Jonathan, our redevelopment project manager, a new hire, Amy Baldwin, our administrative assistant, and Mr. Godfrey's in the room. We also had, just to acknowledge all the staff, it looks like Ms. Walker walked out, but we had R.G. Walker as well, who's our Director of Housing Operations. We have Donley Home residents in the room. We have the president and vice president of the Donley Homes, and what are you, the sergeant at arms? Okay. Of the Miss Virginia Marshall, Danella Coles Weiss, and Miss Dottie. Lane. Yeah, I'm sorry. We have a number of residents. I don't know all the names. We have a number of residents here, actually from the North Trenton neighborhood, and we have a number of local contractors who came out to support us this evening. As you pan the room, there are a number of contractors here who have worked with us in the past. We have Mr. Youngblood, who had a major portion in actually doing the electrical at Turner Point. We have Mr. Stan Tucker, who does all of our landscaping here at the Housing Authority. We have Mr. Dave Craig from Tri-City that does a number of our plumbing. We have Do It All Construction, Jerry McClure, electrical. I don't know all the names. We could go around, but this is our team that is actually helping us implement the things that we need to implement here at the Housing Authority. I just want to say that we're here in the Donnelly Homes Cafe. The Donnelly Homes Cafe was a space that was underutilized, and we just put a little touch on it and essentially made it into a place where residents gather, employees gather, and community stakeholders gather. And in the development of this plan, this room was very significant in that it brought us all together as a community. We had numerous discussions. Some of them got a little tough. We went back and forth with each other, but we're here now and we'll continue to move forward. I just wanted to, before I hand it over, like I said, to Christy Huff, our Director of Redevelopment, and Mr. Woo Kim, I just want to make a couple of points about our progress here at the Housing Authority since I've been actually the Executive Director. We came before Council in April of 2019, and we laid out a couple of goals that we had. One of them was the redevelopment of Page Homes. That was in early April 2019. And we told you that we wanted to redevelop Page Homes, and we wanted to do it with a strong participation by local contractors. And we achieved that. It can always be better, but we contracted $20.3 million on that job, and $5.1 million went to local contractors, many of whom are in this room. We had 82 new hires on the project. 50 of those hires was local Section 3 hires. We also, as housing authorities are developing and growing and becoming more astute with respect to development, we also negotiated much greater give back and participation to the community and to the housing authority as we look forward into the future. The other thing that we said to you was that we were looking to apply for a Choice Neighborhood Planning and Action Grant for the Donnelly Homes in the surrounding neighborhood. Well, we applied, and we were successful. We were actually one of 4 housing authorities in cities in the country to gain the Choice Neighborhoods Planning and Action Grant. What was the impetus for applying for that grant? I just want to read to you real quickly the Trenton Housing Authority's mission statement. The Trenton Housing Authority is committed to providing decent, safe, and sanitary affordable housing that is well constructed, carefully maintained, and expertly managed. We seek to identify projects that have the potential to act as a catalyst for the revitalization of neighborhoods in the city of Trenton. We promote self-sufficiency among the families that reside in our community by partnering with local agencies and organizations to provide education, training, and employment and business opportunities. So the impetus for this is in connection with our mission. And really, when we set out more to bring services to our residents. Our goal was to collaborate with local organizations to bring as many services as possible to our families and our residents. So even if we were not successful in getting the Choice Neighborhood Planning and Action Grant, I felt and the team felt like it would be an excellent exercise because it would send the Housing Authority out into the community and bring more resources in to the Housing Authority for the residents that we serve. We did receive the grant, and we actually stayed active through the pandemic. Right in March of 2020, around that time, the pandemic hit, and many places shut down. Many organizations shut down. I'm proud to say that our team here, we did not shut down. We continued to operate, and we continued to operate on a adjusted schedule. But we were clear that the services that we provide are not services that could be provided remotely. That we have to be there, touching, feeling, seeing the people, listening to people, hearing the people, and moving forward with the type of programs that can help the people to be uplifted. We also at that time actually were granted a family self-sufficiency grant that promotes self-sufficiency among families. So we continue, and I'm not going to steal Christy's thunder because she's going to talk about the different things we did during the pandemic to accomplish our goals. But suffice it to say, I believe that we have a competitive advantage that I'm going to speak about when it comes to applying for a implementation grant because we continue to move, we continue to engage, we continue to plan, and we continue to dialogue with the community. I know of a number of housing authorities who shut down, and we're ahead of them because of that. So that's a beautiful thing. What does the plan accomplish as it's envisioned? It's really about the redevelopment and revitalization of a neighborhood from the grassroots. Not so much bringing folks outside, from outside to the inside, but really a look at how do we revitalize our community from the grassroots up, from the bottom going up to the top. It hopefully will catalyze interest and investment in the neighborhood. And for the first time, we're proud for the first time, and I would like to give credit where credit is due. This was part of our engagement efforts. When we were having our meetings, we met with Council President McBride, we met with Councilperson Marge Caldwell Wilson, and one of the ideas that came up with respect to the action grant money was that it should go toward improving homeowners' situation, facade improvements, and different things like that. And we incorporated that into our plan. And this is actually the first time that the Housing Authority is expanding beyond its own walls and going out and using HUD funds to advance the neighborhood, to make an investment in the neighborhood. So I'm very proud of that. I just want to say that before I bring Christy on as well, the Trenton Housing Authority is a true partner at the table, okay? What we're looking for here, we're not looking to hand over our assets to a private organization or to just give up control. We're looking to basically be a grassroots partner, a true partner, and to make sure that we get the community benefit that we're looking for in this project. The THA sees itself as not just a provider of housing, but an organization that can catalyze economic development in Trenton's neighborhoods. THA understands that the quality of life in urban neighborhoods can only be improved through sustainable economic development initiatives where members of the community participate and benefit. Subsequently, this idea and principle guides THA's approach to its projects, programs, and initiatives. And just an example of that is that usually housing authorities go out for a master developer. They call it a master developer. Well, the housing authority, we went out for what we call a co-developer. And our documents reflected that we are co-developers. So yes, the development partners, who by the way, I failed to recognize, we do have a representative from the Michaels organization on the line, Mr. Andrew Davenport. But the co-developer or the developer brings much to the table. They bring financing to the table. They bring expertise to the table. But the housing authority brings land to the table. The housing authority brings the relationship with city government to the table. And like I like to say, we could do this program with pretty much any developer that has the capacity, but they can't do this without us. So that's what we need to understand when we move forward in these projects. And finally, I would just say, what's next? Real quick, this is about what we're going to ask you for is an ordinance that has to do with site control with a number of properties that you will see in the presentation throughout the North Trenton neighborhood. This site control is a threshold requirement for us to be able to apply for Choice Neighborhoods Implementation Grant. Those implementation grants right now are $50 million, and that $50 million would seed our efforts toward revitalizing this entire community. So with that, thank you very much. I'm going to actually turn the floor over to Ms. Christy Huff, our Director of Redevelopment. Thank you.
Mr. Garrett, before Ms. Huff starts, she has the 6:45 will be the timeline. We have another presentation behind you. I did relate that to you when we set this appointment that there were two presentations for this evening. All righty.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to provide a brief update on the Choice Neighborhood Plan and an overview on it and just the next steps where we're going. I have the clicker. Okay, so Choice Neighborhood is a successor of the Hope 6 program. Our Hope 6 program was the former Miller Homes project, which is now Rush Crossing. A lot of contractors worked on that project as well. And that focused on repairing distressed public housing. The Choice Neighborhood it goes beyond the distressed public housing. It goes into the neighborhood, as Mr. Garrett says. So we chose Downey Homes as the site for our Choice Neighborhood site. We are looking to reduce blight, deterioration, declining in the neighborhood. The plan consists of three components: housing, people, and neighborhood. The housing plan will replace distressed public housing, which is our Downey Home site, and we will preserve it with high-quality mixed income housing. The people will improve the quality of life for people, such as employment, education, wealth building, and health. And the neighborhood is striving to improve the safety, connectivity, shopping services, access to open spaces, and celebrate the history, arts, and culture of the neighborhood. Yes. Can you not hear me? Oh.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, next slide. This is, mentioned our Choice Neighborhood site is our Downey Home site. It consists of 376 units. The whole entire North Trenton neighborhood that we're looking at is 1,900 housing units. The grant was for $1.3 million. 350 went to our planning process, which is our consultant and our people planning partner, and 950,000 will go to our action activity. We mentioned one of the action activities, which is a facade program. We're putting 550,000 of that money just towards that facade program. We have many key partners. The City of Trenton was a co-applicant of ours. Wallace Robert Todd is our consultant, and we have the Smith Family Foundation, Mercer County Community College, Mercer County Workforce Development. Capitol Health is a major partner and one of the only hospitals in its area, and was a key component to applying for the Choice Neighborhood. You had to have a hospital or a major area, a major business in the area. We have IOS, Capital Area YMCA, Trenton Health Team, Grace Cathedral Fellowship Ministry, New Jersey HMFA, New Jersey Capital Partners, the College of New Jersey, Greater Mount Zion, the Trenton Police Department, and the Trenton Board of Education. And we have many more partners that's not listed here, but have joined the process. The purpose of the 2-year planning process was to shape the future and map out strategies to create welcoming, safe, and healthy, thriving neighborhoods. This is our 2-year planning process, which took us a little over 2 years, 2.5 years. We received the grant in November or September, it was, of 2019, and we had a kickoff event with HUD coming up and visiting, and we did a presentation. We toured the neighborhood, and we had all of our partners provide a presentation on all the services that they would provide to the neighborhood and to our residents. We, at the time, we did a big kickoff event, and we did needs assessments with the residents. We gave them incentives, which were tablets, for completing this really lengthy needs assessment, which we used to map out the plan. And then we were hit with the pandemic, so everything changed. So our planning process was no longer in person, it was virtual, and I'll show slides going forward of our actual engagement in events. We are now here 1.5 years of the implementation activities. We submitted our grant in we submitted our plan in December. We received approval in February of this year, and now we're in our action activities period. We plan on applying for a Choice Neighborhood Implementation Grant in 2023. If it comes out in 2022, at the end of the year, we plan on applying for it as well. We did select our developer during last year, which was the Michaels Organization. Reach and engagement. So as I mentioned, we began outreach and engagement in person, and this was around February of 2020. And you see we had a big event. It was for Black History Month, and that's when we engaged residents and were able to get them to come out and complete surveys and help us, answer the surveys that help guide the plan. Then we went to social distancing. You see a lot of masked virtual events. We did more outdoor events, so to keep in line with the COVID guidelines to make sure that we reduce the spread. And then this last slide here is a slide where we have children from our summer camp. They joined a planning process. It was a youth planning team that they collaborated with the Center of Community Planning, and they developed a park that they wanted to name actually after the Olympic gold medalist from Trenton, Ading Mo Park. And they went to the planning board and presented in front of the planning board and received preliminary approval, and also in front of city officials. And also on the side is our development selection process. We had a very stringent, evaluation process. We included residents, stakeholders, and staff, and we interviewed the developers. We made them do presentations. We toured other housing developments that they developed to see, which developer fit our needs, and we selected the Michaels Organization. This is a neighborhood leadership series. So this is something new. The Housing Authority has never done this before, but it was very engaging, very powerful. We had a lot of our resident partners and community partners participate, and actually a lot of them taught the class. Algernon, I know you taught one of the classes on the history of the neighborhood, since you've been here forever, and then you and you also but it was very engaging. A lot of the residents really enjoyed the sessions, and it was very powerful. And it was the reason we wanted to do this is to have residents obtain knowledge and develop leadership skills in regards to community development efforts to help them be more active in the Choice Neighborhood process. We ended the the series with a virtual tour of examples of transformed neighborhoods and what they can look like. The transformed neighborhoods that we went to were one in Philadelphia and one in Jersey City, virtually, of course. This is Junior 1. So in order to develop a plan and develop North Trenton neighborhood, we can't leave Junior 1 out. Junior 1's been vacant for many years. It's a historical school. Many residents have fond memories of it, and we just hear all these positive stories about Junior 1. So Junior 1 must be developed in some capacity. So we are taking that as part of our choice neighborhood, and we want to redevelop Junior 1. We, from our community meetings, and residents want to see apartments and community spaces in Junior 1. Some of the ideas that came out of the planning process were artist lofts, senior housing, performing art space, business incubator, library, shared commercial kitchens, community space, and for classes and events. Adjacent to it is a box school. It's in Philadelphia. That school is a great example of an adaptive reuse of a vocational school that now holds 150 small businesses. So we want to do a similar adaptive reuse for Junior 1. Developing the plan. Goals and strategies. So these are goals and strategies that came out of the plan. I'm not going to read them all, but like I said, it's 3 categories: neighborhood plan, people plan, and housing plan. Housing plan, of course, is Downey Homes. We want to revitalize, we want to redo Downey Homes, and then also the neighborhood. We want to develop housing throughout the neighborhood. The neighborhood plan focused on redeveloping the efforts on MLK Boulevard and also focused on increasing the public safety throughout the neighborhood, which was a big topic also. And the people plan focused on education goals, employment goals, and health goals. Neighborhood vision. I'm going to turn this portion over to Woo Kim, our consultant, because I want him to elaborate on the neighborhood vision, the design, and how we came up with the concepts.
Thanks, Christy. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. My name is Woo Kim. I'm a principal at Wallace Robertson Todd, or WRT, and thank you for this opportunity. Good evening, Council President McBride and Trenton City Council. The neighborhood vision here really sort of is anchored by the assets of the neighborhood, assets such as Donnelly Homes, Battle Monument, really looking at MLK Boulevard as a sort of a connecting spine that holds everything together. Director Garrett mentioned earlier about looking beyond the boundaries of the housing authorities' 4 walls, and so that's exactly what we strive to do, which is also looking at rebuilding parts of North Trenton. And you can see here the infill development around Sweets Fountain Park and near Battle Monument as well. If you go to the next slide, and I have my eye on the clock to make sure that I end before the 6:45. As Christy mentioned, we went through a series of engagement process with residents. We provided examples of successfully completed mixed-use, mixed-income development. Some of these examples are actually from Jersey City, where we did a virtual tour. This was the top images are from a Hope 6 development there, and we asked for input and incorporated incorporated almost all of that into the design of reimagined Donnelly Homes. Next. We also wanted to make sure that the frontage along MLK is something that is respectful of that corridor, and also the city's vision for a complete street along that corridor with some density and mixed use pieces as well. So we also looked at some multifamily options, and these projects are one way, shape, or form all tax credit projects that utilizes low-income housing tax credits, and they're done very well with the mixed-use component and apartment living above. And we heard about some of the comments from residents as well, and incorporated them into the design. Next. Christy mentioned Junior 1. We also did some case studies about how schools or abandoned hospitals, vacant hospitals can be reimagined not just as senior housing or regular housing, but they can be reimagined as sort of community spaces, third spaces, business incubators, preschools. These are two examples. One actually is from Edison, New Jersey, and the other one is from Cleveland, Ohio. And we also discussed this with residents. Next. This is a sort of a Lego block diagram of a reimagined Donnelly Homes, and we also included a few out parcels beyond the boundaries of Donnelly Homes, as well as Junior 1. And the color coordination here just shows you the kind of density. The brighter, redder colors are sort of multifamily elevator-served buildings, and then the orange colors are stacked townhouses, very similar to what's at Turner Point. Which is right just across the street from Donnelly. And then the yellow colors are sort of regular townhouses. As you can see here, we're keeping the gym and the Trenton Housing Authority Administrative Building, the building that the residents are sitting in today, as the heart of the redevelopment. We're looking to also de-densify Donnelly. So Donnelly is at about 370-something units now. The proposed plan on Donnelly is coming under what's there currently to make sure that we provide sort of more space for playgrounds and open space. It's also important to note that we went through multiple iterations of this, and residents have told us that they really value the open space. And so we decreased off-street parking in many of these parking courtyards significantly to provide more sort of public and semi-public open spaces for residents to use. Next. And you can see some of that open space if you kind of look closely, you can see some of the backyards to those townhouses and stacked townhouses. They came as a result of sort of giving up some of those parking spaces, which we worked with the developer, the Michaels organization, to do. And you can also see here some of the open space elements that coordinate from Junior 1, a sort of a reimagined front lawn of Junior 1 that connects into Donnelly, that provides some of that playground spaces and tot lots and open sort of active and passive recreation fields in Donnelly as well. Next slide. And this is a sort of an artist rendering of the mixed-use buildings along MLK. The Junior 1 school sort of reimagined with a significant open space yard, an apron sort of out in front, and what it could sort of be imagined as a farm stand or farmer's market or gathering space, and then incorporating some of the city's ideas about complete streets into the MLK corridor. Next. I believe that is time. I won't go. The overall housing plan is 567 units. 340, as I mentioned, are on-site on the Donnelly site, and then another 190 units are off-site on either the school property or on public properties in the Humboldt Suites area and the Canal Banks area, and then we have 37 home ownership units as part of the transformation plan as well. Affordable home ownership units.
Thank you. I wanted to give the council the opportunity to ask a couple of questions. If any council members have any questions at this time.
Council President, I do.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
They were great presentations, very informative, but I would like to have an opportunity to really, do a deeper dive. But there's some of the things that I just thought that should be highlighted or considered as you guys go off and continue your planning. I didn't see a lot of opportunity. I didn't see a mention of a library. Okay. So that concerns me. I can't see how you can build a community without a library. And also, I didn't see anything relate to hospitality. Yes, there's entertainment, but I would like to see perhaps hotel or some type of, something in the hospitality industry. There's entertainment, there's culture, there's restaurants. But again, if you're going to have a thriving city, I think We got to start thinking about, incorporating hospitality industry and any type of community build out or revitalization. And the other thing is that my concern, okay, so you have low income to moderate income housing, but I don't see a clear vision for transitioning folks to home ownership. I don't see any, again, you said you were 37 units, moderate income, townhomes, opportunity to buy or become, but 37, that's it. It seems like we're perpetuating the dependency on public housing. So I want to see if we could come up with a better model and better ideas and strategies to move people from public housing to or moderate low income housing to independent living and home ownership, because home ownership is the American way to wealth and out of the cycle of poverty and low income. And I want to see more opportunities or investors who's going to bring jobs into the area so that folks can buy homes. But that should be incorporated in the plan. And I don't see a lot of space dedicated to building out those opportunities. And the other thing is I saw that you're going to provide some training or some sessions on folks to build out a nonprofit agency, nonprofit organization. Oh, that's the last thing, communities of low-income folks need is more nonprofit organizations. I see those as a clear sign of the perpetuation of poverty. So I would like to see in that slide, along with nonprofit organizations, of course, there's some people who have a desire to be in the field of social services forever. But there are also many people in our community who want to be entrepreneurs, who want to own their own businesses. So we got a lot of contractors in our city who don't know really, have a difficult time understanding the process to get contracts, RFPs to help grow their small businesses. So we should definitely put another slide in there alongside that nonprofit slide. I can't remember what page it was on, but you should definitely put a slide in there to teach folks about entrepreneurship and building out LLCs and businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, and show us how that is done. And definitely we should have a dedicated vocational school across the city. And I didn't see a plan to work with Mercer County Community College to bring that vocational expertise. You really don't have to build it out. You can leverage the existing operations of the Mercer County Vocational School and bring it back. And even the pieces we have at Trenton High School, we need to just build that out. So those are the things that I see, my concerns. And I would like to dive a little deeper and review all the slides and your proposals. But I'm certainly excited and look forward to the conversations and learning more. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I will make sure that Mr. Garrett reaches out to you. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, Council President. Yolani, first I want to thank you and your team and our community members that have been getting together for some time on this.
Councilwoman, speak up.
Yeah?
Yes,
You
speak
can
up.
hear me? We can hear you. Joanna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I just want to thank you and your team, but specifically I want to thank the community that was involved in this planning. This is an excellent plan. But I did want to ask you, how many housing authorities applied for the federal HUD planning grant, and how many housing authorities in the country are finalists?
Well, I don't know how many applied for the planning grant, but there were only 4 in the year that we applied who actually obtained it. So it was a very very competitive grant.
Okay, but thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other council members that would like to ask Mr. Garrett and his team anything? Mr. Garrett, I just would like to, first of all, thank you for your presentation. And you already know, I've already discussed this with you several times. You know, I'm all about the green space and the children being able to actually go outside their homes and have some type of space for them. I'm also a big advocate in getting the community out. So I want to thank you for your efforts, but I just would like to say I want to see more, because when people walk out into their community, I would like it to do exactly what this picture is showing us. It needs to reflect how they want to see their community. So I appreciate the outreach to your residents. I think that's the number one focal point is for the people that pay the taxes, that has held the city together, be able to have input into any planning that goes on in any parts of the city, not in just their neighborhood, but across the city. So I thank you for the outreach to the residents, and I thank the residents for coming out, being a part, because it's so important for them to be a part of, and I appreciate it. The other piece that I would like to add to this is that we would look forward to you inviting any council member to the Donnelly Page Homes, to your office, to your little coffee shop, so that they can actually get a better feel. What did I say? So they can get a better feel of what is going on and actually leave with something tangible in their hands and in their minds, so they'll have a better understanding of what you're trying to do here. And I want you at the end of the day to tell Miss Virginia that she has to stop bossing people around, forcing them to come out when they don't want to.
I'm for the community, and you tell Virginia yourself.
So again, I thank you, Mr. Garrett, and please just invite any of the council members, whether they're in your ward or not, out to see exactly what you're doing. I think that's a great start. And Councilwoman Vaughn is now their council representative. She is the West Ward councilwoman. The Donnelly Page Homes is now a part of the West Ward. So it's important for her to actually come up and meet with you and your team. Thank you again.
Thank you. We will do that. We will do that.
Beautiful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good night. Mr. Garcia, we have another presentation coming up from the Shift Capital, I believe it is.
Okay.
We should see if Mr. Hoffman is on the line and if the person that's presenting for Shift Capital is on.
Council President, if I may, Mr. Hoffman just called me. He's trying to get on. He's having some difficulty. He's going to try dialing in and using the code, but he should be here any second now.
Okay. Is the Shift Capital?
Yes, ma'am. We're here. We're here if you'd like us to get started, or we can wait. You tell us what's best.
Yeah, we have to give Mr. Hoffman a minute to get online, because he's our redevelopment attorney, and in order for you to do your presentation, he has to be present.
Sounds good. I just want to make sure while we're waiting for him are you all able to see my screen and the presentation right now, or no?
We are.
Yes, we are. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Hoffman, are you on? I don't see Mr. Hoffman.
He keeps saying, I have him on the phone with me, Council President. He's saying it's just saying connecting and it's just spooling. He's not able to get in. He's tried a couple of times and he's still trying now.
Does he have the right numbers?
I forwarded the active link that Mr. Garcia circulated.
Instead of using the link, tell him to dial directly. The phone number and the meeting ID. He'll get in that way.
I think that's a better route.
Council President or whoever knows, how do you unmute yourself when you dial in? Is it pound? What is it?
*6 asterisk.
John, try *6. Maybe to unmute yourself.
What's his number? I can try and unmute him myself.
Ending in 6817.
Thank you. He's here. Hold on.
I see him. He's here. He's at the. He's just muted.
For some reason, I can't seem to.
I can hear you. Press.
I can't seem to unmute him.
*6.
A little help here.
*6. *6 is what I'm being told is to mute. Or unmute, rather. Excuse me. All right, he's unmuted. Just say hi, John, so they know you're there. Can you hear him?
No.
No.
Tell him to take a.
He's trying to unmute Mr. Garcia. I don't know if you have the capability of unmuting him.
It's my mute and unmute is grayed out. Sam, can you help me out here?
It's a number ending in 6817.
I got him here. Hold on, I'm getting a call from IT. Hey, Sam.
Somebody we can disable their mic, but we cannot
Anything?
unmute them.
All right, I'm not sure if anybody heard that, but we cannot. IT cannot unmute him. He has to unmute himself.
We have the power
Speak
to
for
mute.
IT.
We don't have the power to unmute.
You have the power to mute, but not to unmute. That's correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you, Kamal. Thanks, Sam. Yep.
Mr. Kaloji, let me ask you, in the case that Mr. Hoffman cannot get on, what is it? What is the council's choices here? Mr. Kaloji?
Well, tell Mr. Hoffman to hang up and just dial in again, and enter the password again. Mr. Bridges, can you just have him just to hang up and just do a fresh connection?
Humbly, counsel, it looks like that's what he's trying to do now, because I don't see his number here anymore.
Okay.
So is Mr. Kaloji on the line? Where did Mr. Kaloji go?
He was in.
Mr. Hoffman is
He's here.
Yeah, Mr. So, Mr. Bridges, in reference to this presentation, what do we do if Mr. Hoffman can't get on? Do we look at the presentation but not ask any questions? What are we doing here?
I would think that based on the fact that he's your redevelopment counsel and you're going to be relying on him, it's probably best to
Hello,
have this.
can you hear me?
Hey,
Oh,
he's in the building.
is that Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Thank God. Okay, so we can move forward. Mr. Hoffman, Shift Capital is about to do their presentation.
Okay.
All righty. Go ahead.
All right, so we are proceeding, is that correct?
Yes, you are. Go right ahead.
All right, well, first off, thank you for letting me sit in on the prior presentation. Mr. Garrett, Ms. Huff, that was it's a big deal to get a neighborhood choice grant, and it was really interesting for us to be able to listen in on a lot of inspiration for that. Thank you to Council President McBride, the entire City Council for allowing us to join you all today to share our vision for the Roebling site. I am Brian Murray. I'm the CEO of Shift Capital. I'm joined here with the Hanini Group and our partners Voyage Investments. We are going to spend, and hopefully we'll work through this quickly to get to Q&A, but we'll spend the next maybe 15 minutes working through this presentation, which is to share our team, our design vision, our work plan and budget, and community engagement strategies to you all. But we welcome any feedback, any Q&A that might come out of this as well. So first off, I just want to give some background on the partnership. The Shift and Hanini team have been partners in Newark, New Jersey for the last several years. It's a unique team driven on value alignment, shared mission, and both very people-focused real estate development firms who care deeply about the neighborhoods that we work in and invest in, and the larger ecosystem as well. We combine, the firms together, 30 plus years of owning, managing, developing real estate across a number of different asset classes, from redevelopments with historic tax credits to office to multifamily. We have both been groups that are focused on a holistic approach and focused on listening and working with community to think about wealth building strategies for neighborhoods, and to really think about how do we create healthy and thriving neighborhoods. Most recently, we did partner on about $200 million of real estate in Newark, which we are currently working on right now. And then, as I mentioned, we're joined by Voyage Investments, who is part of our developer in residence program here at Shift. They are a Latino-owned developer in the affordable housing space and workforce housing space. And they are both a part of our team as well as part of our incubation to help drive better diversity and change in the impact real estate space as a whole. I'll talk a little bit about Shift and Voyage and our work, and then I'll hand it off to my partner Samer Hanini, who will share a little bit more about the Hanini Group. So we are a nationally recognized B Corp that's focused on neighborhood investment. We execute complicated financing strategies that really seek to drive both better equity in neighborhoods with a mixed income approach focused on the long term, and we have always believed in kind of a community-centered focus to our work that really stretches from focusing on small businesses to the community, and really trying to find a better way to invest in neighborhoods than has been done in the past in a lot of urban communities across the country. As I mentioned, Voyage is a group that we are incubating as a part of our Developer in Residence program. Alex Robles and Juan Saenz are both joined here on this call and can certainly answer any questions as we get to the Q&A. But this is a group that has ambitiously been working to get into the affordable housing and workforce housing space. And as maybe many know in the room, real estate is not an easy space to break into for a lot of different reasons. And part of our program is to help give them access to opportunities, access to capital, and to help build a track record as well. Real quickly, I'll run through a couple projects that I think are relevant to this RFP. The first is the Residences at the Bury Building, which is a project we are currently working on at Broad Erie and Germantown in North Philadelphia. What's unique about this project is that it's a mixed income project, so it's utilizing 4% LIHTC credits along with a major grant, as well as market rate housing as well, with first floor of retail, really kind of outlining our goals of mixing both market and affordable to create the right dynamic for a healthy business ecosystem and a healthy community. The next project is our J Centrell project. This was a historic renovation of a textile mill in the Kensington neighborhood of Philadelphia, which included 116 units between 80% and 100% of AMI, with a number of units at 40% of AMI as well. And on the first floor, we have a number of homegrown businesses, including a Vietnamese American owned cafe, as well as a business incubator for Black and brown businesses in the neighborhood called If Lab. One of the other things I'll point out about this project that we're very proud of is that it's we provide a program called the Good Neighbor Program, which is a rent rebate provided to any resident that volunteers in the local neighborhood. And it's the first of its kind in the country. And the goal is to be the most civically engaged building in the country as a result. And really, specifically, it's geared towards breaking down the barriers between new residents and community members, et cetera, which I think is trying to break down barriers going in both ways as well. Our third example is our Macon Studios. These are two buildings, about 240,000 square feet of space, that are dedicated to entrepreneurs of all types. Specifically, this is a majority driven by maker spaces. So in addition to traditional artists, this also includes about a half a dozen food entrepreneurs, a Latino-owned distillery, a kitchen incubator space for new entrepreneurs, as well as home to some nonprofits and the only Black-owned bioscience genetic testing company in the city. And we're very proud. These two projects have driven close to 700 jobs in a neighborhood that had a jobless rate probably 2 to 3 times the city's rate. And I think that this is definitely relevant to our presentation now. I'm gonna hand it off to my partner, Samer, and I'm gonna let him share their experience and background as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. First, I want to echo Brian and say thank you for this opportunity. We're really looking forward to this project. It's an exciting one for us. Us as a company, we're a family-owned company established in Newark, New Jersey. We've been around for about 15 years now as a firm. We have in-house development, design, construction, and property management. We have roughly 60 employees that are split between the companies. We're very focused on urban core buildings, a lot of them historics, and you'll see with some of our presentations. We take a lot of pride in maintaining the history of neighborhoods. We're not fans of knocking anything down. We think a lot of these historical buildings are not reproducible, and they do bring a lot of character and value to the neighborhood. So we try as best we can to maintain the historical fabrics of the buildings and kind of celebrate the history of the city. If you go to the next slide, this first project that we're showing here, this is a project that we are doing with Shift Capital. It consists of 3 buildings in downtown Newark. This building on the left in particular, this was the original Kmart, the Kresge family, which was the owners of the Kmart's, the K and Kmart. This is a building that's over 100 years old. We're doing full restoration to the building and bringing hopefully some activity to the downtown area. The first floor of this building is half vacant. The idea here is to produce something similar to a large concourse that would bring in maker spaces, an anchor tenant like a restaurant from DC. And again, just kind of celebrating the history of the building. And the building to the right is the Gibraltar building. This was the first building for Prudential Insurance. This was their original building. And similarly, we're going to be restoring this building. Both these buildings house the state of New Jersey. We're the largest leasehold outside of Trenton for the state of New Jersey. So we take a lot of pride in being able to house the state and giving them more updated spaces. Next slide. This next building, can you go to the next slide? Okay. This next building is a high-rise that we're building in downtown Newark. Similarly, we're maintaining the historical facade of this building, and this is a new building that's going to be from ground up, about 200 residential units right in the downtown core. We're going to be maintaining the facade and trying to preserve as much of the historical character of the facade. Obviously, it's a new building, but we are going to try to maintain that facade again, just to keep the fabric there. Next building, next slide. This building is the tallest building in Passaic. This sat vacant for about 30 years. This is the People's Bank building. Similarly, we did full historical restoration on this building. Many of the projects that we have done in the past, and we've done numerous ones, we've received multiple awards for historical restorations. And we do have, and I didn't mention, a lot of the projects that we do work on do take historical tax credits, new market tax credits, any sort of incentives that help projects like this in areas that are where the numbers are difficult to work. So we'll bring in historical tax credits to help the numbers work on these projects. And similarly to this project and the previous ones, we will be using historical tax credits. I forgot to also mention, and we don't have a slide here, but we did also the Haynes building in downtown Newark, which houses Whole Foods. So that was done about 5 or 6 years ago. That was a game changer for downtown Newark. It was able to bring hundreds of jobs and create an anchor supermarket in an area where there weren't any supermarkets. That's kind of an overview of the company. I kind of want to go into the general design vision of the site. The Roebling site is, if you go to the next slide, is a very exciting project for us. It mixes a lot of what both our firm and Shift Capital have been working on for the past 15 years. This is a very urban site. It has a lot of historical characteristics, and it's a large site. It's about 7.5 acres. It houses a lot of these historical buildings that played a huge role in the city's history, and we're excited to be working with that. So as you know, there's a number of sites on a number of buildings on the site. We feel many of them we will be able to restore. There is one or two that we might actually have to replace, but for the most part, we think we could use the existing fabric of the building and bring in market rate residential, retail, and office into the space. If you go on to the next slide, you can see on our presentation here that the idea is to create this grand green area in the middle of the site. We want to make this a congregation site, something that would be a destination for people to come, for Friday night. Maybe there's an outdoor music festival or a market on Saturdays or Sundays. A lot of this, the project here has mixed residential and retail spaces. So you could see in the blue, there's a lot of residential. In the center buildings like Building 54 and 58, on the first floor, we're going to be introducing a lot of mixed-use retail. So you'll have some maker spaces in there, some studios, maybe some light industrial stuff. The idea is to create a space where smaller companies or startup companies could come and establish their companies there and be able to sell maybe at an open market or something like that. Obviously, this is still early on in the design phase, but we feel very strongly about creating a destination green space where people could come and congregate, buy from the local markets, and possibly live in the area, and maybe have some office spaces. We will be using historical tax credits here, possibly new market tax credits. On some of the housing, we will be using low-income housing tax credits. And I forgot to mention on the projects that we've worked on similarly to Shift, we have been using low-income housing tax credits, and we feel strongly about making sure they are very affordable. Like in the project that we showed on the Metropolitan Building, we're doing roughly 30% of affordable at a 50% AMI. That's something we're very proud of because maybe sometimes developers use a higher AMI, but we're using a 50% AMI, giving the opportunity for truly affordable units in places like this. I'm going to hand it over to Brian now, where he can talk about Ahmed, about the overall site and some of the design concepts.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Can you go back to the earlier slide, please? So I just want to talk you through the site plan quickly, and I want to echo what Samer mentioned earlier. Our main goal is really to activate this space. We want to create a self-sustained community while also being open to outside users. And we do that by having a mix of occupancies, a mix of users in the space. Thank you for zooming in. So you'll see in the blue, we have our residential buildings. We've got a long bar on the lower left-hand side, a multi-unit residential building, along with a vertical bar on the upper right-hand side. And then we have smaller scale residential units, those three small scale boxes you'll see. It's a mix of different types of residential scales, different types of communities within those scales. And we also have the daily users, which is Building 54. We have a mix of retail use and office there. So we have daily commuters in and out, visitors shopping, people working in their space, coming home. And we also have seasonal users. That's mainly Building 58. That'll be our amenity space that Samer was talking about. This is a big open, visibly active space that's for seasonal users, for maker spaces, for any type of community engagement. And we also have our two restaurant buildings you'll see on the bottom, all the way on the bottom there. There's a restaurant in the vicinity, so within walking distance to for all the users. along with a small-scale eatery at Building 52. Next slide, please. So here's our rendering. We're looking directly at our amenity building. So on the left-hand side is our mixed use, retail and office, the 2 floors there. Farthest right is the newer building. It's a ground-up building taking place of the old dilapidated building, which has been deemed really unsafe to keep. We have language there that's still within the same fabric of the brick, while introducing different elements to break up the long and industrial facades. And the middle there, that's the jewel of the project. That's our amenity building, event space, maker space, seasonal space. That's the space that engages with the community on a bigger, more user at one time kind of scale. And again, we're bringing that all around our green space in the middle. We have dedicated areas for greenery, grass, garden, seasonal plants, play areas, and a mix of ups and downs and ramps while always being accessible to people in wheelchairs and any ADA requirements. Next scale, please. Next slide. So here's a closer look at our amenity building. The idea is to keep a lot of the fabric of the historic nature of the building. So you'll see on the right-hand side, it's the original brick, obviously cleaned up, well restored, new windows, but we're keeping the same facade. You'll see the history of that building there. And we're also breaking up part of it to allow visibility. So there's a lot of in and out in that building, in that space, engaged with the greenery and the open plaza. On the far right is the new ground-up building. We'll see in the next slide, there's a little bit of detail there. We're using the same material, the red brick, along with some covered cemented areas, very maintainable materials, long and durable lifespan, while also staying within the same fabric of what we have. Next slide, please. This is the mixed-use building, retail on the first floor with office on the upper level. Again, keeping the brick, introducing a new material, and creating more openness. We want a lot of in and out of this building on a daily rate. The amenity building is very seasonal. This one we see as daily users in and out. Next slide. And here's our secondary green area. This is in between the retail office space on the right, very open, very engaging, and the residential building. This is the rehab of what's existing there, keeping the same openings, replacing the windows, keeping the historic nature, and a secondary dedicated green space in between these two areas, these two buildings. That's it for the design inspiration and design direction.
So I'm just gonna, yeah, go ahead. We just have maybe 2 more minutes and then we'll open it up to Q&A. I'll just share briefly that obviously this is a large project with a appropriate time horizon, and so what we have here is basically how we are looking at that phasing. I can certainly go into this in more detail, but just to kind of keep us moving, we see this as a 48-month execution, and happy to talk about that in more detail. And then, here's a quick look at the development costs of the site, including all the phases. And I'll just emphasize that the work that both firms do is highly predicated on public-private partnerships and relationships. This work is not easy. It's hard to finance things that are meeting community needs and viable, to bring in the right capital to make things work. At the end of the day, we're early in this process. We still haven't engaged the community, obviously. This was just an RFP that we submitted. But we do plan on and have all these things listed on the right are all strategies that both firms have done, both together and separately. And all of that type of knowledge, expertise, resources, relationships would all be brought to the table. But, we recognize that, working not only with the community, but with the city and having the support for the project is critical to all these pieces as well. I'm happy to, in Q&A to talk a little bit more about the development costs. We're in a strange world right now from an interest rate perspective and a construction cost perspective, but we feel comfortable in what we put together and feel like this is a project that we can execute. And as Sammer said, we were actually really born to execute a project like this for the community of Trenton and for the city of Trenton.
Thank you. So we're
sure.
going to ask our, thank you so much for the presentation. And right now we're going to ask our redevelopment attorney if he would like to chime in with any questions for you. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes, I have some questions. On the project financing, you indicated the acquisition price would be $500,000. But if I look at your chart, it has a purchase price of $1 million. Can you explain the difference?
Sure. So in our RFP that was submitted, there's actually two conflicting numbers. There was $1 million in the chart, and there was a $500,000 in the narrative. It was meant to be $500,000, so that was just a typo.
What's the typo? The $1 million?
The typo was the $1 million. It was $500,000 in the narrative that was also outlined.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the chart, and the chart has so much for the market units and so much for the bulk cost units. And then it adds up to $1 million. That's what.
Yeah, that was a typo.
And if I understand, so you're offering $500,000, but you want to be deducted from the purchase price any environmental testing costs?
We recognize that we have not done any due diligence on the environmental side, so that was a part of our proposal as well. That's correct.
So what happens if it comes to an excess of $500,000? I mean, the city would get nothing? In other words, there's no limit that you're putting on what you're willing to bear for the environmental costs?
Well, no, if the limit is, if it is more than $500,000, then the burden is on us beyond that.
But the city then will get nothing.
That's right, but we'll be responsible for all the environmental costs from that piece if we decide to move forward. That's right.
If I looked at the RFP, it said the estimated environmental were about $220,000. Did you look at the?
We did, yes. I hope that's correct. That's correct. That's right. But we've done a lot of environmental work, and you never know until you start doing your own due diligence. And I think we had a conversation with you, and it sounds like the city has done a lot of work, and I think that'll reflect, when we've had a chance to engage environmental experts on that as well.
But there's no minimum purchase price which you're willing to guarantee.
I'd have to talk with my team and get back to you on the answer to that question.
Okay. your project, it's a $137 million project, and can you tell us, I think the debt is 60 to 70%, and what portion would be grants and equity and tax subsidies? How would the $137 million be financed?
Yeah, ultimately, and I don't know, Alex, if you have some of those numbers at your fingertips in terms of what we underwrote, which we could share, but it will depend on the final programming. As we stated, we have had no input from the community so far. We obviously put together a plan as best we could for the RFP and our experience, and happy to articulate what is comprised of that $137 million. Some of that will include LIHTC equity. There will be some new market equity in here as well. Alex, if you have that at your fingertips, I'm not sure if you, or Juan, if you can chime in here.
Well, could you provide us maybe something as to how you would finance it? Because one of the responsibilities of the redevelopment agency is to determine that the project can be financed by the developer.
Good evening. Sorry, my audio, I may have an echo. I'm not sure, but there's new market tax credits that we have an estimate in there for $5 million. We also have LIHTC equity in there for across multiple buildings, nearly $50 million, but we can send a clearer breakdown. But the majority of it is coming from LIHTC, new market tax credit, and senior financing, construction financing at $62 million.
What would this debt financing? What's the amount? And do you have any commitments or any letters indicating they would provide the financing?
No commitments at this point. I'll let Brian speak on that.
Yeah, no, what I can tell you is background-wise, the firms right now are doing a $140 million deal right now in Newark, New Jersey, together with about $113 million of senior equity from a group called ACOR. Both groups have financed projects like this. We haven't completely decided on whether we finance this on a building by building strategy or with a more campus-based financing approach. We have talked to some of our equity partners and groups institutional groups that we've worked with in the past, and there is interest in the site, but it's just too early. It's really conceptual at this stage, just in terms of what we've done so far, and obviously we're looking for feedback, et cetera. But we feel comfortable that these are the projects that we financed in the past, either with equity, with debt, with tax credits, with anything that you name. This is within our wheelhouse of projects that we have done in the past.
And in the category of governmental assistance, you said you would need a pilot, and you would need various, variances from the existing zoning. Can you explain that to us, please?
Yeah, Samer, do you want to weigh in on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So yes, we would be looking for a pilot of sorts for the taxes. So we'll be asking for a long-term tax abatement. And a lot of it's because we will be introducing a lot of affordable units here and a lot of small business maker spaces. So we do need a lot of help financially to make sure that it pencils out. As far as zoning and entitlement flexibility, I think for the most part, from what I know in that area, I think a lot of what we are proposing is in line with what your much of your zoning calls for. So I don't think we're going to need, we're not asking for a lot of changes, but I think we would like to sit with your zoning department and make sure that what we are proposing here is in line with what your vision is. I mean, both firms, we like to go into neighborhoods and make sure, and Brian's mentioned it a number of times, we like to make sure the community is happy. It's like what the community wants. So we would sit with the community, present the plan in detail, get them to ask questions, maybe revise our plans a little bit, and then we would make sure that they are in line with zoning. And if there's anything on the planning and zoning side that has to get changed, we will work with the city to make sure we abide by those rules.
Does your parking meet the zoning standards, or is it substandard?
We are proposing, how many parking spaces here?
320, I think.
Yes. So I'm not sure, Ahmed, I don't know if you know off the top of your head what the parking requirements are for that area, but we have 228 residential units and another 58 units, and we are proposing 372 parking spaces. So there is a lot of parking, we think.
Yeah, we're more than one-to-one.
Yeah.
All right, and in your work plan, I noticed you're conducting the residential buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the first phase, and then there's additional residential in the second phase, but the office and retail and the amenities, that's going to be in the last phase?
So the phasing is based on what we understand on what would help kick off the project. So our phase 1, we feel the residential units in 1 through 4 would be a good first phase, because then you bring residents to the site and things like that. We don't, when you're dealing with a large site like this, you don't want to introduce retail before the residential. You want to make sure that there's people there that could visit these retail sites so they're successful. That's why a lot of the commercial and retail are on the tail end of the project, and the residential is more in the front.
So one of the concerns is that the residential gets built and the retail and the office does not get built. If that's
I think both of our firms have a long track record, and we try to be as transparent and realistic with our presentations, and we're confident that we will get through all the phases. If we led with the office and the retail, the underwriting gets a lot more challenging. We think that the residential will help.
If you move the office and retail up after the first 4 buildings?
We could definitely sit down and maybe go a little bit more in detail on what sort of phasing you'd like to see, and we could work around something that's suitable for both sides.
Yeah, and I'll also just add that, we're not going to be sitting on our hands on the commercial pieces of this. The sooner the commercial pieces will be something that we are out there actively seeking. And if we happen to land some group sooner that makes a commitment, then certainly I think that that'll also play a huge role in how the phasing works. But to be honest, financing speculative office right now is not even viable in the healthiest of, city office environments right now. And so we would have to be very aggressive to be looking and working with, the city to attract groups that would be interested in this kind of space. We work very closely with the city of Newark, Philadelphia, and business attraction, is a key component of it. And we think that we have something that we can, help the city drive some business attraction as well. But it could happen day one, or it could happen, a couple years down the road, depending on the economy and other factors.
What kind of tenants do you envision for the offices?
It's a great question. I mean, I think we all have some ideas of what we would potentially target. I think that there are certainly institutions in the region that I believe would benefit and would be interested in a more urban, denser experience for their employees. And, you know, provide them an alternative to being in a suburban office park in, you know, off the Princeton Pike or what have you. You know, and that will be a combination of attracting businesses that will both cater to the community and cater to groups that are interested in potentially being a part of the Trenton storyline. And our experience in, you know, especially in Newark most recently, but our work in North Philadelphia as well. You know, we are at a different point in time where, you know, companies, institutions, educational institutions, et cetera, are, you know, looking to be a part of a fabric that this site provides and Trenton provides. And that's what gets us excited about the project.
And the
So now,
retail.
Mr. Hoffman, we're going to wrap it up with the questions because we have some council members that would like to ask. And so if you could just get back with us, Mr. Hoffman, so we can have a conversation about this in the upcoming week, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, sure. I'll be finished.
Thank you. So is there any
Council
council
President?
member that will?
Yes, I
Yes,
have
go
a
right
hand
ahead.
up.
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hoffman, thank you very much for addressing the financials, because then I don't have to ask questions on that. But what I'm concerned about is it's my understanding that the $500,000, you want to make that in payments. And I wonder if you could explain that, why you can't pay up front. This is Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, by the way.
Hi, Councilwoman. How are you?
Good.
I don't know if anybody on my team can comment directly on what was placed, you know, what we put in the RFP. I don't believe that we planned on making payments here. You know, I believe we planned on closing when we closed on the project.
That's correct, Brian. This is Alex, by the way. But on the RFP, it refers to a $100,000 deposit at commencement. So that means that initially when the contract is signed, and the second $100,000 deposit after the due diligence period. At closing, the full 500 would be given, but I'm sure we'd have to figure out an arrangement for the environmental piece.
Okay.
But that's what the proposal said.
All right. So you're planning on 51% affordable. And I'm all for affordable housing because, you know, it helps people get better homes to live in. But why 51%? That seems greater than the other RFP.
So as I said,
We really do need a lot of market rate housing in this city to build up the revenues.
Yeah, I think this is part of the discussion. You know, there's a couple different philosophies in terms of the right mix. But, you know, I think 30% is you know, some folks, we decided to bring that up, but that's certainly something that can be changed and something that we're willing to revisit. But right now, that's what we put into the proposal. That's certainly something that we can revisit.
Okay, so I just have two more questions. One is, what do you anticipate the length of the project from beginning to end, the timeline?
1 second, Madam Caldwell-Wilson. Clerk Garcia, can you find that static, the interference, because it's really disturbing?
I am currently searching for that. Sam, I'll ask for your help here. I can't get to the 34 more additional individuals.
All right, there it is. It's
Thank you.
Do I have to repeat that, Councilwoman? Did you hear it?
No, I heard it. The question was, what is the project timeline from start to finish?
Yeah,
You know, we've outlined 4 years.
4 years?
Yep.
Okay, and now I was looking at the designs. So what are your plans for, are you going to have an on-site maintenance crew and garbage cans throughout that open space and in the parks and dog waste cans? And are you going to have ongoing maintenance to clean them out? Because
Yes.
that was not in the designs.
Yeah, absolutely. We run a lot of our property management together. We have property management teams, and we would have both full-time staff at a site this size, as well as all the appropriate, trash receptacles, et cetera. They weren't, the designs were meant to be slightly inspirational, not necessarily practical when it came to trash cans, et cetera. But that would be certainly something that would be part of both our responsibility as well as, a part of the amenity space that we would be delivering.
Okay. And will you have security on your property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yeah, thank you. Very much thanks to Mr. Hoffman, our redevelopment attorney. And I think he did a very good, thorough job on the financials. I guess we'll have more discussion down the line. But nonetheless, I just have really 2 areas that I wanted to inquire about. I just want to know about technology and how this development will leverage or capitalize on technology, because of course, you hear so much about smart cities and things like that, and build out across the country, if not the world. So I would like to understand where is that incorporated and how will you build technology and communications throughout the project?
Brian, I could take that. So most of the projects that we built on both sides of both teams were we try to be as advanced as possible when it comes to building technologies. All of our buildings have light sensors to minimize on electrical usage. We use high efficiency HVAC systems and water usage systems. All of our access will be keyless entries, so we try to eliminate keys completely. All of our property management is cloud-based, so we try to minimize the need for mailing checks or anything that requires additional, paper or that's not environmentally friendly. So we try our best to do that, and I think we've been fairly successful. A few projects that we did in downtown Newark here are LEED level buildings. So we would hope to do something similar here.
Okay. And I'm guessing, like you said, your cloud technology, so you're easily to interact with, say, local law enforcement, your security systems, surveillance systems, and et cetera, in securing the properties. Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing that I wanted to cover is our zoning, your meetings or discussions that you're planning with our zoning boards and our planning boards. Recently, we had a discussion with those folks and around our LDO, around the zoning land and development ordinance. And one of our residents or business owners came into the conversation and had mega concerns about how much housing we're allotting in our zoning across the city for, apartments and moderate to low income housing. And his concern was that City of Trenton, particularly in the zones that you're in, looking to build your project, is allocating way too much and living space, apartments and and things like that, and pushing a lot of the business capabilities out of Trenton, which we don't want to see happen. Hopefully our government can find a balance between, residential build outs and keeping our business footprint here in the city, and businesses don't have to move, actually, in his words, across the river to Morrisville, Pennsylvania. And having said that, I see that you have a large percentage of your project dedicated to residential. And I just hope that when you finally meet with our planning or zoning board and you review the land ordinance, perhaps you may have to make some adjustments. What percentage is the residential build out versus retail and corporate space? How much are you allotting to residential versus residential and corporate space? Do you have that in percentage? I see you have a large amount of apartments. And just so you know, I guess you did a market research of the area. We have another developer that built out in the Roebling Lofts, and they had, a huge apartment complex called the Roebling Apartments. And I don't believe they're at capacity. And of course, the retail and corporate space have become hasn't come at the rate I guess they anticipated. And I think you're going to be faced with the same challenges as Mr. Hoffman kind of inferred. But you can tell me, what's the allocation of retail space versus, living space, apartments versus retail and corporate spaces?
We don't have that math in our presentation right now, but we could follow up with you and let you know what that is. The intent here is to create a destination, and it's not just an apartment building. This is a community. We're trying to add to the community so people could actually enjoy the outdoor spaces, enjoy the markets. It's not just residential or not just office or not just retail. It's truly a mixed-use block development. And the idea is to have people who live here on different scales of affordable and market rate enjoy all of the different amenities that we have to offer. And I understand there might be vacancies in surrounding areas, but I think if you build a good product, people are able to live and work in the same location, I think there's something attractive about that. And in most of our properties, we're below a 5% vacancy rate. It's you're delivering amenities with housing, and it's, in our experience, it's been fairly successful.
Okay. When do you plan on meeting with the zoning board and introducing this project to them?
So hopefully, if we get some positive feedback from the council and we go into some sort of agreement, our first meetings would be with the community, is present to them some of the concepts. We will do it locally in maybe a community center around this neighborhood, and we'll invite local folks who live in the area and get some feedback and just understand, what they would like to see there, and we could explain to them what we're proposing. And if we have to tweak it a little bit, we will. We're very welcoming to ideas. We're not perfect, and we'll try our best. But at the same time, we have to make sure that it's viable. And I know many of your questions are about financials, and we're very conscious of the viability here. We want to make sure that we build something, that we present something that we can actually build from phase 1 to phase 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, in wrapping it up, the only question that I have is the workforce, the contractors, the residents in the city.
Sure.
How are you addressing that?
I could speak, I think, for me and for Brian. Both of our firms are very committed to local and minority participation. Most, if not all, of our projects in downtown Newark have used at least 40% local and minority workforces. We're very proud of that. It's something that we've done on all of our projects, even before the city requested it. So we feel when we go into a community, you have to respect the community and its workforce. So we might have, and I don't know what we'll do here, but we'll have some sort of job fair prior to the construction, and maybe bring on some interns or mentor some groups. And like Brian has the developers and residents, we do also mentor other developers and other smaller contractors. So we'll bring in our maybe prime contractors and maybe give a subcontract to a smaller growing contractor or subcontractor. So we're very conscious of that. It's very challenging sometimes, but we try our best to not turn our back away on the community that we're coming into. So it is something that we would lean on the city to help with. You know, Trenton is new to us, and we'd like to be respectful, and we'd like to hear what sort of programs the city has and how we could participate in those through training or through fairs or things like that.
Okay. All righty. And that wraps it up for us. We're going into the 8 o'clock
Council
hour.
President?
I would like, Mr. Harrison, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I was waiting. I'll wait until you get a chance to ask questions.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, my question is, you talked about pilots, the long-term tax exemption, correct? The long-term pilots. How many
Yes.
years are we talking about?
For a project like this, we'd look for 30-year tax abatement.
Okay. I also see on here retail, restaurant, and bars. You got around 28,000. What's the breakdown of that? Retail, restaurant, bars. What are you looking at of that? What's going to be the majority of that 28,000 square feet? What's going to be the majority? Is it going to be the bars, restaurants, or is it going to be something retail stores?
It'll be a mix of maker spaces, small retail shops, and a couple of restaurants. We're looking for activity to make sure it's a destination for both the local people who live there and hopefully bring in other people visiting there on nights and weekends. We don't have the breakdown, but we can, as we get further into this design process, and it really is going to be a very iterative, changing program. This is where we're starting. We'll sit with the community and see where everybody's thoughts are, and then we would refine it as needed.
Well, I was grateful to hear that you said about affordable. You had listed 51, and you said that you might be 30%. I think that, like you said, I think the city's looking to do more market rate and mixtures all around the city. And I think overall, especially the Roebling 2 and all the other Roebling buildings the same way. We would like to see the city take more steps moving forward so that we can get more market rate housing.
Yeah, and this is a partnership. I mean, we don't go into a city on a project this size and not partner with the city. I mean, if market rate is what you're pushing for, we could increase the number of market rate units, and obviously we'll have to kind of think of underwriting has to work. But yes, if that's what you're aiming for, we could increase it to 70% market rate and 30% affordable.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And Mrs. Sammer, I just wanted to say to you, there was one thing that I was attracted to in your presentation, and that was keeping the fabric of the city intact. I don't believe in the prefab housing, and I believe that old brick is worth rehabilitating. So you won me over on that point. So
glad to hear. We pride ourselves in our historical restorations. If you've ever come to downtown Newark and you've seen like the Haynes building with Whole Foods, or you've been to Philly and saw Brian's Maker South and North, you'll see that we really pay a lot of attention to keeping a lot of these buildings intact. You can't reproduce old buildings. You just simply can't. Yeah. So the more we can hold on to these older buildings, the more we could celebrate the history of the city, the town, and the neighborhood.
Yes, definitely. So thank you all for coming. We appreciate your presentation, and you can look forward to hearing from us through Mr. Hoffman.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice one.
All right. Mm-hmm. Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Can we move straight into the docket?
Certainly. So I do have those. I have ordinances, and I have a couple resolutions before that for vote, and then those items for those items that you've just mentioned.
All righty.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I have second reading here, an ordinance vacating public rights of a portion of Lombard Alley. Is there any discussion?
It would be for the public. This is a public hearing, so
This
we
is
would
the
have to
second,
open it
second
up.
reading of public hearing.
Yes,
There's no
yes.
discussion from the council, then here.
We
Okay.
go after the residents in the public hearing,
Thank you.
and so we can open it up to the public.
Okay, opening that to the public. Is there any public comment for this particular resolution? I see you. Go on.
Oh, no, I'm not public. Sorry.
Do you see a hand?
I thought I saw a hand, and that hand is no longer, now I see the hand again. Hold on one second. Is this John Guest? Is that a hand?
It's John Endike. Just if you have any questions, I'm a trustee of the St. Mary's Byzantine Catholic Church, and we appreciate your consideration of this resolution. We are prepared to pay market value for the value of that alley. What we needed to do is to expand our park. We have no parking right now. We sold our school and our rectory, put that into productive property tax payable usage, and because it was not feasible for us to maintain it anymore. And we definitely need this parking. I'm 61. I'm probably one of the younger parishioners in my church, and we need this to protect our seniors coming there. It's not always the best in neighborhoods. We've had drug addicts and prostitutes and stuff there, and we think we need this to enhance the safety of our parishioners. So we appreciate your consideration and hope that you will support this ordinance. And I think the market value is $6,000, $6,400, which frankly it's going to be a stretch for us to do it, but we're prepared to pay that.
Okay.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to this ordinance?
There is. I have
Can we
Ms.
put the
Garrett.
ordinance on the screen?
I have Ms. Garrett. I'm not sure whether I can. Hold on one moment.
While you're figuring that out, Ms. Garrett can go
Ms.
ahead.
Garrett.
And be
Hi. Hello?
Yes, go right ahead.
Sherry Garrett, West Ward. I thought this was, this failed. And I thought this was beyond the first reading because I don't recall this even being a first reading. I thought this was just part of the docket, this ordinance, or this is reintroduced as it. I'm a little confused, but anyway, I don't know how this privatizing the alley is going to alleviate issues in that area, because from my understanding, when this was on the docket, there were issues where the public was parking there or utilizing the alley, and now they want to privatize it, and that's going to cause problems in regards to people using that alley probably to get to one area in that, a crossing over, or it's a like a pedestrian fairway in regards to people being able to maneuver in that area. So I'm just a little confused because I thought this was voted on and it failed. And now it's back on as it's a new, an ordinance that's just being introduced for a second reading. I don't recall this being a first reading, and this was last year, was it? Or not even last year, a few months ago? Or was it a whole year that has went by? Does somebody answer that, please?
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, good evening. Adam Cruz, Business Administrator. Madam President, this ordinance was actually placed on the docket back in December. It made it through the first reading, and the council requested that an assessment be done on a property, and that was the holdup. And then, of course, with the holdup of not having a clerk for a little while, it fell off the radar, and we then proceeded to place it back on the docket, once we realized that it had not had a second reading. So this is why it's in front of you. Another comment that Ms. Garrett made is that there are people driving and parking in the alleyway. It is impossible to drive into the alleyway because the alleyway is actually at the opening is 5 foot wide. It goes for 150 feet, being 5 feet, and then it opens up to 10 feet for an additional 125 feet. So there is no parking going on right now in the alley, but it is it is a heaven for prostitution, drug abuse, and illegal dumping that is taking place in that area. And that is why it will be more beneficial for the city just to move away from owning this alley and be properly maintained to avoid these type of activities in that area. Thank you, Madam President.
Alrighty, so the next speaker, Mr. Garcia.
Certainly, I have Stephanie.
So Stephanie, give us her full name and her address.
Yes, my name is Stephanie Hennessy. I am a parishioner of St. Mary's Byzantine Catholic Church, and I concur with the statements that were made by Mr. John Indike. However, I would like to add that we are actively attempting to maintain the area in the way of, landscaping and what have you. But if this parking area is afforded to us, this vacating of this Lombard Alley by the council, we would be able to increase the area positively, in a positive way, as the gentleman just indicated, Mr. Cruz, I believe his name was, indicated. We will be able to maintain that area in a more positive and beneficial way for the neighborhood as well as our own church. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other hands? Is there anyone on the phone lines?
Anyone from the phone lines? I see no other hands. I see another hand from Ms. Horn.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can.
Mary Horn, Trenton. Yes, I would just like to say it's a win-win for the city. If the church wants to acquire that alley and maintain it, that's well. And also, the city would receive some type of compensation for that egress. So I think it's a win-win, and everyone benefits from it. And that's all I have to say to that. And I'm glad we came to some kind of compromise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more hands? Show of hands.
Any others from the phone lines?
Seeing no one else, I would move to close the public portion of this ordinance.
Second.
All say aye.
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 Is there any opposed?
Aye.
None opposed?
We will take it to the vote.
Okay. To a vote? Okay. Roll call, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, but before I vote, could you
Did I
explain
hear a vote,
what
or
was
did I hear?
I need to see the actual cost on the ordinance. Could you scroll it up?
Sam, can I get that scrolled up? Thank you. Further, please.
Up. He's going down.
Oh, excuse me.
Or down, I'm sorry. Yeah, whatever.
It appeared that's what we were.
I just want to see what they're approving, how much they're approving for this.
Oh, okay.
I don't see it on there.
Go back up to the heading of the ordinances. It has to be in here. No.
Yeah, it doesn't state.
There's no price here.
Well, not again.
Madam President, if I may, this is actually an ordinance to vacate the property. There will be another ordinance in front of council for the sale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because this is just
to
a vacate. This is just vacating the property.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes, you're welcome.
Wait a minute. So I'm a little confused here.
And I vote
Because,
yes, I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm a little confused here. So we're vacating the property and we're vacating it to them. Why isn't the price attached to it? That's can you explain that to me, Mr. Cruz?
Because all the documents are going to be attached to the ordinance that is actually conveying ownership of the land to the church.
Well, that's not an ordinance, it's a resolution, correct?
Ordinance.
It's the sale of the
No,
property.
it's a resolution.
It's a resolution,
Yeah.
right, Mr. Cruz?
Yes.
Right. Okay, understood.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll
Okay.
continue.
Thank you.
The public comment was closed. Is there any additional comment from the council?
We had taken it to the vote for.
No, we have somebody is asking, raise their hand. John.
The public portion is closed.
Oh,
We had already went into the vote.
Yeah, I lowered that hand previously. Okay, so we're at the point of vote then?
Yes, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson had already placed her vote on the record.
Can I get that
No, I
vote?
voted yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Thank you. Next on our docket is the resolution 22257, resolution appointing Tanzania Green to the Trenton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners.
So move.
That was moved by Ms. Vaughn.
A second.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
No.
Mr. Michelle,
No.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 22258, a resolution censuring Councilman George Mushal and urging that he immediately resign from office. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Yes?
I just wanted to debate.
Is there discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is a resolution to censor my colleague, Councilman George Michel, for an action that took place, actually, two actions, behavior, and he exhibited behavior that certainly is unbecoming of a elected official or anyone representing the city of Trenton. I would like the resolution and the complaint or the charges to be read on the record, Council President. Oh my God. Council President McBride, if the clerk, or if I can be permitted to read into a record, I would like to do so.
Since you have the floor, you can read the resolution.
Can someone put the resolution up, please?
Sam, can I get resolution 22258.
And before I read it, I would like to share just a sound bite with the public. If I'm permitted to do so, Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here. See if I can get it up. Can all see my screen?
Now we can.
Okay, very good. I'm just going to play this audio.
Nothing is playing.
Is that playing for you? Humbly, Miss Vaughn, is that playing for you?
Yeah, yes, it's playing.
Okay, we're unable to hear that.
Okay, 1 second.
I'm getting a message from IT here. Give me 1 second to read this from Sam. This is regarding the same item.
Okay, so you can't hear it?
She won't be. It says here she won't be able to stream her audio. She needs to put it on a speaker for her mic to pick up. You'll have to pick it up for your microphone. Will have to be loud enough for us to hear. I see here from Kamalsville, audio files will not play via Teams. So via sharing it won't work, but you'll have if there's audio. So I'm getting a message here to do it over on a phone.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
I will not play that, but I will not need now to. I'll just read the resolution. Can you please put the resolution back up on the screen?
Sam, can we get 258 back up?
Okay, resolution censoring Councilman George Michel and urging that he immediately resign from his office. Whereas Trenton City Councilman George Michel has made disparaging, denigrating, and undermining remarks in the media about Black women leadership in the Trenton Police Department. And whereas Councilman Michel has utilized the power and influence of his office to interfere with the internal management of the Trenton Police Department. And whereas said remarks and conduct are outside the scope of his statutory duties in violation of applicable law and have generated confusion among the employees of a city government department that's primarily responsible for the safety of the citizens of Trenton, including a quote that aired by WBCB 1490 radio on May 17, 2021, that, quote, the rank and file do not respect her and they don't listen to her when she directs them to walk the street. And whereas, unquote, and whereas it was recently reported in the media that on July 25th, 2021, Councilman Michaud was involved in an incident with Trenton police officers with a body-worn camera video footage showing that he refused officers' demands to put down a handgun he was holding and falsely stated that I'm a cop, and also identified himself as a councilman seeking to utilize his position his elected position to obtain courtesy from the officers at the scene. And whereas such remarks, action, and conduct are unbecoming of a council person who is elected to represent the diverse demographics of Trenton in a lawful and ethical manner, and rendered him unfit to hold such office. Now, it is therefore resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that Councilman Michel be and hereby is censored for his abhorrent disregard of the proper discharge and dignity of his position. And it is further resolved that Councilman George Michel is urged to immediately resign his seat in the best interest of the City of Trenton and its residents. And it's further resolved that this resolution shall take effect pursuant to the law. Now, I just want to say, can I continue on, Council President, just with a few comments?
Just make it brief. We have a
Yeah,
long
I
line.
just want to say that in the light of national conversation in the media about gun violence, and particularly in the City of Trenton and in urban areas like Trenton, and our concern around lethal force that law enforcement, that police officers have applied to citizens who are perceived or believed to have a weapon or carrying a gun. When law enforcement used lethal force, victims were across the nation are majority white, 52%, but disproportionately are Black, that are 32%, with a fatality rate. These are Black men, have a fatality rate of 2.8 times higher among Blacks than whites. Most victims were reported to be armed 83% of the time. However, Black victims were more likely to be unarmed, 14%, than white and or Hispanic and Hispanic victims of lethal force by policemen who believe that there was, probable cause or that they were carrying a weapon or a cell phone or whatever. So on that evening, George Michel clearly was non-compliant. He did not comply with the police officer's orders to put down his gun. Okay? So he was given all the due process. His civil rights were not violated. He did not receive a judge, jury, and execution type application or response from the police officer who he encountered in a driveway with his shirt off, touting a gun, and then told the police officer, "I'm going back to my house." He was unhindered. There was never a police report filed, at least not to the council's knowledge. He was never arrested. He was allowed to go home unharmed, unhindered, and he didn't comply. And we see every day in this country, disproportionately, as the Wall Street Journal's reporting, Black men coming down, doing nothing, don't even have a weapon, and are shot dead. Shot dead, if not maimed, which happened to Juwan Henderson, who had no weapon, was doing nothing, and he didn't comply. George didn't comply. George Michel didn't comply boldly, and then fraudulently said that he was a cop. He's not a cop. And then used his political office to get a pass from law enforcement by saying, "I'm Councilman Michel," and said, "I'm going home," after he touted his weapon, and it was not concealed. So the Trenton Police Department, those police officers have a lot to answer for. So I would expect that I don't have the powers to charge George Michel, but clearly he needs to be investigated and he needs to be brought to justice. And I'm counting on Director Wilson and Prosecutor Honorfree to do the right thing.
Councilwoman,
To do
you
the
have to
right
wrap it
thing,
up.
and I will say, to do the right thing, and I will say mainly that our council should send a message to our community that this type of behavior will not be tolerated by any of our members. Robin Vaughn cannot go walk around with her weapon. I have a permit. I'm told I can use it only in my home if I'm felt threatened. If I walked out of this house with my gun, I can't imagine. And because of the color of my skin, I will be shot down. Okay? So George Michel, at a minimum, since the prosecutor's not going to charge you, and since Police Director Wilson is not going to charge you, then this council, you need to do the right thing and resign before anybody have to be forced to continue to give you the pass that you're not entitled to and you certainly do not deserve. You broke the law and you need to be held accountable. And I'm going to make sure, I'm hoping all my council members do the right thing and ensure that happens and do not give him a pass. And if any of my council members choose to give this man a pass and allow him to not be held accountable, then the citizens of this city should do the right thing and ensure that you will never get their vote in office. Because wait a minute, I just want to say one more thing. As long as 95% of the people who are black and brown in the community don't get a pass, get shot down or maimed, then George Michel, at a minimum, needs to step down from his seat. Thank you, Council President.
Is there anybody else that would like to make a statement?
Yes,
Council President.
I would like to make a statement.
I'm going to let Mr. Harrison go, and then you can
go ahead,
go.
Mr. Harrison. Okay.
No, go ahead, Ms. Wilkins.
I'm the chair. Go ahead, Mr. Harrison. You have the floor.
Well, first of all, if anybody had listened to the budget meeting on Tuesday night and the complete chaos that happened on Tuesday night, and here we are, this is the same person that's made all kind of anti-Semitic, racist, homophobic comments all over the place. But now she's here and making up what? Where is this thing that somebody, I mean, originally the story was that the councilman, she had a constituent showing him waving the gun around. Well, that wasn't the case. So at the end of the day, it's just, again, the same person that causes our meetings to go 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning is now here talking about accountability. Go back and listen to Tuesday night's meeting, and you want to talk about accountability? That was complete chaos. Screaming, yelling, calling people's names, attacking the DCA, attacking different colleagues. But now here you are taking the high road, talking about he should be held accountable. I'm thinking my colleague maybe should be looking in the mirror. I mean, come on, are you kidding me? Every meeting, a director, a constituent, a council member is getting attacked by her over and over again. But this is ridiculous. But this is what blows my mind, that at the end of the day, isn't there litigation? West Bridges, are you there?
Council President, may I?
No, you may not. He has the floor. If he's making a statement, he needs to
ongoing
make
litigation. But at the end of the day, it seems like my colleagues wants to grandstand. She has, if you read into this to hear, she's making all these kind of assumptions. She's attacking. I'm guessing she's not remembering every meeting that we have, either budget meeting or council meeting. She's doing all kind of crazy stuff, attacking everybody under the sun. And I don't know where in here it says anything that Mr. Michel made anything regarding race. Nothing. But that's what she keeps implying. So it's an embarrassment, because this is what we call grandstanding And at the end of the day, should we be more concerned about getting the budget, start getting these development projects, getting the kids quality education, instead of doing this again? Tuesday night was a prime example. Please go back. If anybody, go look to the budget meeting on Tuesday night, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes, I'm going to be brief, Council President. I realize that, the meeting may be long, but I just wanted to state that as council members, any of us, we're held to a higher standard as elected officials. We are such as ambassadors of the city, and our conduct has to be of such. When the residents elected us as officials to represent them, we not only represent them, we represent ourselves. Whatever the outcome of this situation is tonight, we must all follow the law. If there is a law broken, we must be held accountable to the law. With our titles and with our positions come a level of respect, there's influence. And when the councilman stated who he was, and he took the stance to state, I am your councilman, Councilman Mushaw. At that point in that time, he was held to the law. It is on video, it is in print. There's nothing that we can negate with regards to that. So like I said, whatever the outcome is, we must adhere and follow rules just like the average person walking around, just like the average citizen in the city of Trenton, just like the average resident. Unfortunately, the same thing didn't apply to Mr. Juwan Henderson. He didn't have a weapon. He wasn't touting a weapon. But Mr. Juwan Henderson was shot in a vehicle. So I say we must adhere to the law. And what applies to one should apply to all. Thank you, Council President.
Is there any more comments from the council members?
Councilman Michelle.
Yes,
Councilman Michelle.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. First of all, the facts from Mrs. Vaughn are totally wrong. Councilman Michelle heard screams coming from across the street from a neighbor in distress that her house was getting broken into at 10:30 at night. My wife and myself put our clothes on. I put a pair of shorts on, bare-chested, called the radio room, identified myself as a council person, retired police officer, gone out, and I'll be packing my weapon. My wife also went out alongside me with a baseball bat because this woman was screaming. We could hear her coming through the walls. When we went over there was no police officers there. She said she called 911 and they did not respond at that time. Upon their arrival, they didn't know who I was because they did not read the screen proceeding to that location. Would clearly say you have a councilman out there who's allowed to carry a gun, qualified with all the guns, going out to protect this woman. This was never, ever put out to them. They didn't read the screens. One of the officers came up and said, put your gun down. I identified myself, and I said, I'm not putting my gun down. I said, by the way, you need a flashlight to go in the back. They did not have a flashlight, which I did have. They checked the area out, and at that time, one of the officers came up. He said, Councilman, we made a mistake. Go back into your house, which we did. Not like Mrs. Vaughn said. If you or anyone else that's listening tonight. And I had to go out to assist you in any way when you called for help, in any way, and I was there, I would respond because you'd be the last one to be there when somebody's sticking a knife in your back like they're doing in Philadelphia and nobody responds. I respond. I got the credentials to respond, and I will continue to respond and do what I was trained to do for 40 years as a police officer. I'm not even supposed to be talking about that because there is a suit in there, lawsuit in there, and it would be involving Vaughn with all her lies and everything else that's gone down. They were advised not to bring this up. Not to bring this up. The council president, along with Mrs. Vaughn, were told by both attorneys, Mr. Clogy and Mr. West Bridges, do not bring this up. But I'm not going to be beat up here by this person that makes a joke out of council for the last 4 years. 4 years. And anybody listening on council knows what I'm talking about. She does not belong on council. But I'm sure if somebody was raping her, she'd want Councilman Michelle right behind her, taking that person out. This is enough. It is BS from this administration. You got to be tired of it. Over and over and over you hear this. I wasn't on the last 2 meetings, but I heard enough of everybody complaining about how it was out of control because of Vaughn. Now, you have no control of Vaughn. That's up to you, Council President. But I thank you for the time I spoke. Thank you very much. And for everybody else, I'll be there to protect you if ever needed. I will respond. That's my job. Thank you.
Council President?
No, we're not going to do that.
No, I'm just saying, Brandon has the tape. He's ready to play it. That's all.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
No, Brandon can play it.
It's over. Garcia. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
I'll need the direction from.
Just bring up the email and just put the
If
link.
it's the will of the county, if that's what I'm being directed to do, I'm going to give this to.
Yes, I am the chair, and I said go ahead and play it. She tried to get it on, and she wasn't allowed the opportunity.
All right, if you wish, Madam President, I'm sending this to IC. Stand by one moment. Sam, you got speakers there?
Let's play our
Okay, hold on a
homophobic.
second.
Let's play the homophobic one with Robin Vaughn. Let's play that one.
Mr. Michelle, Councilman Michelle, you are going to have to ask your wife not to interfere with the council meetings. She's already interfered with the executive session.
That's a lie. All
This is
you
waiting
liar.
for this.
You're not our council president. That's
All right.
funny. Waste more time. Okay. More time waste. There we go.
Mr. Garcia, are you prepared to play it or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody can hear that right now?
No.
Oh, hold on one moment then. Give me one moment. I've got it on I'm literally playing it on speaker right now. I thought everybody was able to hear that. Give me 1 second. Hang on one moment. And I can't get this to play through my speakers. Is there something that I need to do? Can you give me instructions here?
No, it should work. I mean, I played the Jerron Henderson tape fine, so I don't understand why this is not working. But is Mr. Backler, the IT staff there that can play it?
No, so
That's what
listen,
I'm asking him now.
Well, all right, so we can move on, but I'm surprised that the IT staff can't play audio.
Give me 1 second here. I'm getting a message, says Teams is not allowed to play audio. Sam he says, I'm not sure why the speakers aren't picking it up. Hold on 1 moment.
But it was able to do the Jerron Henderson tape.
It could be something, me being a novice at technology here. I'm just trying my best to get this to play. I've got it up on one screen and I'm hitting the play button, but if you guys aren't able to hear,
are you sharing it though? You're not sharing it.
hang on. I'm not sure why the speaker, I should be able to play it independently and you should be able to hear it through my mic.
But you should share it.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Sure, if we could disable chat in the meeting when the meeting is created, maybe it's setting. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find out how I do this.
It's okay. I thought the IT guy was there. He's not?
He is. He's actually trying to tell me what to do, but I'm just, you know, I can see him typing, but I'm just waiting for his message. Hold on 1 second.
But he should be able to remote in and to help you.
That's what he's doing now. He's remoting in, and it looks like he's taking over my computer so that we're able to make this happen, to do this. All right, I'm hands off right now. This is Sam working. Yes, Sam.
Okay, so Mr. Garcia, we have a big docket, and I need to push through this docket. So if he gets it before I'm finished my statement, and then you can play it. If not, we're going to have to move on. So I would just like to speak to this resolution. We know that the resolution has to have 4 votes to pass. And I just want to, there was about maybe 2 years ago, one of my council members was in an accident. And I don't even think it was their fault, but 3 months after the accident, the newspapers plastered all over the newspapers, all over the media, that my colleague was intoxicated. They found a Vlas in her glove compartment, and just tried to disparage her in every way they could from an accident. Here it is. We have a councilman wielding a gun, acting like a vigilante in 2022. And I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to be done with it. If I walk outside to help my neighbor, my son, or my daughter with a gun under any circumstances, my family would be crying over my dead body.
They don't understand.
Period. 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 Jerron Henderson didn't comply. That's what the councilman said when we riced Mr. Wilson. You don't know what you're talking about. Jawan Henderson didn't comply. Well, in the tape, the officer said, lower your gun. And he didn't comply. Jawan Henderson is paralyzed without a weapon. So it's not for me, but it is for the Attorney General and for the prosecutor to do an investigation and render a decision. Because there's no way any person of color that's on this line would be standing or sitting listening to this conversation had they did the exact same thing. And that's all I want to say to the matter. The prosecutor and the Attorney General needs to do their job because the police never even reported it. They never even reported it until the neighbors came back and start saying what had occurred. They acted as if it had never happened. And that's all I want to say. And Mr. Garcia, you can move to the vote because it is clear, even in 2022, there are two sets of rules here. And let's not be mistaken about that. You can go to the vote. Mr. Garcia, unmute yourself and you
My
can go to the
apologies
vote.
again. To the vote. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson?
No.
Mr. Harrison?
No.
Mr. Michelle?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
I have 3-3.
You may
Council
continue with
President?
the dot.
It
Okay.
failed.
Council President?
It failed, correct.
Right. Council President, can I ask you? Council President?
No, we're moving on
Council
with the
President?
docket.
Well, I just want to
Continue,
know.
Mr.
Councilman
continue,
Michelle's
Mr.
the reason why you
Garcia.
got elected city council, but you forget that.
All right, I have to. I'm gonna move on if that's the will of that's the will of council. Okay. We are at Department of Administration. I have I have items that and Mr. Bridges, keep me honest here. I have items for
Does the North Jersey Wastewater Cooperative, who are they and what do they do? So, and why is it important for us to be part of a system that's all the way in Newark, New Jersey?
Well, we actually take, I'm sorry,
Yeah, well, I
Councilwoman.
mean, it says the Passaic Valley Sewage Commission serves as the lead agency of the North Jersey Wastewater Cooperative Pricing System. I mean, what other, can I see the other pages? What other entities that are part of this cooperative or part of this agreement?
Yeah, let me see if it has it in as part of the documentation. What they have on the first attachment, it has that this co-op actually has manufacturers. Smith and Blair Materials, U.S. Pipe Ductile Ironwork Cement Line Pipes, U.S. Pipe Ductile Ironwork Cement Line Fittings, Type K Soft Copper Water Service Fittings, 60 feet coils, and many more. Let me see if we have the list of entities that are part of this co-op.
Passaic, because I'm looking online, Passaic Valley, this is part of.
The Passaic Valley is just a lead agency for everyone wishing to buy from these manufacturers. It could be anybody. It could be the city of Trenton as the lead agency. What they do is that they take on the procurement process for everyone to join in once the procurement is completed.
But we leverage the state, and we are, I mean, we are a public water utility and sewage utility.
Right.
And this particular sewage commission, this is a sewage commission, and it serves residents of Bergen County, Essex County, Hudson County, Ewing County, and Passaic County. Where does Mercer County fit into this?
Well, the
fact. All right. So my understanding of agreements, right? You want to make sure that it benefits Trenton, And yes, Trenton has one of the largest public water utilities in the state. Okay, and we are unique because we have a customer base. Many of these other municipalities may have a public water utility, but they don't serve. They only serve themselves. They don't serve customers. So we are one of the largest public ones that have customers. So I don't understand why would we want an agreement with a government entity or a commission that only really service Bergen County, Essex County, Hudson County, Union County, and Passaic County in North Jersey. I think they benefit from us being part of the agreement, rather us benefiting from them. Everybody wants to get a piece of Trenton revenues. So I just want to be cautioned. We don't need to be part of this agreement. Maybe have a good. I don't see what the benefits are. We do the fair and open process. If we're going to enter into an agreement like this, we should enter into agreement with other counties that are contiguous to our Mercer County, like Burlington County, Hunterdon County, etc. So Somerset County. I don't understand why we going up to Bergen when it's going to unite with Bergen, Essex, Hudson, Union, and Passaic. I have my suspicion, okay, but I'm not going to put them out there because then the mayor's going to call me grassy knoll. But my suspicions have become very valid over the past couple of months. So I'm being grassy nose, all right. I'm going to continue to be grassy nose, and this is a bullshit agreement. And Trenton and Mercer County, we don't need to be a part of it. Let's just stick to our own and the rivers and lakes that we know. Stick to the rivers and lakes that we know that are along here in the Delaware. So we don't need to be going up to North Jersey. I don't know what's going on, Mr. Cruz and Mayor Gussior, but we don't need to be going all the way up there. Let's stick to the counties that are in our contiguous border. And let's go to the state contracting system. I won't be voting for this. Thank you.
Madam President, I have the list of the members. I have the list of the members of the Passaic Valley that make up this co-op. Atlantic County Utilities Authority, Egg Harbor Township, Bergen County, Northwest Bergen, Borough of Fairlawn, Village of Ridgewood, Borough of Lodi, Borough of Old Tappan, Borough of Elmwood Park, Borough of Glenrock, Cinnaminson Sewage Commission, Borough of Linwood, Camden County Municipal Utilities Authority, Pennsauken Sewage Authority, Cape May County Municipal Utilities Authority, Borough of Stone Harbor, Borough of Wildwood Crest, Cumberland County Utilities Authority, Landis, Township of Verona, Township of Melbourne, Township of Livingston, Township of Nutley, East Orange Water Commission, Township of South Orange, Logan Township, Secaucus, North Bergen, Jersey City, Kearney, Reddington, Township of Reddington, Hackettstown, Raritan Township, Hackettstown, Stony Brook Regional Sewage, Borough of Pennington, East Windsor Utilities Authority, Borough of Sayreville. There are like 2 more pages if that I can maybe share with the council if that is what they wish, but it's 2 more long pages that I can continue reading if that's what you wish me to do. But it's clear that it's not just for North Bergen, it actually covered the entire state of New Jersey, and the reason why it's done that way is so that we can take benefit. I mean, if you have all these municipalities or utilities purchasing from these people, you definitely benefit from getting better pricing than just going out alone.
So, Mr. Cruz, the thing that I had mentioned to you at the beginning of my statement was that it always appears as though you want to take the bidding process away from the companies that sell the same equipment, can offer us the same merchandise. It appears that that this is a way to just squeeze them out, and I'm not so much worried about squeezing them out if it was the benefit for Trenton. But you say the grant writer got us 11 million. We're doing all of these things to save money, but all the above and the city doesn't reflect that. The city doesn't reflect the 11 million that we got out the grant writers. The city don't reflect all the savings that you said, that you state that we're doing or we're saving. It's not reflected in the city. Just get in your car. You moved into Hiltonian, get in your car. Ride around. The city does not reflect any savings at all. I mean, I just, so if you want to take the bidding process out of the city and don't allow for companies to bid is one thing, but don't keep touting how much we're saving when the residents doesn't see it, and when the city is not benefiting from it at all. No one sees the benefit here. So that's all I have to say. Mr. Garcia, you could go to the vote, please.
Council President?
No, let him go to the vote.
No, I just want to make one point. Could I just make one point? Just one point. It's in the whereas clause.
Go right ahead.
So in the whereas clause, it clearly states that it's a North Jersey wastewater cooperative, North Jersey. If anybody goes to the website and look it up, none of those South Jersey organizations are part of this system, at least not on their website. That's all I'm going to say. It says North Jersey, clearly states on the Passaic County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Garcia, please go to the vote.
Okay. Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Mushaw.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Ms. Wilkins.
No.
Ms. McBride.
No.
Motion failed. Next resolution, Resolution 22-264, resolution authorizing the city of Trenton to issue tax refunds totaling $19,492.53 on 20 properties.
Screen. You have to put it on the screen, sir.
Okay. Sam, I'm on 264. Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, Council President.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just curious. I see they say duplicate payments, and I'm just confused with this. It gives companies, but it really doesn't give any detail. I mean, not that I wouldn't want to, support giving people their money back. I do, but it just doesn't give a lot of detail with regards to how it occurred, erroneous payments and duplicate payments. I'm just confused with this one. That's all I wanted to say.
Council President?
I was confused.
So what I'm concerned about is that, okay, they sent these payments, refund to whom? Refund to the LLC that's holding the lien? or refund to the resident that, the underlying, a property owner? Mr. Cruz, is it to the underlying property owner, or is it the company that's holding the lien?
Madam President,
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
the refund is being given to the company that makes the payment.
The company
So
that makes
if Group NJ LLC made the payment goes back to Group NJ LLC. And most of the times, Councilwoman Wilkins, this actually occurs when companies actually tend to, their offices may be sending a payment and then they don't realize that they had done that payment, and then they go ahead and they cut another check or do another electronic transaction, and that's how it comes to being a duplicate payment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cruz. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion?
You may take it to the vote.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 22-265, resolution authorizing the use of an estimated tax levy for the purposes of issuing 2022 third quarter tax bills. August, parentheses, $31,457,122.80. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-266, resolution authorizing emergency appropriations to the county year, calendar year 2022 temporary budgets of the city of Trenton current fund. I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Okay. $46,970,773.32. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Is there a second? Or did I not hear the second?
Who moved it? I moved it.
Oh, okay. I heard two so moved. So I'm going to I'll yield to Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by Mr. Harrison. Is that all right?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Ms. Wilkins.
No.
Ms. McBride.
No.
Motion failed. Resolution 2022-267, resolution authorizing emergency appropriations to the calendar year 2022 temporary utilities budgets of the city of Trenton, $19,011,462.64. Is there a motion?
So moved.
2022-267.
Come on, keep showing the screen. What's going on here?
Motion.
We can't see.
I hear a motion and I heard a second. Sam, can I get that resolution up?
Yeah, I have put two down.
I'm on 267, sir.
I mean, we got a bunch of amateurs in the IT department.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none.
Or can you
roll
show
call.
the whole? You can't see the darn resolution. Like, can you maximize it? It's on. You got it minimized. First of all, can you maximize it? Can you maximize the?
It looks like he's attempting to. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Ms. Wilkins,
No.
Ms. McBride,
No.
motion failed. Okay, resolution 2022-269, resolution authorizing settlement of a civil action in the matter of Milton Barber v. City of Trenton in the total amount of $6,000. Is there a motion?
We can't
So
even
moved.
see the screen.
We need
I'm
to
not
see
sure
the
what I
whole
can do
resolution.
about that.
Maybe he should
Yeah.
put it on 80%, maybe?
Okay.
Mr. Garcia, tell him to
Sam, can I get that put to about 80%?
75.
You
Put it
can?
on 75. See if we can put it on 75. Yeah. Because I
That's
think it's
better.
showing,
There it
yes, showing the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Certainly. Is
So
there
moved.
thank you. Thank you. Is there a second?
That was Council President McBride.
I recognize the voice. Thank you, Ms. McBride.
Second, Mr. Garcia, second. Ms.
Thank you.
Wilkins. Well,
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-70. Resolution authorizing the payment of $70,000 to the law offices of Renaud Di Papolonio, LLC, for services rendered for a general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.5 at SEC. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll yield with Ms. McBride. The second comes from, who was the second?
Councilwoman Wilson.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Is there any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, roll call. I'm sorry, is there? Thank you. Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
No.
Mr. Michelle?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-271, resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Weiner Group LLP to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 1944A-20.5 at SEC for a period of 1 year from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $60,000. RFP 2022-16.
Who is this law firm? Council President? Oh, so move.
Yes.
Okay, moved by Ms. Vaughn.
Do we have a first?
Is there a
Do we have
second?
I'll second.
Second.
I'll second, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yes,
Yeah.
the Weiner Law Group, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson had her hand up first, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a question on the period, the January 22 to December 31st. Why is this so late?
This is a Council President, may I?
Yes.
This is a firm that was assigned 2 companion matters in 2021. They were have been working on that matter. Those matters are continuing. Unbeknownst to me, they were not awarded a contract back in January. However, they were doing work on those 2 companion cases for fiscal year 2021. Once that was identified that they had those cases, that they're working on those cases, we reissued another RFP because we did not have letters at the time agreeing to hold a price. Therefore, that RFP was stale. So for this firm, as well as the firm that's going to come up, the contracts are simply for them to finish, in this instance, 2 matters that they are working on that should be coming to a conclusion, hopefully by the end of the fiscal year. But we nevertheless had to go through the proper formalities of issuing the RFP and awarding them the contract through the RFP under the procurement law. So that's why they're before you at this point in time. And similar to all the firms that are here, they were doing work from fiscal year 2021 through this year, including January. So in order to properly capture those, we had to list it as to the dates that they were doing actual work and dates that they're going to be providing invoices.
So Director, do we have an intern or someone who is working to check these dates of these contracts to make sure that they come in a timely manner?
No, we really don't need an intern. I mean, unfortunately, all of our firms were awarded contracts after the January time period. I believe it was in March or April that we awarded them. But again, they were doing work during that January time period. So the contracts must reflect the dates that they're actually doing work, because we can't award, for example, a contract effective today only to turn around to have invoices that go back to January. So that's why the January date is listed in this one as well as the other.
What you're saying is that when they're working, they don't send in invoices on a monthly basis?
Yeah, they send
they hold them up?
Yeah, they send invoice on a monthly basis. We have an electronic billing format. They're audited, and as I said, when it came to my attention that their contract had expired, that they were continuing to work on these the 2 matters in this instance, one in the next instance, we had to take the steps to do the RFP. So that's why they're here now, and that's why
I'm just concerned that it took 6 months to discover that. But thank you.
No, it was somewhat of a surprise to me, but again, I had to take the steps to procure this properly, and hopefully this won't occur again. But this is where we are.
Council President?
Go right ahead. We still have ways to go here.
Oh yeah, so I just want to say that this is concerning, and I don't like to do contracts like this willy-nilly, considering the fiscal position the city of Trenton is in. We haven't passed the budget. We don't know what we're going to be getting from the state. And to come for a law firm that appears to be very familiar with the government processes and how to invoice and et cetera, I just think that this is, again, folks just gaming the system and working around the system. And shame on the Weena Law Group if they're working on stuff for the city of Trenton or any municipality, and then they come in and say 6 months down the road and say, oh yeah, I was still doing some work, but my contract expired. I don't think that's the way you do business under any circumstance, and I don't buy it. Okay, I don't buy that they somehow was doing work and their contract expired, and they woke up one morning 6 months later and say, oh, let me call Trenton up and say, you owe me for work that I've been working on, and I don't have a contract, and can you, renew it or put it in place?
It's actually the same analysis for the firm that you just voted on. They were doing work without a contract during that time period, but they had to do the work to protect.
No, Mr. Renaud does not. Mr. Bridges, you are just beyond. Hey, Council President, he's beyond rude. He's stepping in, he's speaking, and while I'm speaking, okay, I had the floor. So you don't challenge my vote, Mr. Bridges.
Sure, I can.
No, you cannot.
I absolutely can.
No, you cannot.
Mr. Bridges,
if you're giving wrong information, it has to be correct.
I'm not giving wrong information. You're giving wrong information.
Mr. Bridges.
Vote how you want to vote. I gave you the answer.
That's right. I represent the people.
For now.
They elected me, not you. And I didn't vote for you to have that position.
Don't need it.
Your position was a patronage position.
Mr. Bridges.
You're just
Mr.
a planet,
Bridges,
a planet
Councilwoman
plot. That's
Vaughn,
what a planet,
if you're going to
a
speak
potted
to
plant.
if you're going to speak to the resolution,
all right.
please do that.
All right, a potted plant. Rubber stamp. So,
Council President, I will not be responding to Councilman Vaughn's questions or inquiries anymore. I asked
you never
that she,
do anyway.
I asked that she be respectful.
I don't deal with
I
you
asked
on
that she
any
show
level.
proper
So you have
legal.
no right
She's done it
to
again.
show up
I
here
will
and
not.
think
I
you
will
can
not be addressing
tell
any
Point
of Ms.
of
Vaughn's
order.
questions
What is
for the
wrong with you,
balance of
Mr.
the
Bridges?
year.
A point of order here.
It is, Council President, if I may,
Keep
this is
carrying the water of the mayor.
Mr.
for
Keep
the rest of
carrying
the
the
year.
water of the mayor, Mr. Bridges.
All
I don't
right,
deal with
Vaughn,
you
that's
on any
enough.
level, sir.
For the rest
I
of the
would just
year,
like
I
to
will
move
not
to
be
the
talking.
vote.
I will not be giving you
I would
any
like to
advice.
move to
Continue
the
to
vote.
advise
Mr.
the
Bridges,
mayor
you're
like
out
you
of
always
line.
have done.
Councilwoman Vaughn, we're going to move to the
Okay.
vote, Mr.
Yeah,
Garcia.
okay, very good.
because
I'm not voting
no,
for, I'm not voting
let's
for this.
move to the
Thank you
vote.
very much.
Yes, but just move on.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, I'm sorry, your vote?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Wilkins?
Council President, I had a question. I could not get my question to Mr. Bridges. I needed to ask a
And
question.
I don't know if Mr. Bridges is willing to come on and answer
I'm
any
here. I
questions,
don't have
and
a
I
problem
can't
with
have the
Councilwoman
I
back
just
and
have a
forth.
quick question. I just have a very brief question.
Yes,
With this
I
company,
understand that.
okay. I just have a quick question before I decide make my final decision on my vote. With this company, Mr. Bridges, have they been paid since January, or they have been unpaid?
They have not been paid. We had no mechanism to pay them because we do not have a valid contract with them. They have not been paid a dime in 2022.
Okay, I mean, it's not good practice for us to have to vote 6-7 months later. You know, we have to be mindful and be fiscally responsible too. Okay, I just wanted to know. All right, yes. Oh, yes.
And Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-272, resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law office of Ruderman and Roth LLC to provide professional legal services regarding general municipal litigation and other legal matters through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.5 at SEC for the period covering June 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $30,000. RFP 2022-16.
So move.
Second.
Second. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, roll call. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
I'm sorry, which one is this?
This is resolution 2022-272, resolution authorizing the award of contract in the law office.
You went on mute, sir.
Am I back?
I'm sorry, Brandon,
Yes.
did you get my vote? Did you record me as saying no for this resolution?
I didn't, but thank you. I will take your vote now. I'm not sure how I got muted there. Okay. Ms. Wilkins.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. McBride. Am I on mute again?
No, Miss McBride's on mute.
Ms. McBride, are you there?
Yeah, I don't know how I got on mute, but anyways, my vote was yes. I never touched the screen.
Me neither, and I'm not sure exactly what's happening here. I'll take your yes. Motion carried. On to the next resolution. I hope everybody hears me. Resolution 2022-273, resolution authorizing the award of professional legal services contract to Connie Bentley McGee Esquire through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A 20.5, that's second, to provide prosecutorial services for the period covering July 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in Trenton Municipal Court in the amount not to exceed $32,500, RFP 2022-17.
So moved.
Got it. Second?
I second it.
Thank you. Any
I have a
discussion?
question for
Certainly.
Mr. Bridges.
Council President.
Mr. Bridges, the attorneys get 175. Why is it that the prosecutors are getting $215 per hour?
When did that change?
Let me go to the actual resolution. Bear with me.
It's on the screen. If you look up on the screen in the third whereas.
Is that the
I was under the impression that the prosecutors and the attorneys were under that threshold of 175.
Yeah, that's per session, and because of the remote hearings that they're having, there was a need to put in a prep session, i.e., when the municipal court is in person, the prosecutor is able to meet with the individuals. They're able to negotiate certain settlements up front. They're able to meet with the attorneys, if any. Because we are remote, the prosecutors are basically forced to reach out and make telephone calls the day before and the days following up to the meeting. So we had to build in a prep session for them because they don't have that on-site ability to meet with the folks that are appearing before municipal court in real time. They have to actually physically call, leave messages, get emails, and reach out to attorneys and have these discussions and exchange discovery prior to these hearings. So for purposes of prep, we had to build in an amount for the prep session. And I think that's been consistent since the implementation of COVID and the remote hearings that they're having and the remote sessions.
Alrighty, I just needed to know what had changed.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, all the courts are faced with this. What was working remotely during COVID. We even had court cases that we had to attend. Our attorneys, Renaud, Valente, whoever else. So their rates didn't change because they had to do remote sessions. So I don't get this increase in rate, and I don't know when it happens, but the rationale that was just given is absurd. And every lawyer across the state, if not the country, the courts were remote during the pandemic, and their rates stayed the same as you indicated, Council President. So I don't know who boosted this up, and it never even came to the council. So I don't know who made that change, but whoever made it is inappropriate because the council should have been notified in the resolution. 215 increase from 175 to 215 is significant. And who changed that rate unilaterally? It has, that's a serious violation and usurpation of the council. And it should be adjusted because every attorney was challenged by the remote process, particularly in the court system.
Well, he did explain it, Councilwoman. He said this is per session.
Well, again, but still, every attorney had to do a session. What do you think a court is? It's a session, just like we're doing a session remotely. So do we get paid more money because we're doing it remotely? Actually, remotely should reduce the rate. Okay? You don't have to use gas. You don't have to leave your house. Come on now. That should be no increase. And plus, how come we weren't notified by resolution? So you are agreeing that you can just a department head can change a rate without coming to you, the president, and this council?
No, I just said that he was stating that it was because it's a session and they had.
Yeah, but he still, if that were the case, then he should have came to the council. He should have came by the council and give us a resolution beforehand, before just going ahead with it, introducing it into this manner. There's a process. You just don't change the rates.
Hi, Bear. What are you doing?
You just don't, you can't do that. our job, that is just beyond just usurpation of what we're supposed to do. If any changes in rates and salaries, that he's supposed to come to council.
So
nobody got raises because
of Mr. Bridges a question. Mr. Bridges, can I ask you a question?
Yes, Council President.
Yes. Is this the first? Are we voting on this change now, or has this change been in effect for a minute?
This change has been has been in effect for I don't know how long, but the last prosecutors that came before you a month or two ago, this was the same per session rate. And just to dispel any confusion of mixing your attorneys up with the prosecutor's attorneys, the session can go anywhere from 2 to 8 hours. There can be 50 to 100 matters listed per court session in municipal court. That requires the prosecutors to reach out and communicate with all of those folks who are having their hearings to see if there's settlement, to confirm receipt of discovery, to deal with scheduling issues. So this is a 200, and this is the change is 215 per session, which is, anywhere from 50 to 100 matters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bridges. If there's no more questions from any of the council members, Mr. Garcia, you may continue with the vote.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Wilkins?
No.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-274, resolution authorizing the award of professional legal services contract to Christina L. Vasquez, Esquire, through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 1944A20 to 20.5 at SEC to provide prosecutorial services for the period covering July 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 in Trenton Municipal Court in an amount not to exceed $32,500. RFP 2022-22.
So move.
Second.
Mr. Bridges, I have
Council
a
President.
question about, yes, I have a question about the person. Is this the prosecutor that was bought, that came on board back in 2018 and should have gotten advice and consent? Is this the same person? It was Christina Bryant, but this last name is Vasquez. Is this the same?
No, this is not the same person, Council President.
All right, thank you.
And just for the council's benefit, you will recall that we did bring on another prosecutor recently. The reason that we're bringing these two before you today is we actually lost 2 additional prosecutors, so we have to replace those. We put an RFP out for those. They responded, and that's how we identified these 2 individuals to replace the 2 that we've lost.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, you may continue with the vote.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Wait a minute, Council
Yes.
President? Council President?
Yes.
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 Go
Well, who's the chief prosecutor over there? Who's the chief prosecutor over there? And who's the chief municipal prosecutor in the city of Trenton?
Mr. Bridges, can you tell us who the chief prosecutor is in the court system?
Would you like to know who the chief prosecutor is, Council President?
Yes, I would, please.
It's Christina Bryant.
But Council President,
that's
that is the individual.
Yes, that's the individual, Christina Bryant. Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. You may continue with the vote.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
I voted yes.
Okay. Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Wilkins?
No.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-275, resolution authorizing a contract which was awarded through a non-fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 40A11-3 at SEC for Paul Sanders III of the law firm Lum, Drasco, Positano LLC to provide professional legal services regarding redevelopment and local finance board matters in an amount to not to exceed $17,500.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
No.
Hearing none. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
No. No.
Mr. Michelle?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-276, resolution to approve Trenton emergency loan in an amount not to exceed $10,000 to 9th Street Aquatic LLC, DBA Fishbowl Atelier. Somebody can correct me if they like, doing business as. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? If none,
Yeah. I
call.
have a question.
Okay.
They're right ahead. Is that Councilman?
Caldwell Wilson, yes. They originally applied for a $20,000 loan and they were denied due to their credit history. So why are we approving a $10,000 loan for them? Can
Council
someone
President,
answer
may I
that
speak?
for me, Mr. Daniels?
Sure. Council President, may I speak? It has been past
Yes.
practice of the division when loans have been, for credit purposes, denied to assist our local businesses in any way we possibly can. To date, this program has been very successful. Last night I had mentioned, and I would like to reiterate tonight, that over the last 4 years, to include COVID, during a pandemic, we've had some 200 new businesses, and we have been very successful in retaining many of the businesses here in the city of Trenton that we have, largely by efforts, economic efforts like this to keep them afloat, to aid and assist in their rent and also payroll.
Mr. Daniels, that's not where I asked. They were denied the $20,000 loan because of their bad credit history. How do we know they're going to be able to pay that $10,000 back?
Well, you know, it's one of those questions that I would just simply answer it this way. From a past practice perspective on these businesses that have been denied the full $20,000, most of them have, if not already, paid back their loans. So have paid back their loans.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about this one. Have they paid back the loan?
Well, we haven't issued it to them yet, ma'am.
They haven't got the loan yet, but I mean, it concerns me that if they can't afford because of their credit history, which means they never paid their bills, they never paid their credit. It concerns me as to what steps we take to safeguard that $10,000.
I respect that, but I guess what I would just simply say, I would advance this, that, COVID and this loan is pursuant to that has impacted many businesses, many different ways. We had another such business that we were looking to help most recently, and they wanted $10,000, and we were looking to help them, aid and assist them even more. And I believe we're still looking to aid and assist them even more. There are certain parameters that are that still have to be met, and the city always has the legal right to go after these businesses if they should default on the loan.
But because of, but see that, I understand that that's going to cost us legal costs to go after these businesses that default on the loan. And if they have a poor credit history, I need to know how the city is assured that that loan is going to get paid back. We can't fall back in losses. That's what I'm saying, and I'm not really getting an answer to that. But thank you anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, well, we're gonna go through a couple of them here that has the LLC, are asking for the UAZ funds. And if there was another question of another entity that applied, and, this whole concept of businesses and credit scores, I have major concerns about it, and I'm investigating and researching into it. Supposedly, there's the underwriter who makes these decisions, and I'm not sure those criterias are being applied uniformly across each application. I think there's some embedded bias. So, but what my question is about, when you're talking about an LLC and credit scores, okay, I mean, UEZ mission or the objective of those loans is to help businesses stay in it's called urban enterprise zones. And the UEZ money is to help businesses that operate in zones like ours, like inner cities and urban areas, to stay. And usually a credit score should be not the criteria. Okay, the effort and the mission and the objective of the UEZ, this application of credit scores, and if they're applying them so rigidly, then we need to look at that underwriter and get rid of them. Because first of all, when you look at a business for credit, there are other variables that must be considered, and clearly the UEZ money is giving these people some type of deference. Some type of advantage because they're in the enterprise zone. All right, so they're in the enterprise zone. And when you operate in the enterprise zone, there's risk that's associated with that. So that's why, to apply such a rigid criteria to them is just unacceptable. And then the other thing is, or questionable. And the other thing about it is a business in the urban enterprise zone, the urban enterprise zone, where there's so much risk. So we're happy that they're staying and they're surviving, let alone if we start not giving them help because we want to apply a criteria that shouldn't be applied and they shut down, then our whole business district will be blighted and abandoned and boarded up. So I have concerns with that company that's doing these assessments. But I just want to say that when you're assessing a business for a loan, you have to consider not the credit score, unless the person's personal abilities, financial abilities are in question. But really, as an LLC, you're talking about their business. So their business, usually their income tax returns are considered, rather consistent filings. They have consistent revenues. They've been in existence for a long time. So a business that's been in the business for a long time, 30 years, 20 years, over in the city of Trenton, there's no way that they should be denied a loan because they have a low credit score. That is and that business may close down because we didn't give them a UEZ loan. How sad that would be. A travesty. So we better start assessing and getting with that company because it seems like they're incompetent and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So they're not doing their job and they're not doing the job incompetently. So they're incompetent. If they're basing a loan, a business in a UAZ loan, and you're applying a criteria and you're denying them the assistance so they can stay in business in that zone, in that urban zone. So they're not in the business in freaking on Nassau Street in Princeton or operating out of the Short Hills Mall. They're freaking in the urban enterprise zone. And in the city of Trenton, we need to save those businesses. We need to be more liberal with this money here. So I'm going to do some more research as to what this criteria is and what's going on over there at that underwriter organization. I think it's in New Jersey Community Capital. So those people, something wrong with that organization. So the other thing, that's all I want to say for now. But some of these organizations have already received a loan. They were already approved. I see one on here who already got a $20,000 loan. They up for another one. They got one in 2020. Now they get another one. And then some other ones are getting rejected. How's that? How is it that some organization can get back-to-back loans within a year, within 24 months, and others can't even get a dime? So I don't know. So something's wrong here, Mr. Daniels. Something is very wrong here. I see a business on here that has gotten a loan, a UEZ loan, approved in 2020. It received the 20 grand, and they here on the docket again for another 20 grand. And then we're rejecting other business who've been in the business for 20 and 30 years. So, Mr. Daniels, what are you doing? So, Council President, that's all I have to say. But we need to really look into this, Council President. You passed a resolution, Council President, for the HED department to give you a report on these businesses that are getting this UEZ money. And they only gave us a report one time, and that was for 2020. We didn't get the 2021 report, and we didn't get the 2022 report. So, Council President, when are you going to ask for those reports?
We already asked for them, and they should be coming shortly. But I wanted to just say to the public that under the pandemic, a lot of our businesses might have fell short on their credit because their doors were closed. We did not have the sidewalk cafes and almost until the end of when the pandemic was winding down. So a lot of businesses weren't making their annual payments because there was no income coming in. The state of New Jersey was under a state of emergency for all restaurants. You couldn't go inside, and they didn't have any outdoor seating, and for the winter time. So whose credit score wouldn't falter under those type of circumstances? This pandemic was serious and on all fronts. And so to say that a person had bad credit, I just don't get it. That's the whole purpose of the emergency loan. It clearly says emergency loan because a lot of people under the pandemic could not make payments into their businesses, and their businesses were closed. So that doesn't add up. But anyway, Mr.
Council President, may I say something?
Yes, go right,
Okay,
go right ahead.
thank you. It's important to note, and I would be remiss if I didn't advance, that while this loan was determined by underwriting not to be eligible for the 20,000, the underwriting did determine that the business can meet the debt service for the new loan tested against their 2021 operations. So they do have the capacity to pay back the loans. I don't know if that helps answer Councilwoman Marge Caldwell Wilson's answer, but yeah, and you're absolutely right. During COVID.
I mean, if I was some of these businesses, I would really challenge the city, and I would even take it as far as the federal government, because the first part of the UEZ loans ended up being forgivable. They weren't loans. They ended up turning into grants. So if I was these individuals, I would be challenging this whole system that they would make me borrow money and have to pay it back when I was hit by the pandemic. when they allowed other companies to be granted a loan. They took out the emergency loan, and then and then it was turned into a grant. And so that troubles me. You're only giving them 10,000. The other people got 20,000. It turned into a grant. To I mean, the picture to me is just all wrong. Anyways,
Council
Ms.
President?
Wilkins.
Yes,
Yes, Ms.
I just have a
Wilkins.
question. How many UEZ loans are the businesses allowed? Are they unlimited? They can get one every year? What is the process? I'm confused because I'm seeing that there are duplications. How many loans can they get? Or are they eligible to receive? If the maximum is $20,000 and they get 20,000 and then they come back and they get another 20 or another 10, if Mr. Daniels can answer, how many loans are they allowed?
Councilwoman, I believe that once the loan has been paid off, they're eligible. You know, it doesn't expire. They can come back and get another loan. However, I will check to see what the statute reads on that, and I'll get you an answer.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, we can go to the vote, Mr. Garcia.
Okay, hold on.
22-276.
Certainly. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride,
Yes.
motion carried. Resolution 2022-277, resolution to approve a Trenton emergency loan in the amount not to exceed $10,000 to Zamana Enterprises.
Council President, so moved. Second.
Okay.
Council President, may I have the floor?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman.
I'm going to make a suggestion. I'm not happy with the underwriter. I read the guidelines for the UEZ loan, and let me tell you, and I know it's an urban enterprise zone loan, and like you said, the reason I suspect people are coming back for double dipping, if I might say, because I know a couple of organizations. Capital Smiles is one of them. The Eli Dominican Beauty was one of them who had come back for a second loan. I don't know if they paid back the first. I doubt it. In 2020, what I suspect is happening is that they got the waiver as Council President described, and they don't have to pay back the first loan that they took in 2020. And so, of course, they're going to come back for the second loan. So this idea that Mr. Daniels just said that, oh, they paid it back and so they can come back for another one. See, he's stating something, then he says, oh, I got to go back and confirm that that's the case. Well, before he said something like that, he should have never said, he shouldn't put that type of statement out in the universe. But I believe why the reason certain companies are coming back for a second loan, because the government has already waived them and they got it for free. So I would come back too. Come on. But what I'm disappointed about, again, all of these loans that come before us through the UEZ program, if any of these business in that urban enterprise zone come to this city and ask for a loan, none should be denied. None should be denied. We need to do everything possible to ensure that we prop and lift up our businesses so they survive under all circumstances, and particularly if they have longevity and they have shown tax returns that show that they've been in business year after year after year, and they have been opening their doors year after year after year, 10, 20, 30 years. A company like that alone, you look at their tax return, you look at that, the credit score combined should be able to make them will combined. It's not just one variable, the credit score. It's a combination of criteria that will give them the approval. So the the small-mindedness and the credit score, it's like that's the only variable you use when a business has been 30 years. I think a minimum every business, if Mr. Daniels can come back and tell us how many years these businesses have been in Trenton, that would be an incredible criteria to grant them the money on. Okay? So I think going forward with the UEZ program, I want to see how many years the folks been in business in Trenton. And they deserve a measly little $20,000 loan. Come on. So for the years that they've been in business, they deserve that. And to not give it to them because of a credit score, which shouldn't even be, just one variable, reject them is or reduce the amount is just unconscionable. So that nonprofit organization needs to be ashamed. But we need to have them replaced. And maybe taking that process ourselves. So the other thing is, and check on those organizations that are getting, a second loan. And I think everybody's loan should be increased here to 20 grand instead of 10 grand. Everybody should be 10 grand, 20 grand. Every single one of these on this application need to be 20 grand. But the ones that are double dipping, Mr. Daniels should tell us which ones are coming back for a second time. That information should be on here too, or second or third time.
Council President.
Mhm.
Council President, may I speak?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. I don't disagree with Councilwoman Vaughn at all. In fact, it is in the interest of the city, business owners and residents of the city to retain jobs and aid business owners in remaining viable. That's why we're bringing this before the council to approve. So, there's nothing adversarial here. There's no disagreement here with me or anyone in my department. As a matter of fact, I know that Mr. Eric Mayware, who works in economic development, he works very hard with these businesses. Even the ones that do not qualify for the 20,000, we try to get them in programs where they can receive credit counseling. And at some point in time, once their credit has been, look, pandemic hurt a whole lot of people. That's why council passed this $2 million from the for the urban enterprise zone funds that are currently maintained by the city specifically for this. We're here to help, not to harm or hurt. I'm not pointing any fingers. So, we're here to aid and assist our businesses. I think that council president and council should be, and the residents of this city should be very proud that we have businesses here, men and women here in this city who rise every day to live out the American dream. And despite the circumstances that they may have found themselves in during the pandemic, have fought hard to retain their businesses. I'm proud that when you go down on the first Friday, that we have many of these businesses that come out and quite frankly are the fabric of the community. Not only are they businesses, but they're our neighbors and our friends and our families. So I have nothing against any of these businesses. If I had my druthers, sure, I would approve them all at $20,000 each. Councilwoman Vaughn, I have no problem to the extent of reaching out to our law folks and reviewing this underwriting company to assure that the measure, how they're looking at businesses is fair and equitable. I have no problem doing that, and I have no problem complying with what you have asked us to present to you. One of the things that we all get to set at the table of a success and take a little bit from it and be proud of in the city is that from an economic standpoint, in many instances, despite some obstacles, we're doing real well. And I can't wait, and I'll be happy to tender that report to Council President and the Council. Thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. We can continue, Mr. Garcia, with 22-277.
Certainly. Roll call, Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Unmute yourself, Councilwoman.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins.
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-278, resolution to approve a Trenton emergency loan in the amount not to exceed $20,000 to Eli Dominican Beauty Salon, LLC.
Council President? Oh, okay.
Second. Second.
Got it. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Council President, may I have the floor?
Yes.
Now, this is one of the companies that I recognize from the 2020 report that has come back for a second loan, and they received the loan in 2020. So, Mr. Daniels, if you can mark this one and do your research and come back to council and just confirm that they did receive the one in 2020 and whether they paid it back or whether they got that one transitioned to a grant. And whether what the rules are, can they come back for a second loan when there's other companies that are maybe very much in need and got rejected for one criteria, their credit score, wrongly. It shouldn't be just your credit score. It should be other variables in consideration, right? Besides the credit score. And then the other thing I just wanted to say, Council President. So I wanted to say is that, again, longevity. We heard about longevity when we talked about Trentonians working for the city. So we certainly want to use the criteria of longevity for our businesses that are operating in the urban enterprise zone. So if they've been there for 10 plus 20, 30 years, do not deny them a dime based on a credit score. Their longevity themselves proves that they are a viable entity. So I don't know what organization that would deny a business, been in business 30 years and they're 2010 based on a credit score. Something that fluctuates every 3 years. But the fact they have a footprint in the city is enough to give them a loan. So I want that investigated. Yes, I do. And I'm going to get it investigated.
Thank you, Council.
Right? So that's all I got to say about that. And Mr. Daniels, please give me this information.
We may take it to a vote.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson. Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Unmute yourself, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
I already gave my vote. It's a yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins.
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-279, resolution rejecting proposal received for planning, design, and engineering consultant to develop capital improvement plans for the city of Trenton, Department of Housing and Economic Development, per RFP 2022-02B. Sam, can we get that resolution up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did wait for the motion. Excuse me, we need a motion and a second.
I'm looking for a motion. Okay. Is there a
Council
second?
President, the council members should discuss it just before they take their vote, when the vote is on the floor.
No, they discuss it when the second motion is passed. That's the way we've been doing it.
Yeah, but Ms. Vaughn is speaking before she is ready to vote. Before anybody else.
No, I wasn't. No, I did not. I did not.
You spoke right after me.
What are you talking about? I asked for the floor.
After I voted.
It was during the debate. I didn't know. I thought you moved it. Well, that was an error. That was an error, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson. It was an error.
Okay, so we're going to hear from
Like you never
Councilwoman
aired.
Wilkins. We're going to hear from Councilwoman Wilkins. Councilwoman, unmute yourself. Yes.
I just did.
Yeah.
The question is with regards to rejecting this proposal. I'm not understanding why, because initially when they put the request for proposal through, they received no bids. And this is the only company that submitted a proposal on the second round of requesting proposals. And it stated that they want to reject the proposal to go back out to bid again for, I guess, some additional information or different. This is something similar that happened at the last council meeting where we have bids that are open and then the actual proposals that are open or bids that are open and then they're rejected. It's, to me, a valid reason isn't to say, oh, we want to go out and rewrite the request for proposal, rewrite the specs, rewrite or reword this. It's not a good enough reason, because now the same company may bid again and may be underbid, or someone may come with a better bid. I don't think we should be in the practice of doing that. And that's my only concern. If Mr. Daniels would speak and state why is he rejecting the second round of proposals when he received none on the onset, and then he received one proposal that met the specifications based on what they requested.
Council President, may I speak?
Yes, you may.
At the April 14th, 2022 Planning Board voted to deny the sole proposal. Selection committee was actually selected and solicited and created from members of the planning board to review all proposals. The selection committee reviewed the proposal, scored it, and this was their finding result that they recommended to us. So it was not the purview of me or our planners or anyone in the department. It was solely recommended by the planning board. And, you know, pursuant to NJSA 19:44A -20 for ETSEQ, they had the right to do that.
How many, Mr. Daniels, how many members on the planning board? 7?
It's 7, ma'am.
Only 2 reviewed it?
That's who was selected, ma'am.
Okay, so they select two members to review the actual proposal.
I only see one person that rated it.
It's 2.
It was rated by one. The name of the company.
No, it's under the evaluation committee.
It was actually 2. It was 2, ma'am.
It was 2.
It was 2 members of the planning board.
Okay, I see the second sheet. Councilwoman Wilkins, you have your mute button on.
I was done. He answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay. So the question that I had. Did someone say something? Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson?
Yeah, it was me. I was just concerned. Anthony Santoro was one of the reviewers, and he's a city employee.
It's very concerning.
Yeah, city employees, board members too, Mr. Daniels?
The full board ultimately voted to reject. This was just recommendation via the 2 members that was selected to score and to evaluate and score.
So, Mr. Daniels, in the comment section, it says, although the firm and its subcontractors has vast redevelopment and planning expertise, I am not seeing any related to specifically creating a capital improvement plan. But in the sentence before that, it says they have vast redevelopment and planning expertise. Uh, so I'm just not getting the rejection at all, because if they're asking for someone with experience, the company they in their own comment they said that they had vast redevelopment and planning expertise, and so how could you not?
Ma'am, I wish I had the answer that I could give you that. I
I
would
mean,
have no way of knowing
but
what either the committee
some
or
of this
the
stuff need to
full.
be, yes, but some of this stuff need to be questioned, Mr. Daniels, because it's not making sense. You can't tell me a company have vast expertise and then say, but any related, but I am not seeing any related, specifically related to specifically creating a capital improvement plan. That doesn't even add up. It's not, and
Council
that should
President,
have been questioned. Yes, go right ahead.
I want to piggyback off of what Councilwoman Marge Caldwell Wilson said. She said that Anthony Santoro is a city employee. He's a member of the planning board also, Mr. Daniels?
He is pursuant, a member of the city is pursuant to,
Okay. How many
yeah,
members are on the planning board with the city? Do you know, sir? I was just curious.
I don't have that answer right now, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
I think more important is they vote. Do they have the right to vote, or are they just a liaison for the city?
They have voting privileges.
They actually have voting
Yeah,
evaluation privileges. It's more than being a liaison.
yeah, they have voting privileges. It should also be noted that the chair of the planning board directed and chose those two members. Moreover, and I'm looking, there were some concerns about the firm's experience specifically doing capital improvement plans. While the committee may have decided that the firm was an excellent firm and had capacities within the scope of what they do, specifically that went to what we were asking the planning board needed them to do, perhaps their skills were somewhat lacking. And I'm pretty much going far afield, and I'm going to shut up right there, because I would have no way of knowing what the two members were thinking or the full board was thinking when they took the vote.
So let me ask you this. So you might not have the answer. So they put out an RFP twice, and twice this company was the only responders. So and and then you put it, and then you expose the company's bid. You know, like the first time they came and they were rejected, and they were the only bidders, is one thing, but you put it out for a second bid, and they're the only company, and then um, the city says we have to modify um, our scope of work here. This reeks, and it shouldn't, but this reeks. We can move on. Um,
Madam President.
Mr. I'm ready to move on, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes,
you may go to the vote. You may go for the
sir.
vote.
Certainly, Ms. Caldwell Wilson. That a
This is
yes?
very difficult for me because I would really like to have the planning board explain to us how they came to this decision in more detail.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I would like to just table this until the next meeting.
There's a motion on the, are you making a motion, Councilwoman?
Is that a motion on the
Yes.
table? Okay,
Yes, a motion has been made to table. I second.
okay. For that, on the tabling, Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Mushaw,
Yes.
okay. Ms. Vaughn,
Yes to table, yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride,
Yes.
motion carried. It's tabled. Resolution 2022-280, resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the city of Trenton and
Council President, I don't know if you noticed
Yes.
this, but I don't know what's up with this IT support, but I'm not liking it. And it's a disservice to our residents. And I don't know where this person, is working from, but clearly it's remote because it's a delay. Every time they change the screen, it goes dark.
Yes, it's black.
That
it's
shouldn't
black
happen.
now.
Well, no, it's been going off. I just been tolerating it. But since no one else has any expectations around it, I'm going to raise the expectation here.
No, I didn't see it. I
whatever
just seen
group.
it look like this now.
No, it's been like this. Don't ma'am me. You've been doing this all night long, and I told you on the onset. So we got state-of-the-art technology here, Microsoft Teams. There's no way. I don't know where your what your connectivity is and where you're connected from, but you're not where you're supposed to be while supporting this meeting. So you need to get where you need to be and support this meeting, so we don't have a delay. We're paying you sufficient amount of money to support us. We only ask you to do it 4 times a month, or maybe once a month. And you should come with your A game, and you come in here having a delay like we in the 1980s or something.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm.
Fix it. Fix it.
Go right
Okay.
ahead, Mr.
Yes.
Look at this.
Where was I here? Resolution authorizing execution, purchase money, mortgage documents between the city of Trenton and Joseph T. Fishburne and Sherelle Fishburne for the sale and purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $42,750.
So move.
And second it.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll go to a vote.
Wait, I have a discussion. Council.
Okay.
Council President, may I have the
Yes.
Okay, so this particular individual, City of Trenton, Joseph Fishburne, where is he located? Mr. Daniels?
Council President, this is Sally Samuel. Can I answer that question for Councilwoman Vaughn?
No, I asked for Mr. Daniels.
Yeah. Okay, not a problem.
Simple question. I asked Mr. Daniels, where does the individual, where's he domiciled?
Council President, I'm sorry, Council President, may I speak?
Yes, go right ahead.
Through you to Councilwoman Vaughn, if it's okay, I would like to aver to Council Sally Samuels. She would have the extended information. I do not have that information where he hails from. The only thing that I have is that pursuant to the auction that we held on December 7th, 2021, that he bid on the property and he was successful in bidding, and pursuant to Council's Resolution 21-476, he was able to purchase the property vis-a-vis the purchase money mortgage. So
Okay,
to answer specifically where he lives at right now, like is he outside of Trenton? I don't have that information in front of me.
That should be, that's all right, so.
Ms. Samuels,
answer the question.
Yeah. Council President, is it okay that I respond?
Yes,
That I
yes,
provide-
yes. Go ahead, Ms. Samuels.
Thank you so much, Council President. Councilwoman Vaughn, to answer your question, Joseph T. Fishburne and Sherelle Fishburne, they reside currently at 431 Home Avenue in Trenton, New Jersey. They are a husband and wife. They have I think about 4 or 5 lovely children. And Mr. Fishburne's father was actually an employee of the city of Trenton, and he retired. He has since retired. So they have long ties to the city of Trenton.
So the property that they're purchasing is 39 Christoph Avenue?
Yes, Councilwoman. Yes,
So
they're
why
looking to
isn't that,
purchase.
why is that in a header? Why are we changing the format and all the stuff is embedded in paragraphs when we used to have it right in the header? Okay? We used to have it right in the header, Council President. So why is it like we got to dig for this information?
Well, the address that he lives should be included in the whereases, because it was.
Well, again, Council, no, but I'm not asking that. I'm asking why isn't the property that he's buying in the header? Now you know, Council President, it always used to be there, and now all the value, the dollars amounts, just not there anymore.
The dollar amount is there. It's just the location isn't.
Well, I'm just saying the other resolutions, the dollar amount was not there.
Oh,
But
right.
here we go. But what I'm saying is the key data elements are not in the header. Are you not getting what I'm saying, Council President?
I got you clearly. You
Okay, so
but
I'm just saying, as a council, we need that information, Council President. We need that information, Council President. Okay. I'm not asking. I'm telling the
Could we just make sure
administration,
that-
and I'm
could we
telling
just make
that
sure-
yes, we need to do that. Adam Cruz.
Council President,
Yes, Mr.
we can assure that in the header that we are putting the address along with the amount
Thank you.
in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may continue, Mr. Garcia. I have to get used to you, Mr. Garcia.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Sorry, we're at a vote here. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-281, resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the City of Trenton and Anwar Rashid and Hadaya Rashid for the sale and purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $206,100.
Council President, you see this? You see this delay here? This slow response that we're getting?
Yeah, I noticed it.
This is crazy.
So, the actual property isn't in this heading isn't in this one. So the next batch that you bring forward, we'll make sure that we have that there. Mr. Daniels.
Yes, ma'am, I will. I would like to just also note, if you allow me, that this is a significant piece of property that goes back on the tax roll. So in my statement.
So here we go again. I remember this property. I remember this property. We had it on there before we sold it at $229,000. This is what 1413 West State Street, right? Is that what it says, Mr. Daniels? 1413 is kind of grayed out a little bit.
Blurry.
1413 West State Street.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And it's in the amount of $229,000. That's how much it went for at auction?
That's correct.
Okay.
The last time we had the. You may move to the vote, Mr. Garcia?
We have to motion.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson? I'm sorry?
Yes.
We didn't get a motion.
I don't think we did a
I don't believe, no, I don't have one.
I so moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Is there any, well, it seems like there's been discussion. Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes, we can move to.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
Interesting. Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried. Resolution 2022-282, resolution authorizing the application and acceptance of $150,000 award from NJ Department of Community Affairs for the Trenton Office of Returning Citizens.
So
Is there a
moved.
motion?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. I'll
No.
vote. Am I calling a roll call?
Councilwoman, Council President.
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I want to retake a vote on a resolution. And Mr. Koji, how can we do that?
The resolution has been voted on. What is the basis for revisiting it?
Because because there's additional information that I wanted to share with the council that was not shared with us.
You would have to do a motion to reconsider the resolution. That would have to pass, and then it would have to be brought up again based on your information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to, Council President, you will be very interested in this piece.
Is that a motion?
Well, we
Require a motion.
We need to finish this out, Mr. Garcia.
Okay.
And then we'll do our house cleaning item. So,
okay.
We have 22-282
Correct.
in front of us. And do we have a motion?
We had a motion. We had a second. Is there any discussion?
Okay.
If there's none, I'll call the roll.
Yes, call the roll,
Ms.
and then
Caldwell
we'll
Wilson?
go back.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
What is this one?
This is for
This
282.
is the $150,000.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Award
Yes.
for the
Yes.
returning citizens.
Got it.
Yes.
Wilkins?
Yes.
And Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried.
What is your house cleaning
Yes.
item?
The property at 39 Christoph Street.
That's not the young lady's property, is it?
No, but it has a huge lot next to it. It's not just a house. So the assessed value is not what is on that resolution. The assessed value is over, including the lot, is over $100,000.
I'm sorry. Humbly, counsel. Mr. Kaloji, right now, this discussion, do we need a motion for reconsideration prior or?
Did we ever have a motion? The motion has already been acted on. Councilwoman Vaughn said she wanted to revisit it, and I said it would take a motion to reconsider the resolution. If it passes, it could be discussed again. If it doesn't pass, then we move on.
What's the resolution number?
39 Christoph?
Right. Which one is that?
I can't see the screen.
Okay, hold on. Sam, can we go back to the previous resolution? I believe it's 281, right? Is that the one we're talking about?
No, it's
39 Christoph.
It's 280.
280, I think it is.
I'm sorry, 280, Sam. Thank you.
Yes. 280.
My apologies, counsel.
Okay, so, Christoph, this property
So I'd
is
like
next
to,
to a.
they're not only buying a house, they're also buying a lot next to it. It's some land associated with it, which about considerable, a good 2,000 square feet, I believe.
Why isn't that in here?
The assessed value is showing almost over $102,000. So I'd just like to see the appraisal.
We haven't done a motion to reconsider.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Reconsider the resolution. Yeah, that's what we
So
need.
30. So 30. Okay. So so move the motion to.
That's a motion. I'm sorry, that's a motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Is
I
there
need a second.
I second it.
Second. Oh, okay.
Okay. Roll call for the reconsideration. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Harrison?
No.
Mr. Mushaw?
Yes.
Mr. Mushaw?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried.
So Miss Samuels probably need to come to the dais because she needs to explain if there's a lot attached to this property and why wasn't it in the resolution. Miss Samuels?
39 Christoph Street is being assessed at $102,000. So why are we only selling it for $42,000?
Council President,
Yes.
am I allowed to speak? Okay.
Yes, Miss Samuels, please.
Okay, thank you. So this is the one that you just went through, right? For Joseph T. Fishburne and Sherelle Fishburne?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the Fishburnes, yes.
It's my understanding that we're not selling the property that's attached, that we're selling one lot. But, if you would give me like 5 minutes, I can confirm that and then get back to you. Just give me 5 minutes. I'm going to pull it up because I can't really confirm that based on the paperwork.
Well, can you?
Yes, well, you
I'm sorry, Council President. Go ahead.
I was going to tell her to go ahead and look for whatever it was that she needed to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I'll take a look and then I'll come back to you. All
okay,
right?
and then we'll in the meantime, Mr. Garcia, we want to continue. We still have a lot on the agenda. Let's try to get through some of it.
What resolution? Okay, go ahead. What resolution number is the Christoph one? Just for the record, I can't even see it on the screen.
22-280. All right, Mr.
I'm ready, I'm ready.
Garcia, we can go right to 22-283.
Correct. Resolution authorizing the city of Trenton to enter into a lease agreement with the county of Mercer to utilize the food preparation and dining hall areas of 4 City of Trenton senior centers for the implementation of Mercer County Nutrition Project for the Elderly. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none.
You may take it to a vote.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Mushaw?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Okay. Resolution
We want to
2020.
move right on into 22-284.
Moving right along, Resolution 2022-284, resolution authorizing contract awarded to Magic Tuck Construction Company Incorporated to provide plumbing services on 2 mobile office trailers for the Trenton Animal Shelter awarded through Middlesex Educational Services Commission of New Jersey, 20/21/18. Work shall be completed within 30 calendar days from notice to proceed in an amount not to exceed $100,942.95 from prior approved ARP funding. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Roll call. There's no discussion. Roll call. Ms. Caldwell
Oh, I
Wilson?
know, yes, discussion. I have discussion about this one.
Okay.
This is from the ARPA funds?
It said funding adopted on October the 22nd. That's the 200,000 that we gave them.
So, but what are we doing here now?
We're making them
I'm spending 100,000 of them. We're spending 100,000 of the 200,000 that we had allotted the trailers.
I believe it makes the trailers operable, I believe it makes the trailers operable, Council President and Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yeah, it said plumbing.
But it says, I don't get that. It doesn't say that. It's wrong. It says resolution authorizing a contract awarded to Magic Touch, providing it doesn't say what work shall be cleaned within. This is a new contract.
This is the contract to repair the trailer. First, we had given them the money.
No, it's not to repair.
It's to make them operable.
Utilities.
Yeah, it's to make the trailers operable, Council President.
It says to provide plumbing services.
Councilwoman
have to
is
hook up
correct.
the water and the sewage and
Right.
the electric.
Right.
All right,
You have
so
to
it was,
make
it was all right. So it was approved prior. Okay, that's what it says. And so
Right,
now
we approved $200,000.
So why does it take so long to draw down on it? It's almost a year.
Something I can.
Can somebody explain that to me? Is the finance director? I mean, the BA. Why is it that we passed this resolution? This work was supposed to have been done back in October 2021. We're in July 2022, and this company just coming in, drawing down to do the work. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. Can somebody help me out with that?
Dr. Lopez. Dr. Lopez.
Yes, I'm here, Council President. Sure. Absolutely. We've been seeking contracts, vendors to provide plumbing services as well as electrical services, and we've been having difficulty receiving responses to do the amount of work that is needed. And so we finally received this through Magic Touch to do the work. And so it did take us some time. And we're really thankful that we have one to really do the work that is needed, because we have two trailers that need the work done and make it operable, as Councilwoman Sonia Wilkins noted, because we need these two trailers to give us more advanced spacing, work spacing for our employees and volunteers, and do the work that we need to do for the shelter.
So how was the contract awarded?
This is through, I believe you spoke to Business Administrator Adam Cruz earlier about a co-op, the cooperative. This is a contract that is through that same entity. And so they already went through a bidding process, and that's like any other businesses and companies. And so it made it easier for us to allow to provide those services, because it took so long for us to actually find a contract, a vendor to do the work. And we're pressed against time. We had these mobile trailers for so long and really trying to get the work done. And so now we have this contract. We're trying to move forward with it.
I don't understand. If you're in a pool and you're leveraging that pool, you shouldn't have had difficulty finding a contractor.
Because they were saying no. They were saying no to us, Councilwoman Vaughn. And so they were not doing the work. And so we had someone, yes, and we went through quite a few. And Magic Touch was the one that gave us a yes to do the work. And attached to all this, to this resolution, is all the documents and what they identified, what they would be doing and providing. And so we just trying to move forward to get this done. This been held off too long.
Magic Touch with the consortium? They're not with the consortium, right? Magic Touch, because you said the consortium.
They're a state approved vendor, and they already went through the bidding process. And we went through that through our Office of Purchasing and Procurement process.
Doesn't look like you did it. Not for Magic Touch,
We did.
but it doesn't show that here.
They
Where is that?
already went through the bidding process, ma'am. So they're part of the co-op. They're already approved state vendor. So it made it easier for us to go through that entity.
So where's the state contract number? It's not on here. I don't see it. Somebody
you had a whole attachment with the resolution.
But the state contract number should be right in the description. And it should say awarded to a state contract. But it says it's awarded through another company. This doesn't make any sense.
Magic Touch
It's not awarded through it's not awarded through a fair and open process. What are we doing here, Dr. Adele? Dr.
It is
Lopez?
a fair and opening process.
But it doesn't say that.
They're already approved.
It doesn't say. I don't know what it means. No. You got to show us the evidence of that.
It's in the packet that I gave you, Councilwoman Vaughn.
But it's not. I'm telling you, where
the entire packet that
Mr.
that I
Garcia,
provided.
Can you put it up? Because it doesn't say that here at all. You don't even have the state contract number on here.
What is it that we're looking for here? I'm sorry.
It says the contract is awarded without competitive bidding pursuant to NJSA 40A, semicolon 11-12 of the local public contract law. But Councilwoman Vaughn is looking for a contract,
He said it's through the state process. But where's the
Council President?
the contract? Here, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
I believe what it is the state contract, they have them in different areas. What Dr. Lopez is talking about, they have them in Middlesex County, they have them in different counties. If I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking that this agreement is this ESCNJ number 20-21-18. I'm not 100% sure, but if not, I believe that Mr. Garcia probably has all of the attachments, but I don't believe that we have all of the documentation to go with it. The state contract, what it does is it allows the city or any municipality to go out without having to go for a formal RFP or formal bid, because the pricing is already set through them. And I think
understand that, but where's the contract number? Where's the state contract number?
I believe that Mr. Garcia has that.
Council President, if I may jump in on this, there's an attachment to these resolutions.
No.
It references,
where is it?
It references the assigned.
It shouldn't be this hard.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn. I gave Director Bridges the floor, please.
There's an attachment at the resolution I received in my packet. It says attachment D. The state contract number reference is 22-186. The first attachment is the State of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Division of Local Government Services contract request form, and in there it has the contract amount and the assigned and the contract assigned. The next thing is the proposal by Magic Touch with certain pricing, and then there is a letter from Educational Service Commission of New Jersey to Magic Touch advising them of the award of the bid. I don't know if anybody has it. I could put up on the screen. It's also followed by a memorandum.
Sam,
from
can you
Dr.
scroll
Lopez.
downward, please? I'm sorry, Wes, I
There you go.
apologize.
No worries. Thank you for getting that up. I believe the one just prior to that document you have should be the State of New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. It's not there. It's attachment D, but it's in the packet that I have.
Scroll down, Wes, if you can.
If it's still, no, it's not in that packet, but the packet I have is different than what I'm seeing here. Maybe Dr. Lopez can scan that or send that over to the council body tomorrow, the attachments that are on here.
So let us just table this for now. The hour is late. I'm gonna make a motion to table till we get further information, Dr. Lopez, so that this can get done properly, because the trailers need to be fixed. The information should have been there. It's just holding up things and setting us just that much further behind.
Council President, may I ask you, what is it that you're specifically looking for?
She wants the state contract numbers for this actual competitive bidder from this cooperative bid.
Right, so the
So do you
entire
have-
packet. I have the entire packet. The entire packet was provided to the city clerk office for all the city council to receive, and that would be a part of that. So even though
So
Director
do you
Bridges,
can you send it over to can you send that over to the clerk now via email so he could put it on the screen?
no,
It's no sense.
I know I have the hard copy, and I'm at home. It's 11 o'clock at night, so I don't have that. The capability to scan and send that over. So I can do that tomorrow morning, but not tonight, Council President.
But the vote is tonight.
I
You
know,
know,
but so may I ask what happens to all the hard copies? Like I know that all directors, we send an entire packet of everything, of all attachments, exhibits, documents, and it goes through. And then when it comes to you guys, you don't have it. And so when we talk about it and we're late into the evening, it's hard for us to produce what you require because we don't have the scanned information. We have the hard copy. So it does make it a little bit hard.
You could take a photocopy of it and send it over like that, just so that we can have it, so we can move on and don't have to put this off any longer. I'm just trying to move it. I'm trying to move it. This is what I'm trying to do.
I know, because we had a discussion. I changed the title based on the ARP funding that was approved. So, okay.
So what are we going to
May I
do
say
here?
something?
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I mean, here we are once again, screwing the animal shelter. These trailers, and I've been screaming at administration to get these trailers up and running because it's been a long time. And now that we have the opportunity to do this, we have to scrutinize a state contract. I mean, I don't understand this. I mean, they desperately need those trailers.
Councilwoman, you understand it. The paperwork is not right, and we need the paperwork. It's nothing to understand. That it's not that hard. I'm just trying
Council
to
President, don't
give
tell
her
me what
options.
I understand, what I don't.
Well, then
not
you
in my
can't
head.
tell another council person what to ask for when the paperwork is not there. I'm just trying to make sure that we get it so we can vote on it now. I'm just asking for her to send it over any way she can.
Excuse me, Council President.
Yes.
Is it possible Mr. Bridges can send it? Maybe he can take a picture of it, send it to Mr. Garcia so that we can see, validate. Is it possible?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, just
Yeah,
somebody
I'm happy to
send
send a
it.
picture. I'm happy to send a
Yeah,
picture.
I'm saying it's not that serious.
Right. We need to.
You can't create a PDF file and email it?
Yeah. Because, I mean, we understand the urgency and the importance of every bit of legislation that's on the docket, but we do have to have the correct information to be able to make the right decisions also. But at the same time, it's an easy fix. Mr. Bridges,
it's too hard for people to do their jobs. Too hard.
Councilwoman, please, we're trying to get through this. It's late.
I'm waiting to
Mr.
receive
Bridges,
it.
Okay.
You sent to Mr. Bridges. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Garcia, we're gonna keep moving because we still have a stack of paperwork here. So let's keep moving.
Okay. I do believe I've received this item. Let me see how I can get this to be displayed here.
Just put it up on this. Yeah, just put it up on the screen display so we could move on.
Certainly. 1 second here.
It's been sitting there since last October, but it's urgent.
Sam, I've got a text of this. I have to send this to you somehow for you to get this up. Advise to me how.
I'm going to email it to you as well.
Thank you.
Type for 5 seconds.
All right.
Yep.
He can remote in. He's remoted in, so once I receive it via email, it can be put up.
Someone needs to mute themselves, Mr. Garcia.
Certainly.
So,
As soon as I can figure out who that is. It's like this one. Did I
all right.
get
So
it?
can we
All right.
if you haven't received it yet, let us keep moving, Mr. Garcia, because I have about 10 to 15
Sure.
more pages here, and I need to get it done.
Okay. Moving on, Resolution 2022-286. Resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to accept the shared services agreement with the County of Mercer through the Mercer County Office on Aging, 2022 Older American Act Social Services Block Grant for the socialization and recreation of 4 senior centers for the City of Trenton's senior population, with the option to extend for an additional 1 year, 200,000.
Is that 226 or 2285?
That's 2286.
No, it's 2285.
That's 2285. That's
Okay.
22-285.
All right. 2285. You have listed. I have resolution 2285. Resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to accept. Well, I've read it as resolution 2285. Apparently, my docket has this listed as 2286. My apologies. Is there a motion for 2285?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle, Mr. Michelle, Ms. Vaughn,
Excuse me?
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
yes.
I'm
Thank
looking
you.
at an email that Sally Samuels just sent of 39 Christoph Street, so. But let me get back to the teams meeting.
Okay. Just ask.
The amendment, who's doing this? Who's doing this amendment? I can't see the header of the, who's ever doing this technology support?
We're on
I
22.
can't see, well, I can't even see what we're on because the screen is not showing it, Council President. I don't know what you're looking at,
Don't you
but
have your
clearly you're not
package
looking
in
at the
front of you?
screen.
No, I'm looking at my paperwork.
Can
in
you
my
move
hand.
up? Can you move up can you move up, sir? Okay, you're looking
We're
at
on
22.
We're on
So this
280.
is being introduced by Maria Richardson.
No.
We're on 285.
We're on
Okay, why 2286
With
showing
all
on the
due,
screen?
that's what I'm saying. With all due respect to the council, I have it listed here as 2286. If there was a 2285 that was omitted.
No. That's
No,
the
it's
wrong
Okay.
resolution, Mr. Garcia. That is the
Okay.
wrong resolution altogether. That's
Substantial
the
amendment.
next one. You
I'm
have to go
seeing
back
it.
to
Okay.
285.
All right.
285 is about the
285 is Dr. Lopez. Yes, this is where we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to accept a shared services agreement with the County of Mercer through the Mercer County Office of Aging, 2022 Older Americans Act, Social Services Block Grant for the socialization and recreation for the 4 senior centers for the City of Trenton senior population, with the option to extend. You had a motion.
I had a motion. I had
So
yeah.
moved.
I had a motion. I had a second. I was at the vote from Ms. Vaughn.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
On to Ms. Wilkins
Yes.
and Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. So now let's go back to Dr. Lopez's resolution for the for the trailers.
Okay.
Do you have did Mr. Bridges send that over to you yet?
Let's see here. I do have it.
That's
Let's
not
see.
Yeah,
Hold on one moment.
he sent it. I see. He just sent it over.
Okay. So I guess everybody has this at this point. Sam, are you able to get this put up for me? He's working right now.
Ms. Vaughn, did you get it on your personal email?
Yeah, I did. This guy Sam has got to go.
Did you see what you wanted there?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Is the information that you wanted there?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All righty. So who moved this 280
I think I did. I'm not sure. I think I did.
Hold on. This is
for
2284, right?
284, yes.
I have this moved by Caldwell Wilson, second by Harrison.
All righty. So let's move to the vote for 22-284.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle, Mr. Michelle,
Why is this sign on June the 3rd? Where West is showing it's on June 3rd, May 13th, May 18th, 2022. This is just, I just don't even know what I'm voting on. The waiver that West is showing on the screen that he texted over for the contract was signed by Walter Reed Gussior, looks like on June 3rd, 2022. And Adam Cruz signed it on May 18th, 2022. So what's going on here? Council President, can you help me out? So they say it's an emergency, and here we are, July 7th. And they had a couple of meetings between now and July 7th to have this. I mean, it was signed. I don't even know if that's real. Is that real? Everything's so fraudulent around here. You don't know what you voted on.
Councilwoman, we're about to take this to the vote.
I know, but did you see what I'm looking at?
Yes, yes, I do.
Well, I ain't voting on nothing that's fraudulent. I don't know. I don't trust it. I'm not voting on it. I'm going to abstain. Huh.
All righty, Mr.
Okay, so that's an abstention?
That's right.
Okay, noted.
Fraudulent stuff coming out of that Department of Health and Human Services.
Ms. Wilkins?
We should have a moratorium on that department.
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, let's go back to Christoph Street so we can get that out of the way. Mr. Councilwoman Vaughn, you can move this off the screen, Mr. Sam. We're back to Christoph Street.
Sam, can I get this off?
You better move that quickly. I don't even know if that's fraud. That's fraudulent.
Okay, so we're on Christoph Street. What are your what are you doing here, Councilwoman Vaughn?
What am I doing? What are they doing here? What are they doing?
I thought you said
yeah, exactly. So Miss Samuels just sent over a Google map of the property. Now, I would just suggest, I appreciate her sending over the Google map, but you can see that I know that area, and yes, it shows a house, but behind those houses is substantial land. On Christoph Street. If anybody,
so let us do this.
So I believe that it needs to have an appraisal.
Let us make a motion to table this.
We're not selling the land, Councilwoman. We're only selling the home. We're selling lot 6103. I'm sorry, block 6103, lot 3.
But how do you subdivide the land from the house? Do you have subdivision? Did you do that? Did you have separate titles? Like, how are you doing that?
Councilwoman, it is my understanding from my real estate manager who manages these properties that we're selling the semi-detached property that has a backyard. We're not selling any additional land behind the property.
Well, I wish I could trust you, but I don't trust you. So,
Listen, it's
so
late.
I
What are we
need to
gonna
know,
do?
Mr. Council President, I need to see appraisal. I need to see some, so what do you
Make a
call it?
motion.
A land
Make a motion
survey?
to table it.
Yes,
Make a motion
please.
to table. We'll make it, Councilwoman Vaughn. Make the motion.
So move. The table.
There's a second.
Second.
Roll call for the table. Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
No.
Ms. Harris, Mr. Harrison,
No.
Mr. Michelle,
No.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Okay, motion failed.
So we revisited this, so it failed the motion to table. Now we have to vote to pass it again, because we revisited for her to take her vote back.
So no, all is not lost. It's just see how Marge Caldwell Wilson is just mad because I voted against the animal shelter.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry,
I
y'all.
can call it your name.
Mr. Bridges,
So there you go.
I need to
I don't
make
like
sure
the way
that
you
I'm on the
voted on
right path
fraudulent
here.
transactions.
Councilwoman Vaughn, it's late,
Yes,
and I need to try to
Council
understand
President.
what we're doing. Mr. Bridges, so we revisited this. She wanted to change her vote.
So I can do that. What's wrong with that, Council President?
So she moved the motion to table. The motion failed. Now we have to vote on it all again, don't we?
No, if the motion to revisit it failed, the prior vote
The
remains.
motion to revisit
Prior
it,
one would stand, right?
the motion to revisit it passed. Did you not get it?
I thought the motion to revisit it just failed.
No,
based on
the
vote.
motion to table it failed.
Okay, so then
The motion to revisit passed. The
That's not
motion.
true.
The
That's not
motion
true.
to take.
It
The
is
motion
true.
the motion to table
not
it
true.
failed. So where do we stand?
You did a
Mr.
motion to
Bridges?
reconsider, and that failed.
No.
You know
I
how
understand, but there was a
No.
motion to
Wait a
revisit
minute.
it based on,
No.
if I may, there was a motion to revisit the vote based on information that there was a
They're your
lot,
friends, Council President. They're your
that there was
friends.
a lot behind it. That motion to revisit that vote that took place just failed, therefore the vote remains.
No, Council
No.
President.
Motion to revisit.
Mr.
Can we
Kaloji,
hear Mr. Kaloji?
Mr. Kaloji, am I correct?
He's
or
the
not?
only competent lawyer on the call.
Robin, please. Go ahead,
Kathy,
Mr.
what are you
Kaloji.
talking about? I can
Go
make
ahead,
comments,
Mr.
like everybody
Kaloji.
else is making comments.
Go ahead, Mr.
The
Kaloji.
motion to reconsider the matter passed, which is kind of like starting all over. The motion to table it failed. Now there will be a motion on the resolution as if we were looking at it for the first time.
Exactly. So, Mr. Garcia,
I didn't know
take the
this
roll
was a
call,
motion to-
please.
Do I need another motion and second, Mr. Kaloji?
Yes.
Yes, because it's a brand new motion.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Oh, second.
Got it. Roll call, Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
No.
Mr. Harrison,
This is to pass the ordinance, Marge.
Oh, this is a new,
Huh?
a new vote?
Yes, it's a new vote.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes.
okay. Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
I abstain.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
No.
Okay, I believe that motion still carried.
It passed. Yes, it passed.
Yes.
Yes. So let us move on to the next resolution.
Okay, I believe we are at resolution, correct me if I'm wrong, are we at
286. We're at 286.
286, thank you. Resolution 2022-286, resolution approving the substantial a substantial amendment to fiscal year 2019 annual action plan beginning July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020.
Can you show the title? So this one is by Maria Richardson at 228-22286.
Do we have a motion?
Like, what is this? What is she changing? So what is she doing with the? Could I have a debate, Miss? Could I?
Go ahead, discussion. It's been moved and seconded.
Okay, Council President, may I have the floor?
Yes, go ahead.
So the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development has identified the city of Trenton, New Jersey, for an entitlement grant. Why is this coming out of the Department of Recreation and not Mr. Daniels' department?
Maria Richardson, can you speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Council President. The city administration has decided to basically pass the overall management of the community planning and development programs, so including CDBG, ESG, and HOME, to the Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture. That would allow the administration to better align with the consolidated plan goals, which is basically working on larger infrastructure projects and providing public services through the city recreation programs.
Okay, so
CDBG grant program. I'm sorry, Council President, but I just want to finish I didn't yield. I'm not finished, but I will be in a second. I just can't. I'm just astounded what I just heard. But anyway, I just can't in good conscience vote for this.
And for the record, this is not the first time that CDBG and other ESP programs have been managed under the Department of Recreation. The program manager continues to be the same, Ms. Faragi, but the overall management now falls under my purview.
Why didn't it remain? Why was that change? Why is it under your purview?
I already explained it. Because it aligns better with the plan for the consolidated plan of working on larger infrastructures, which are usually under my purview.
Larger infrastructure are not under your purview. Your part. Larger infrastructure and buildings are under Mr. Daniels.
Okay, if you say so.
No, that's a fact. You do parks.
Okay.
What buildings you have? What larger structures do you have? Under parks and under recreation and natural resource. What structures? That has to do with homelessness. That has to do with emergency food services. What do you have? This is unconscionable. So I'm done. I'm done, Council President. I will not be voting for this.
I have a question. So let me ask the question. If the program was moved, more than likely you have to get the approval from HUD to move the program from one department to the other. You have to state your reasons. Do we have any of that documentation, Maria?
Actually, the only thing that they needed to do was to allow me access to the system, which they did, and I already met with the regional director yesterday. Actually, she didn't have any objections. She welcomes me to be the overall manager of the program.
You know why I'm asking that is because under the HUD program, for any department that housed the CDBG grant funding, the rules are so tight and stringent based on the organizations that you serve, based on the manpower that you have to oversee those organizations once they're given money. It's just a whole lot that comes with it. And so I wasn't expecting to see this today. I haven't had a chance to really process it. And I can't vote on it because I just don't have the information that I need to process the entire change. The action plan, we needed time to review that. The substantial amendment, I don't even know what the substantial amendment is. It's just a lot
Council
going on
President,
here.
the changes from one department to the other is not what the vote is all about tonight. It's the substantial amendments. And although the substantial amendments don't need to be approved tonight, there is the action plan for the year that is actually due on July 15th. So, and as you mentioned, HUD is very strict about deadlines and that sort of thing. So the deadline is July 15 to submit the action plan. I actually sent an email to the city clerk and to the council on May 25th, requesting to have the council hear our action plan.
I never received that, Maria.
I can send it to you right now because I have a copy on my screen, but I sent it to the council.
But I can't process it. I can't process it at 11:25 tonight. I just can't. We can just, is the motion been made, and we can just move to the vote.
Council President, I had a question.
Yes, go right ahead.
With regards to the CDBG, at the home and the ESG, I know in the past that it was under Housing and Economic Development, but it also was with the Department of Health and Human Services, the director's office. Are you working, Director Richardson, are you working in conjunction with the ESG funds and the home funds and CDB? Are you working in conjunction with Health and Human Services?
Absolutely. And just the fact that, thank you for your question, Councilwoman Wilkins. You might recall also when CDBG was in recreation because you were an employee at the time. But the fact that the management has passed to another department doesn't mean that the activities and that the projects that CDBG will fund have changed. So particularly for the 2019 substantial amendment, what we are, it's basically reallocating monies that were not used by several nonprofits that were allocated the funding before, and we are reallocating those services for road improvements. So if you see the 2020, we are reallocating many of our services to health and human services, including senior services and that sort of things. So the services continue to be the same. The consolidated plan has not changed. So yes, we continue to work with other departments in the city of Trenton to fund some of their activities.
Okay, I think what the concern is that through HUD, as the council president stated, as Councilwoman Vaughn stated, there's strict rules and policies with HUD because training has to take place. I know that it was in recreation prior, in prior years, but has the training taken place in order for the, and I'm speaking other than the person who is in charge of it, but within your department, Director Richardson, has training taken place in order to move forward to implement the
absolutely. Absolutely. They already allow me access to the portal so that I can complete the trainings. And again, Farah continues to be the program manager. And I am actually a very good grant manager. So I don't foresee having any problems supervising this program.
Now the only other concern I have is the action plan. We didn't receive anything stating that you wanted to go over the action plan with council. I never saw an email. So I mean,
well, I have an email that I sent on May 25th, and I can tell you who I sent the email to. I sent the email to President McBride. I sent it to the city clerk's email, and I also sent it to the city clerk, but Penelope Edwards, Carter, and ICC Faraji. I was requesting, explaining the whole process of the annual plan, and I was requesting to present the plan to the council on the June 14th meeting. However, we had 2 public meetings to hear the concerns of the public, and all the information, including the public comments, are posted on the city's website and are part of the actual annual action plan that should be attached to this resolution.
Maria, I never got the action plan. I don't know. I can't explain that. You know, I just can't. I can't explain it. I never seen the action plan, and I'm just not comfortable with placing a vote here tonight. I would just need some time to process this.
I don't even know what to tell you, Council President, because as you already know, the deadlines for HUD are very strict, and we need to.
I do know that, Maria, but I mean, you're asking me to cast a vote here in something that I have not had the time to review. The revised, the action plan, revised budget, the action plan in itself, the annual action plan. I just haven't seen it, and it's just, oh my goodness.
Miss Council President,
I'm you can just go ahead and vote. I'm only one vote. I'm just going to abstain my vote. Mr. Garcia, let's move on. It's 11:29, and we still have a ways to go. Miss Wilkins, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I did. Council President, I wanted to ask Director Richardson if the action plan, do you want to table this stuff? I mean,
I really cannot table it. This means 1 million, over $1 million. I'm sorry. Let me just get my numbers straight here. If we table it, the city will not get $2 million, almost $3 million, $880,000 in grant. HUD is not going to give us a deadline.
So that's
an extension, and that is a fact. They never do.
Right. That's only for the annual action plan. What about these?
That's for the annual action plan. If you want to table the substantial amendments, I am okay with that, because we can revisit that in the next meeting.
Get the money.
Exactly.
Excuse me.
All right.
Ain't nobody voting for that.
Okay, so
I'm not expecting you to vote for anything, Ms. Vaughn.
Not with you guys under investigation. Not when you under FBI investigation. I ain't voting for it.
Let me just say this.
Your fraudulent self.
Let me say this.
Not when you under FBI investigation.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Not when I have zero confidence in the mayor. When we voted zero confidence in the mayor.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Can we move to a vote for 286? I need to move this along.
Come again.
22-286.
I'll call that roll call. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Please. Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Ms. Wilkins.
No, I can't. No.
Ms. McBride.
No, I have to abstain. I just don't know what else to do here. The only thing that I can say to Maria is that I want to help her out here, but
I think it's the 288.
I mean, I haven't even had a chance to view. This is a bit much. So let me just say what I'll do. I hate to give my vote up just like this, Maria. I really do, because this is not even making sense that I have not even seen the annual action plan. So,
Council President?
Council President.
Let me just finish here, because this is a tough one for me, because I do not want to lend my vote here at all.
The money has been there since 2019. They haven't used it. That's what the problem is.
And that's the reason that I would. That's the reason why I'm going to go ahead.
2019. They sat on it.
That's the reason why I'm going to go ahead and vote on it. And
Council President,
I'm going to cast my vote for it, so that it won't sit, so that we won't lose the money. So
We're going to lose it anyway. They're not going to use it.
I'm a yes vote, Mr. Garcia.
Motion carried.
I will not vote for any substantial amendments tonight, Maria. I'm just straight up telling
Council
you.
President, let me, just so that you know, right now, what they are taking is a vote on the substantial amendments. You could table the substantial amendments. The resolution for the action plan, it's actually on the paper is 289. But if I follow what Mr. Garcia is putting on the screens, it might be 288 for him.
No, it's
286 and 287 are two substantial amendments. You can table those.
Council President, she's correct. What she's saying is that the 286 and the 287, those are the substantial amendments that she's willing to table. It's the 288 that we have to vote on so that we don't lose the $2.8 million grant. It's the 288 is the one you're concerned about. Well, we all are, Council President. But the 286 and the 287, as Councilwoman Vaughn stated, there was major, those can probably
is the plan that I never read.
And Council President, I can give you a summary if you would like to.
No. Maria, I'm trying to get this straight, because Mr. Garcia, I wanted to take my for 22-286. I want to change my vote to abstain from this, and I'll lend my vote to the 280. To the 288.
Okay, so it fails as motion as your vote is now. Okay, so are we motioning to table? Is there a motion to table that one?
No.
No.
I make a motion to. Well, why are you voting it down? We should just table it.
I asked
that. It's down. It passed. It carries.
No, it doesn't.
Now it doesn't.
It doesn't carry. It doesn't carry, Maria.
This is the one.
I asked it for the amendments for 286.
She knew it didn't carry. She knew it didn't carry.
To be tabled.
She's just so obnoxious.
No, you're fraudulent. You knew it didn't carry.
I need to see where we are. We have 6 more pages.
Okay, I said no. Sonia said no. Kathy abstained. It didn't carry.
That's correct.
Yes. You try to be slick.
No, I'm not. It was a mistake. The same way that you made a mistake earlier.
No, you don't make mistakes.
Oh, I don't make mistakes.
No, you don't.
So
you're deliberate and intentional.
So this here resolution approving the substantial amendment.
That's why you're under investigation.
Mr. Garcia.
Don't make mistakes.
Yes, Council President.
Let me go to Mr. Kaloji. Mr. Kaloji.
So stupid.
No, you're stupid.
Mr. Kaloji.
Jeez.
Smarter than you on your worst day.
Mr.
On my worst day.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm having a little time here because I wanted to pass the resolution for the 2019 funding, but I did not want to vote to for the substantial amendment because I haven't never seen any action plan or anything. So I need to.
But they said they sent it to you, Council President. They said they sent it to you. So how come you didn't see it?
Councilwoman, please stop being sarcastic. It's late now. Please, I can't right now. So the 22-286, I voted no, but I want to change my vote so that it won't fail and it can come back on August the 4th. How do we do this?
Where are we as far as the vote? The vote was taken as to everybody?
I have 3 ayes, I have 2 nays and an abstention.
And I'm the extension, and so I
Right.
want to change that to
Well, you're gonna
to
make a motion to reconsider the resolution. That
Okay,
has to
so-
pass, and then you're gonna basically do another vote on the resolution.
No.
all right. So
Separation.
I have to make a motion to reconsider. So I'm making
Yes.
a motion to reconsider.
Council President, could you please allow me to ask
Motion on
a
the
question,
floor.
Mr. Kologi?
There's a motion on the floor for motion.
There's a motion on the floor,
Motion for
Director.
reconsideration. Is there a
Oh,
second?
okay.
So, second.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins.
To
You're
take it to a vote.
Ms.
A motion
Caldwell
to
Wilson.
reconsider. A
Ms.
motion to
Caldwell Wilson for
reconsider.
reconsideration. Mr. Harrison for reconsideration. Mr. Mushow?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Caldwell Wilson, I'll come back. Thank you. Mr. Mushow?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
I abstain.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Now you can
All
take a
right.
new
So
vote
now
on the merit.
now I want to make a motion to table.
Motion to table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
What are we table now?
We're tabling the
Maria
resolution.
said we could table
We're
it.
tabling 286.
Maria said we could table now.
Yeah.
I thought we had the deadline of July, what was it? 15th.
Listen, you vote
That's
or
another
you don't. Let's get it done.
Let's get done. You guys are flipping all over the place.
Let's get it done.
Doesn't make any
please.
sense.
Please, let's get it done.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Ms. Vaughn?
I abstain.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes. Table it.
Yes to table. Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried. Motion, it's tabled.
Okay. Now, Maria, I'm coming back to you to just because I need some clarity. This substantial amendment, I have never seen it. And this here, the resolution approving the block grant home investment partnership. Is that the one that needs to where the money is?
Council President, I cannot read what is on the screen.
That's 286.
286.
Yes.
287, please.
No, this is also a substantial amendment. It's the next one. That one is the 2020 substantial amendment.
That can
So
be
the-
tabled, Council
That
President.
could be tabled too.
Okay, so I make a motion to table the 22-287.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Mushow?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
I abstain.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Okay, tabled. Motion carried, tabled.
So now we're at 288.
288, resolution approving the fiscal year 2022 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Home Investment Partnership Program, and Emergency Solutions Grant Program, Annual Action Plan.
Council President,
Yes.
this is the one that if we do not vote on, we will lose the $2.8 million grant.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Council
Thank
President,
you.
may I speak?
Discussion. It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say, two things. It's the incompetence of the administration. It's the reason why the grant has been sitting here and the money has not been used and the program has not been facilitated. So HUD, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, has those controls in place for a reason, to ensure management like we have in Trenton are competent. When they're not competent, they have that control to take the money back. For 2 years, for over almost 2 years, Mayor Gassior sat on this money and did nothing with it. And now, all of a sudden, he puts it into the council lap and say, oh, if you guys don't approve it for me to keep it, I mean, he only has 6 months left. Actually, who knows? As far as I'm concerned, with 2 FBI investigations, we're going to let him have $2 million. If HUD is listening to this call, we would be remiss in our duties and our fiduciary responsibility to give this man $2 million when he sat on it for 2 years with no programming. If he was going to use this money effectively, how are you going to use it in the next 5 months if he hasn't moved on it in 2 years? I have no confidence in Mayor Gassior. He should pack his bag sooner rather than later. But I'm just telling you that HUD has these controls for a reason. If we get penalized, it has nothing to do with this council. That's not our responsibility. We don't wear that on. We don't carry that on our shoulder. He's the reason they're going to take the $2 million back. I'm not going to enable this mayor any further. The corruption in this city and illicit behavior and activity in this city across his departments, every director. And then they want to sit here and then they're going to tell the council that we better give him $2 million and get the program going because and change the program. If we don't, he's going to lose the money. No, we're at risk of losing the money because he sat on it for 2 years with no program manager and nothing and facilitated and didn't give it to the residents that it was earmarked for. So I will not vote on this. I will not continue to support this corruption and illicit behavior in this administration. And I just hope that the federal government do the right thing and quickly and expeditiously get these people up out of this city. That's all I'm going to say about that. And I will not be voting on this. We voted zero confidence in this mayor for a reason. We voted zero confidence in Mayor Gussie for a reason. He doesn't get another dime. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman.
Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, Council President. Can I speak to Maria Richardson? Could you speak more to this, please?
Council President, may I?
Yes.
Yes, Councilman?
Yes, thank you.
Basically, the action plan, it's the initial submission to the monies that we will receive for the year starting July 1st, 2022 until June 30th, 2023. So I don't know how the mayor could be sitting on fundings that we have not even applied for. This is exactly to apply for the money that we want to receive in year 22-23. So whatever has been said is unfounded and there is no ground for that. That is just assumption and that is told to the public in bad faith.
There you go.
Thank you for clearing that up, Director.
Go look at the last 2 resolutions, 2019.
We are not talking about 2019 and 2020. And what we are doing in those amendments, if you read it, it's trying to use money that was allocated for nonprofits that they were not able to use during the COVID years. And we are allocated it to road improvement, but that is stable. So that is not relevant at this time.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Garcia, will you continue with the vote, please?
Road improvement instead of helping people. That is so intelligent.
Mr. Garcia? Is he muted? You're muted, Mr. Garcia.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson? Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride,
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson, I'll take it again.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried. Resolution 289, resolution awarding contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 1944A24 at SEC to HMR Architects for architectural consulting services at the Wireworks building, aka Roebling Wireworks, located at 675 South Clinton Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey, 08611, in an amount not to exceed $178,045 for a period of 1 year from June 24th, 2022 to June 23rd, 2023, RFP 2022-12.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I don't think any resolution should go beyond Mayor Guscior's tenure into 2023. I will not be voting for this. And it's mighty late for him to be putting up this at this hour. And our budget hasn't been passed. And again, we agreed that we were going to just provide this administration with lights on and a lights on budget. And I don't know what the heck this is to go into the Roebling complex, but I will not be giving $100,000 over there to that complex. I don't know who's over there except for CCH and a couple of HH2 and the Prince, what do you call it, the Princeton Hydro. And I'm not going to be voting for this.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
None but corruption in this administration. None but corruption.
Roll call.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Ms. Wilkins,
No.
Ms. McBride.
No.
Okay, motion failed. Resolution 2022-139. Resolution awarding contract through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 at 8020.4 exec to Greenman Peterson Incorporated for engineering services for preparation of plans, specifications, and inspections for the reconstruction of West State Street between Prospect Street and Parkside Avenue in an amount not to exceed $43,630 for a period of 1 year from April 8th, 2022 to April 7th, 2023, per specifications RFP 2022-06. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
It's been moved in second. I'll call a roll, or is there discussion?
No, Council President, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, my question is that I did not get the information attached about the bids, the scores. I don't know who the other bidders were.
What do you want to do, Councilwoman?
I'm sorry?
So what do you want to do?
I'm asking Mr. Onatiri who the other bidders were, because we don't have it in our package. I don't know if this was the lowest bidder, they're just telling me.
Mr. Onatiri?
Madam President, Adam Cruz, Business Administrator. I have a document that was attached to the resolution. It's in a memo form, and there were the company names: Greenman Peterson Incorporated, Roberts Engineering Group LLC, BNG Engineering LLC, French and Perello Associates, Pannoni, and Entech Engineering.
I only have one certification of availability of funds. I don't have that, Mr. Cruz, and I don't have the bid amounts
when they score them.
Okay.
You know,
The
I
bid
don't have
amount
any of that.
the bid amount is on the resolution and is for $43,630.
No, I wanted to see what the bid amount was from the other
Okay.
bidders. We used to get that
Robert.
information.
Okay, Roberts Engineering Group 47,950. B&G Engineering 44,125. French and Perello Associates 46,930. Pannoni 229,554 and 65 cents. And Entech Engineering 375,559 and 12 cents.
That's quite a disparity from 43,000. Yeah.
Well, yes, but if you look, at the overall numbers, the top, the first four that I read are in the $40,000 range. It starts from 43,630 to 46,930. The other two are just way out of the radar.
So, Mr. Cruz, if Mr. Onatari's not on the call right now, I would ask you to request from him for future reference that he give us that information, because I don't have it, and that's why I put it down to ask.
Yeah.
He didn't give us, and any of them where there was a contract being awarded to the lowest bidder. I don't have the information on the other bidders.
Yeah,
and he's supposed
Councilwoman,
to give that to us.
I agree, and we have been providing that information to the clerk's office. I'm not sure what happened between the switch in clerks, that perhaps that information did not make it to your docket package. But I have a package of about 15 to 20 pages in front of me.
No, I have 3 pages, and
Okay.
see, here's the problem: is we didn't get our docket till late, so I didn't have an opportunity to call up and request that stuff be sent to me. So I would certainly like to have that information.
Sure, I will make sure that you get it first thing tomorrow morning as well. Every council member too. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Garcia, roll call, please.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Ms. Wilkins,
No.
Ms. McBride.
No.
Motion failed. Resolution 2022-91, resolution authorizing submission of a grant application and execution of a grant contract with New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Prospect Street Memorial Drive Liberty Street Improvements Project.
What happened to Resolution 290?
I'll be very honest here. I'm looking at 2 different versions of this docket. I wasn't there for docket review. Trying to make sure I keep these straight. 290, how do you have 290 here listed?
Yes, it's on the screen.
Okay, so we have it as 290. Thank you. Okay, I'll refer to this copy. Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Is there any, if there's no discussion, I'll call roll.
Please.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Ms. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. I believe then we're on resolution 2022-291, resolution
Yes.
authorizing submission and acceptance of a grant application to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection's Equipment Modernization Program in the amount of $1.2 million for the purchase of 2 electric sanitation trucks and 2 electric vehicle charging stations for the Department of Public Works.
So moved.
Second.
If there's no discussion, I'll call the roll. Ms. Caldwell Wilson. Ms.
Yes.
Caldwell Wilson, thank you. Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Thank you. 2022 2022, this is 292 I'm looking at. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Resolution accepting a bid and awarding contract to Richard T. Barnett Paving Company Incorporated for the reconstruction of South Clinton Avenue Phase 3. Project work shall be completed in 45 calendar days from notice to proceed in an amount not to exceed $290,555.15. Bid 2022-37.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
If there's no discussion, I'll call a roll. Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn, Ms. Vaughn.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I'm still reading. Still reading.
Okay.
When is this project going to be done?
In 45 days.
In 45 days?
Yes, phase 3 is the third.
They're going to
last-
start. So they're going to start in August.
Yeah, I think it's the last phase of it. I think it's been a couple of phases to it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yes.
Ms. Wilkins
Yes.
and Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Thank you. Resolution 2022 293. Thank you.
293.
Resolution accepting bid and awarding contract to, resolution authorizing acceptance of state and local agreement provided by the United States Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Organized Crime, Drug Enforcement Task Force to the City of Trenton, New Jersey Police Department.
So moved.
So second.
Thank you. Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. Thank you. Resolution 2022-294. Resolution authorizing an application for fiscal year 2022 COPS hiring competitive grant program from the Office of Community Oriented Policing Services, $8,744,749.
So
So
moved.
Mr. President, I have a question on this.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand that this is for the police director. This is the third phase of this money. And according to what I'm reading, that this is for community policing. And we spend in year one, 2,985,482, and then year two, we spent 3,045. What happened to the community policing if we had all that money?
Excellent question.
Council President. Going to answer me?
Council President.
Yes. You have to identify yourself. I can't see you. I need some identification.
Council President, can you hear me? It's Director Wilson.
I can hear you. Okay.
This is our money. This is money that we will have to pay as a match to. We're requesting the applications for the COPS grant.
Yes, but this is the third phase because the amount of money that you're asking for in this resolution is the third phase, right?
No, this is not third phase.
So explain this whereas, and it's the fourth whereas on this.
Go up on the screen, sir. Move up on the screen, sir. Okay.
In this fourth whereas, The services is offered to provide a grant in which the city of Trenton will apply for 50 police officers, an increase of 17% of the department size. But when I go into the attached information, it tells me that community policing was included in that. And I didn't see community policing in the city in the past 2 years.
This is a 4-year grant. It's the Office of Community
I
Police.
understand it's a grant director.
They are
I'm
the
asking about
funder. They are the funder. The Office of Community Policing, community-oriented policing.
If we had funding for community policing, what happened to the community policing?
It's a trick question.
Councilwoman, are you asking if
No,
these
no, no,
officers?
Mr. Cruz, please. Now, you know the rules better than anyone. Why would you just blurt out like that?
Council President.
Mr. Wilson is there, and let him do his answer the question that the councilwoman is asking him. Come on, it's late now.
We currently have a grant that funds 10 officers due to community-oriented policing. They are on the street already. We're trying to get more.
Well, I am the reason, and no disrespect intended, Director Wilson, but I'm asking because I don't see them on the street. Maybe downtown sometimes, but I haven't seen the community policing going on. And this is a phase. This is another phase, or maybe even it's the second phase of this grant. I mean, I don't know if my colleagues can look at it and see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we see what you're talking about.
I understand. Yeah, I do understand. What phase are we in, Director Wilson?
It's not a phase. The 10 cops that we hire right now under this current grant, they're on the street and they're working. It comes from the community. It's the community-oriented policing services. We're trying to do that. The match to get 50, the match is quite large.
But Director, it said
funding
at a cost of $2,714,000 for year one, 2985482 for year two, and 3045192 for year three. And we're asking for this. We're asking. I believe this resolution is asking for the year three. That's what it says in the resolution.
No, this is a 4-year grant. Year one, we would receive $2.7 million. Year two, we would receive $2.9 million. Year three, $3 million.
Yeah, but so it is in phases. It's year 1, 2, and 3, and this is the third year that you're asking for.
I'm sorry, Council President, can I kind of help? I believe.
Yeah, please do. Please.
Yes, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, I believe what it is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director Wilson, I believe it's a brand new grant, and I believe it's just trying to be implemented into the first year. This will be the first year because they're doing it fiscal. This will be the actual first year, but I believe what this resolution is.
Yeah, but the first year cost is the 2714.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
This requesting the
grant. The grant only pays $1.25 million, but the city has to match it, and they have to match the funds going forward.
Right, we have to match it over 3 years. Every year it has to match.
And so we're requesting. Does the resolution have an amount of money in it that we're asking for right now? What are we asking for? What is the?
And in the fourth year, the city has to pay the full amount. just so you know.
So this is about the application. So
Yes.
you're saying we are going to have more force, is that more of the cops out there doing community policing if we get this money?
Yes, if we can get awarded this, yes.
And these are going to be our matching amounts.
I believe so, Councilwoman. I think these are the matching amounts each year,
Yes.
and the
Yep.
life of the 3 years is the 8.7 million.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything, but you need to allow Mr. Wilson to answer this, because whatever you're saying
Council
is
President.
speculation. He should know what this resolution
correct.
is.
Council President, I'm
Correct.
the answer to Councilwoman March Caldwell Wilson was yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilwoman, Council President?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So it's clear that the community oriented policing has disappeared in our borders. It is clear that from all the residents that contact me and make comments on the street that there aren't any police officers out in the city of Trenton walking the community, engaging the community. They're not out there. They're not even seen. Okay, and then when they're seen, they're riding around their cars with their tinted windows and not getting out. Nobody can even see who's in the car. So it's just disingenuous that people are talking about they're building out the community policing competency in the city of Trenton Police Department. So I don't know what they're going to do with this money. I mean, they haven't even started. One of the requirements of the grant is that they grow the department, apply for 50 police officers, an increase of 17% of the department. So Mr. Wilson, so where are we with increasing, getting to those numbers? So how tell us the number of police officers you have today, and how many you need at the end of this program, this grant program, to reach the target of 17% increase of your department size in order to provide the level of community policing that this money is going to facilitate. How far are you away?
We currently have 273. We're budgeted for 289.
Okay, but this program says you got to have a 17% increase of the department for community policing.
We would have to increase to 339 to retain the officers.
So you are on target for that?
Not without the money.
No, but you're not even. I don't even see a plan that's been put forward. But anyway, you answered all the questions that I need to answer. Other than that, the city of Trenton, Council President, we passed the resolution on police department reform and criminal justice reform. Actually, I think that you were the sponsor of it. So I think it was in 2019 that you passed that. You introduced it and passed it. So where are you with your resolution for community policing and transformation in the Trenton Police Department? Council President. You gotta hold your boys accountable, Council President. Stop being a police protector. A cop protector, excuse me.
So Mr. Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
So for the 17% of your staff, you would need to bring on 46 more officers by the end of this 3 years. So that's what we're looking at, approximately 46 and 47 officers added to the force. I don't know what good that over policing does, but it hasn't served this community very well at all. Is there any other council members that have anything to ask Mr. Wilson?
Council President?
Yes.
Yes, Director Wilson. Has the city applied before for grant for the cops? This grant?
Yes.
Have we applied? Yes, we have. And you know, when we have meetings at the church on Euclid and Villa Park meeting, those officers there, are they community officers?
Yes, they are. But
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not community policing.
I'm just want to know because I thought they were community officers. That's why when they're in the community there and they're talking to people. So
in the past, we only had 10.
exactly. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Garcia, could we take this to the vote, please?
Certainly, Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
I abstain.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
No.
1, 2, 3. I believe that motion still carries.
How did it
Moving.
still carry?
1,
Moving
2,
right along.
4. I have.
Sonya voted for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Resolution 2022-295. Resolution authorizing the appropriation of $446,771 from funds allocated to the city of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for replacement of personal protective equipment for the city of Trenton Fire Department.
So moved.
Thank
I
you.
have a question.
Is there a second?
What part of the money are they spending?
Who's the second? I'm sorry. I'll take that as Ms. McBride. Okay. Okay, now go ahead.
Council President, I have a question before the vote.
Yes, go ahead.
So I need to know, I noticed there's 2 resolutions for the purchase of personnel protection equipment. One, the funding is coming out of the American Rescue Plan, and I guess the other one is coming out of the city. So can somebody explain to me why they're being split like this? Mr. Cruz? Fire Director? Anybody?
Council President, Director Douglas.
Go right ahead, Mr. Douglas.
Yes, the money is coming from the American Rescue Plan to replace personal protective equipment that's been dated in the fire department. I'm not sure the second resolution, but the money is coming from the ARP funding.
Yep, the second resolution doesn't list off what protective equipment you're purchasing, but it's listed off in the 295.
The personal protective equipment relates to the harnesses that holds the air bottles, also the air bottles we're in need of, and the SCBA mask.
So that's not part of the money's coming from the rescue plan, is it?
Yeah.
So, the second resolution to purchase protection equipment, I don't know what you're purchasing. 296.
Madam President, can I answer?
Yes.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. The first resolution is actually authorizing the appropriation of the $446,000. The second resolution is actually to award the actual contract to acquire the equipment. So one is to allocate the funding, the other one is to purchase the equipment. So in order for us to move faster, we put both resolutions on the docket tonight.
So are you I'll wait for you to finish.
There's nothing illegal about that.
No. I was gonna say that the administration has said that there has to be a complete application and a process for any of that ARPA funding to be distributed. But now you come to us with no backup, no application, no nothing, and you say what? When the federal government issued guidelines, they issue the guidelines across the board. So you don't have anything here but a resolution, no application, no nothing else to back this resolution up. But in other um, um, instances, we were told that it's a process and the process has to be followed. And I know for a fact that when the federal government, the Treasury Department gives out rules and guidelines, it doesn't exempt departments. Everyone has to follow the same format. So I need to know where is the application and how if Mr. Douglas filled it out for his department, and why isn't it attached to this resolution? There's a process.
Look, Madam President, we have, because these are internal departments that work, that operate within the city.
Internal departments means nothing. Internal departments mean nothing to the federal government when they put out guidelines. When they put out the guidelines is across the board. You cannot say because it's internal that you don't have to fill out an application for the money.
The guideline. No. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Okay, so so the guidelines are that we put this resolution in front of council to vote it down or vote it up. If council feels that there's no need, so that is for departments. It is. It is the only the only requirement is for us to put on a resolution in front of council for a vote.
Mr. Cruz, don't try to be condescending. The guidelines are as I stated. There's an application process that comes with this, and it's supposed to be attached. And don't you dare sit here and say to me, you put it here for me to vote it up or down without the information. Who do you think you're talking to?
The information is right in front of you with the resolution.
No, that's not the information.
But that is not the resolution that you want to see on it.
The application should be attached.
Applications are for outside agencies that we don't know what they stand on.
The board, Mr. Cruz. Well, okay. Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
You may go for a vote if you have your second, because they can't tell me one thing about Miss Ivory and then 2 days later put a whole
different animal
up here. No, it's not.
Same program. Same
apples
program.
and oranges. Apples and oranges.
Same program.
All
righty, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, let us vote, please.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Ms. Wilkins.
I'm sorry, no.
Ms. McBride.
No.
Okay, motion failed. Resolution 2022-296, resolution awarding contract in accordance with New Jersey Local Contracts Law, NJSA 40A11-12 to firefighter 1 for the purchase of personal protection equipment.
Wouldn't that be moot if we didn't approve the first one?
I can't hear you, Councilwoman.
Wouldn't that resolution be moot?
It's null and void.
No,
yes, it is.
Because you didn't approve the first one.
Yes.
Okay. Am I moving on to
yes, please.
The next resolution?
Yes.
Resolution 2022-236. Resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Raritan Group Incorporated for the furnish.
Change the screen, please.
That's
Sam, I need 236.
237.
We can't vote on because we didn't
37.
approve the first one.
237, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Okay, 237, thank you. Resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Raritan Group. I want to look at the screen as well so I can see. I hope I'm right here. For the furnish and delivery of Mueller brass water service fittings for a period of 1 year from May 6, 2022 to May 5th, 2023, in the amount not to exceed $332,967.35. Bid 2022-229.
So moved.
Second.
If there's no discussion, I'll call the roll. Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Ms. Wilkins,
No.
Ms. McBride.
No.
Motion failed. Moving on. So we're looking at 230. Is that 238, folks? I'm going to need a little help here. Resolution authorizing contract to Atlantic Plumbing. Thank you. Resolution authorizing contract to Atlantic Plumbing Supply for the purchase of copper water service tubing type K soft CTS copper ASTM V8 with 200 PSI maximum working pressure for the City of Trenton from May 6, 2022 to October 31st, 2022, awarded through New Jersey State Contract number T-3027-89798 in an amount not to exceed $147,000.
So moved.
Is there a second? I have no second.
Second.
Okay, it looks like it's dead, huh? I'm sorry, was that somebody? Hearing nothing, it looks like that's...
Second.
We need a.
I'm giving you a second.
Thank you. Okay, call the roll then, and if there's no discussion, Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison, Mr. Harrison. Moving on,
Council?
Mr.
Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry, we have to
Michelle.
vote.
Is that Mr. Harrison I hear?
I can't tell.
Yeah, neither can I.
Yeah.
I'll move on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Ms. Wilkins,
No.
Ms. McBride.
No.
Motion failed. Moving on, I'm at resolution 2022-23. Is this 239? then?
939.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you. Resolution authorizing payment for a contract with Municipal Maintenance Company, 1352 Taylor's Lane, Cinnaminson, New Jersey, 08077, which was awarded on an emergency basis for the emergency maintenance and repair of water pump number 2 for the Trenton Waterworks water filtration plant in an amount not to exceed $64,500.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Michelle. Roll call, Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Second.
No, you have
Council
to.
President?
We're at roll call.
Council
You have to
President?
cast your vote.
Council, wait a minute, but I wanted to speak on this one.
No,
Yeah.
Council President, I wanted to speak on this one.
yes, go
I
ahead.
hear discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is an emergency contract, right? So when did the breach or when did the emergency happen? Can you go down, sir?
Sam, can you scroll down some?
What was the date of the emergency?
Council President, can I tell Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happened April 27th, 2022, Councilwoman.
It happened April 27th?
Yes, ma'am. And it looked like it occurred 11 a.m. in the morning, 11 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, and we're here at July 8th? So this is not an emergency. They were supposed to file it within 30 days.
The work was already done.
No, who's that? That's not what the law says. So again, an emergency, the process was not followed. I believe, is Mr. Kaloji there?
It's here.
So we're back. I know you have given us an education on this process quite a few times, but with an emergency, I believe that they have to file the invoice within 30 days, right? Or if not sooner.
Well, I think the real issue here is, when did the emergency occur and when was the work done? Now, she gave us the date it occurred. When was the work performed? Do we have that?
Well, that is a question, but at the end of the day, I believe DCA was clear. The state says that emergency, they have to file it within 30 days, but also that's a very good question. And that goes to what I'm speaking to. Councilwoman Wilkins, is that shown on the,
Yes, it is on the documentation. In actuality, Mr. Lavenberg did file it within 30 days because he has the Department of Community Affairs approval here. He filed it May 26, 2022.
So it's good to go.
Yeah, it is. He did do it.
that's past 30 days.
No, he's 1 day shy of 30 days. The emergency occurred April 27, 2022. He DCA and they sent it through May 26, 2022, and DCA approved it.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
Could we take this to a vote, Mr. Garcia?
Certainly. I was at Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Sorry, yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Motion carried. Thank you. Resolution 2022, this is, am I at 240?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Resolution authorizing payment for a contract with GRES Paving Co. Incorporated for 2475 East State Street, Trenton, New Jersey, 08619, which was awarded on an emergency basis for emergency roadway restoration repairs at 2090 Greenwood Avenue in Hamilton, New Jersey, 08609 for the Department of Water and Sewer, Trenton Waterworks, and an amount not to exceed $23,000.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
But wait, whoa. Can I have a question, Council President?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
So shouldn't the emergency contract be a fixed cost? It said not exceed 23,000. So, the amount of the contract, is this just the written? What's going on here? The amount of the contract was 23,000, but then it says a contract with GRES Pavement not to exceed 23,000.
Right.
So it was 23,000. So I thought that when you do emergency contract, the price is the price on the day. It's done right there on the spot. So there shouldn't be any incremental cost. No. The price is negotiated as a fixed price, right? Mr. B.A. Cruz?
I wasn't paying attention to your question. What's your question?
So the emergency contract here, you said it was in the amount not to exceed $23,000. But it was an
Yes.
emergency contract and they have to be called up, they have to give their price right there on the spot of how much it's gonna cost, correct? It shouldn't be incremental.
No, it's $23,000. It's just that that's how it's written, that not to exceed $23,000. I mean, we can always change the language if that is what you want to say for a total amount of $23,000. But it's not going to change. 23,000 is 23,000.
Correct.
Yeah, but you need to do it right, Mr. Cruz, because you know when you don't do things right, you can get into trouble.
Councilwoman
It is
Vaughn.
written in the resolution. It will not exceed $23,000. I don't know what the issue is. That is your preference. That's your personal preference.
It's not my personal.
It is your
preference.
personal preference.
No, it's
That is
not.
what
No,
you
it's
want to
not, Mr.
say.
Cruz.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Don't
Yes,
get
it
mad,
is.
Mr. Cruz,
A
because
point of order, and
because
let me
of
move
your
to the vote.
situation. Don't get mad with
A
me, bro.
point of order, and let me move to the vote. Please, move to the vote. It's late.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. I'm here, Mr. President, I am here at ordinances now. I do know there are some additional resolutions that were to be attached. I can read those, or if you'd like to go straight through the docket, we can do the ordinance first reading.
No, go through the resolutions. Which one? The one for the health department?
Hold on. Following resolutions are added to the docket. I have resolution for the appointment, concluding an appointment. I have a resolution for shared service agreement. I have a resolution, and then I have a resolutions appointing members to an advisor.
No. We've already discussed that early on. There was no walk-ons allowed, so we've already discussed that. We just need to do what's on the docket, please.
Okay, I had these listed here to be added, and then I had the walk-on. I have walk-on
We're only
resolutions.
dealing with the trail lawns. That's all we're dealing with here.
We're only dealing with
Council
them.
That's all.
Council
we're dealing with.
President.
I made that very clear at the beginning, and let us keep it going, please, Mr.
Council President, I think two zoning board members need to be
No,
reappointed.
No. We have alternative people for the zoning board. Mr. Rabb needs to take his time and call those alternative candidates up and get them placed on that zoning.
Okay,
Mr.
I'm here. I'm here at
Garcia,
resolution.
let's keep it moving, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here at resolution 222-298, a resolution including the temporary appointment of Penelope Edwards Carter as assistant municipal clerk of the city of Trenton.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion, or shall I call the roll?
Let's call the roll. Keep it moving.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Abstain.
Mr. Harrison,
Say this again. This is what? Remove this part?
this is a resolution concluding the temporary appointment of Penelope Edwards Carter as assistant municipal clerk of the city of Trenton. Of the city of Trenton.
No.
Okay, Mr. Michelle.
No.
How are they
Vaughn?
going to justify? How are they going to justify paying her? We have a clerk on duty now.
My vote is yes. My vote is yes.
Okay, noted. Ms. Wilkins,
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Okay, I have 2 nays and abstention and 3 yeses.
Council President?
Yes.
Yeah, under Rule 8 of A316, capital A, it says, "No ordinance, resolution, or motion shall be adopted by the council without the affirmative vote of the majority of all members of the council. So 4 votes are necessary to pass the resolution.
Yeah.
All right.
Therefore, the motion failed. Is that correct, Mr.
Wait a minute,
President?
whoa, for who? For a director? For a contractor?
Yeah,
If
that's
you
what
look
I'm.
at,
I don't.
yeah, if you look at
understanding that.
Rule 8A of our A316 code rules, no ordinance, resolution, or motion shall be adopted by the council without the affirmative vote of the majority of all members of council, which means all members of council would be 7, it would require 4. Even if it were interpreted as 6, it would require 4.
Wait a minute, again, Mr. Kaloji, I'm not clear.
Yeah.
So we've been voting on resolutions and legislation wrong all along.
No, no, we haven't. There's virtually been no situation that I can recall where 3 votes passed a resolution or a motion. An ordinance always required 4 votes from a separate section. I mean, this has been in your code for a long time.
Right. But this is what I want to know. So who's going to pay her? Because we have a
right by voting it down, she will continue in employment.
And we have a clerk. And so I don't understand what they're doing, because how's she going to get compensated? That's crazy. All righty.
Well, the original resolution temporarily appointing Ms. Carter had a certification of funds. I have no recollection as to what that was, because my recollection was that it was for a period of time. It wasn't going to be
right.
You know,
it was for a period of time, and it would affect her pension if she continued. So they can do what they want to do. That's crazy.
Wait a minute.
But anyway,
I thought it was for a period of time up to the hire of a permanent clerk.
It was, but
so
not
when
only
it
that,
was, it is.
It is, and not only that,
she cannot stay because Brandon is here.
And the pension and the pension office will be involved, so they risk her losing her pension. So they can do what they want to do. Mr. Garcia, move it on.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. Where are we? She can't come to work.
It failed. It failed. And
it failed to continues being employed.
But the contract says her contract is up when we hire a new clerk. So that happened.
That's what the contract says.
She didn't get a contract, Ms. Vaughn, and I don't recall what the original resolution appointing her said. I don't know if Mr.
It was a certain dollar amount attached to it because she couldn't go over. And
there was a dollar amount.
There was a dollar amount attached because she couldn't go over, and so them not voting to release her, somebody called pension on her, and she's going to be without a pension, and then they can act like they were in favor of that.
I don't even know what that means.
Let's just keep it moving. It's 12:30. They voted it out. Let the pension deal with her. Let's go, Mr. Garcia.
All right. Moving right along. So with that being the case, it looks like I'm at the end of my resolutions. We're not addressing anything that was a walk on at this time. I'm at ordinances. That's where I am. I'm at ordinances now.
All right, you go right ahead.
So for first reading, I have ordinance 2022-20, an ordinance requiring any grocery store or food service business to offer customers making the purchase of $50 or more a non-plastic, non-paper, recycled carry-out bag.
This is my ordinance, but I wanted to amend it to say, I didn't want to say the $50 purchase, because I believe every person is entitled to a bag. I don't believe that you should go into a grocery store in the city of Trenton and order $300 and $400 worth of grocery, and then you have to figure out how you're going to carry it out when they are producing recycled bags, because the state law says that you can't sell single-use plastic or single-use brown bags, but they do allow you to use recycled bags. And so that's what this ordinance is for the people in the city of Trenton to be able to be offered a bag. when they go into a grocery store and do their daily shopping.
Council President, if I may
Council
speak on
President,
this.
because you're only introducing it and it hasn't been introduced yet, you can have the amendments made right now. Or is the ordinance on is the ordinance on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able, just from looking at it, to determine what language you want omitted? Otherwise, I'm going to pull it up.
I
Can do that
just want
reading.
the
I'm sorry, Madam President. Did you want me to read it, omitting the?
it said I just wanted it to say shall be required to offer each customer making a purchase a non-plastic, non-paper, recycled material carryout bag. So when you get to making a purchase, we could just draw a line through of 50 or more. It should just say a non-plastic, non-paper, recycled material carryout bag for the purpose.
So we're basically deleting 4 things: the $50, the word or, and the word more.
Right. And
Okay.
on the end of it, it says for
that initial it to make it reflect that that's how it was introduced with that revision.
Yeah.
Shall I reread or are we understood here, Mr. Bowser?
Can I make a recommendation?
I have my hand up to speak.
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, I have a serious problem with this because I know when I go to the grocery store, if I don't have my canvas bags, you can purchase a bag or you can take your stuff out in your cart. And I think that this is putting an undue expense onto the business owners. We're talking about how the business owners have been hurting and the small businesses and they're applying for loans, and now we want to make them purchase bags when people can carry canvas bags themselves.
Well, I
And that's
disagree
just
with
my
that.
opinion.
Right, and I disagree
Excuse
with
me?
that because all of the retail stores have already increased their pricing, and they have passed it on to their customers. And so, if you pass on that type of price to your consumers, then you need to at least offer the consumers a recycled bag. And I don't think that a family should go around here and buy $500 worth of food, and as I've seen it over in the rolling market, 10 and 15 and 20 people walking out with shopping carts full of food with no bags when the cost has already been passed down to them. And so that's why I wanted to introduce this, because
Council President, I wasn't actually not finished speaking, and I feel that the bag these businesses should have, especially stores. I'm not talking about restaurants. That's a different story because that's food that's coming out. But I think that they should have bags available for. They should have bags available for customers to purchase, and they can use them all the time.
But that's another expense on the customer. When the customer is already getting the brunt
Can't have it
of
both
this,
ways.
no, you can't spend your money and then have to pack all your things up into a cart with no bags. And then the only solution is for me to spend more money. After I spent $500, now I need to spend another $5 to purchase the reusable bags. That makes no sense. Where's the look for the customer? And that's just my opinion, and that's why I put it forward. You can vote it down if you want.
Hey, Council President, may I speak?
We haven't introduced it yet. We've been discussing it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead, Miss Councilwoman Vaughn.
No, we haven't introduced it. We got to introduce it before Mr. Close, you said we haven't even introduced it, so let's introduce it. I don't know. So move. I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, now may I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, it's got to be introduced. We didn't take the vote.
Oh, okay.
No,
okay.
we don't have to. No, you don't have
You're
to
right.
take the vote. You have the discussion.
It's late. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Okay. Okay. So So, yeah, but only thing I would say, Council President, is that I know that one of our former colleague, Councilman Rodriguez, had raised the ordinance, to in a statewide, most of the country have eliminated plastic bags out of big grocery stores and little corner stores, etc. And our state complied and enacted a law as well. Why don't we amend that ordinance to have this there? Why bring a whole new ordinance? Why not amend the plastic paper the plastic bag ordinance that we all passed? And that I think that's where this belongs, but that's just a continuity of legislation. So I think you should consider amending your recommendations to Councilman Rodriguez's ordinance to have this there. But as far as the cost, one of your arguments is that the retailer have already pushed the cost on to the consumer and eliminating the plastic bag or being compliant with the plastic bag ordinance. Also, if you also tell them now that they have to buy recycled bags and supply more bags, with a different criteria to the customer, then guess what? They're going to put that cost back onto them too. So, I don't know what value add this is going to be. I was telling Councilwoman Wilkins, I got stuck like that. I went to ShopRite and I forgot about the change in the laws, and I got stuck with carrying all my food out as well. But now I just carry bags in my car. And I see other people do it too. So I don't know if it's going to be any value added, because all you're going to do is force the consumer to, the retailer to, if they have to buy bags, they're going to push it back to the customer again. So, but anyways, and I would just say that amend Santiago Rodriguez's bag with your amendments here. That's all. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Council President?
Thank you for your input.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Mr. Harrison.
It says here, purchasing of $50 or more. Those recyclable bags, they might hold maybe $15 worth of groceries. There's no way, $50 or more, that's at least 3 or 4 bags.
That was amended, Councilman. That was taken out.
Okay, so I didn't hear that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. So that amount was taken out. So now it's just 1 bag per, how much?
You don't have to spend any specific amount. You just get a bag for assumedly any purchase.
So then it gets passed back on to the business owners.
Yeah.
This is.
Is there any other discussion?
I wanted to just chime in just real briefly and state that maybe we should incorporate it with what our former colleague, Councilman Rodriguez, did, because it would be a continuity, a continuation with regard to the plastic bag situation, because I do know that unfortunately when you do go to stores, they charge you for those recycled bags, because ShopRite does. And I know ShopRite is not in Trenton. Our concern are the grocery stores that are in the city, but we may run into a little bit of a situation with that, because the grocery stores like Food Bazaar and the other ones, they're Save-A-Lots, I believe, the city, they are going to push back on the consumer. So, I don't know how we kind of address it, but it's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. So I don't have a problem with combining it with Santiago's ordinance at all. All right, let's keep it moving. I'll withdraw my ordinance and try to add the language into Councilman Rodriguez's previous ordinance.
Withdrawn. Okay. Moving on, Madam President.
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm at ordinance 2022-21, an ordinance regulating the City of Trenton website.
Yes, this is an ordinance that I put forth after Mr. Collin came on the call discussing the fact that that the mayor was using the city's website to promote his political career, giving other candidates that are running an undue advantage when he can use the city's website, or anyone can use the city's website for personal use and for their own political gain. That is not what the system was designed for. The website in the city of Trenton was designed to promote things that are going on in the city and to inform the residents of things that the city is providing for them. And it is not to be used as a political tool. And I think that this ordinance is overdue. And that's why I put this forward.
Is there a motion?
Are we going to introduce it? Because I have a comment on it.
Yes, I move it.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
Discussion? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say briefly, I support it. However, again, here, I think that the behavior of the mayor continues to be deplorable. We've been through this before, Council President, right? And so we were going to take the mayor to court because he joined the union, if you recall, using city platform, the network, the website, to issue press releases about the council and what we're not doing, and just lying all the time and on the council and rallying up the union members to tell us that we don't need to be serving the people and not to vote for them. So in essence, having rallies during lunchtime. I don't know if you remember that he had the rally during lunch hour down at Mill Hill Park using resources of the city. And they're supposed to be at work, and folks went home or charged overtime when they were rallying in the park against elected officials, which is against the law. Supreme Court ruled that you can't rally on political issues on government time. So this is the type of mayor we have, and here we go again. He got, I must say, during that time period when we were going to take them to court and back up the unions, not just Ask Me, but also CWA members showed up as well from the state to rally in Mill Hill Park against 4 council members, all the minority POCs, people of color on the council. Even our own fellow colleague was out there on the stage speaking terroristic threats against the 4 council members, talking about he's going to run us out of town and all this stuff. And the mayor was right there with them, saying he's going to run the Black council members out of town. So so here we go again. He's using the city resources for political purposes and to further his mission to perhaps get reelected. Who knows? So I would say at this point, maybe we should move forward with that lawsuit, so that maybe he has to be told by the courts that he can't use his elected office to campaign and to rally against his opposition or other elected officials. But that's all I have to say. Because it's illegal to do that.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? Mr.
Yes.
Mr.
Yeah, I
Garcia,
have one comment, Council President.
yes, go ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Yeah, who is going to regulate the website?
Well, the website has a person that's in the city hall, an employee that is assigned to regulate. But if there's nothing there preventing them from allowing that type of behavior, they'll keep allowing it, and that is the reason why I believe that the ordinance will be a stopgap for them, so they can look at the ordinance and say, hey, listen, we can't do that. This is not what we're supposed to be doing with the city's website. It's not permissible. So there is people in the city hall that
No, Council President, I'm going to be direct. I'm going to help you a little bit here, if you don't mind. The person who's supposed to ensure that press releases are legal and that the mayor is following the law about using his political office and public resources to further his political agenda is the law department and the communications director, whoever may that be. They're supposed to ensure that communication platforms are used properly and legally. And, so that's the law department, which we all know is just weak. We don't have a law department in the city of Trenton. No competency there. But nonetheless, that's who's supposed to ensure that the communications of the city is going out in a legitimate manner. And the communications directors we don't have one in the council, but we should have one, council president, and the mayor does have a director as well, communications director as well.
Resources for political discussion. How ironic.
Say what? Who's that? There are some ignorant people that come to this call. Ignorance and entitled. And quite frankly, downright racist.
Come on. We need to stick to the business. Those are the facts. We need to stick to the business.
Somebody just heckled me, Council President. Okay?
All right. Well, Mr.
All right. So you should call for their deletion.
Mr. Garcia, please,
Yes.
if you can identify that individual and mute them.
And perhaps have the law department
Mute all very quickly.
do their job. Right, Council President? Ask your boy West to do his job.
So
and monitor communication.
You address me properly. You don't call me West. We're not friends. I could address you as council.
Oh my God! Listen, Mr. Garcia.
You can say
Mr.
West, you can say whatever you want. You're incompetent. You don't do your job.
All right. Shall I call, Madam President? Shall I call that vote?
Yes, Mr. Garcia. Would you move to the vote?
Yes.
Please, because this is like.
Yeah, before I vote, I'm really concerned who is going to monitor this and their qualifications for deciding what is political and what is city business. I have a real problem with that. I mean, I just really need to know.
And Mr. Kaloji, could you chime in here?
Yeah, I mean, whoever is in charge of the website, whether it's an employee or an outside contractor, is going to have to abide by the ordinance. We haven't, I guess, really given a lot of thought to a necessary enforcement mechanism. I mean, if something is put up there that does not fit the definitions in the ordinance, announcements, neutral, objective type information, if it becomes kind of a opinion thing with criticism, etc. I mean, it seems like it would be readily apparent. I certainly understand your issue, but I would hope that whoever's dealing with the website, who's under an obligation to abide by all ordinances of the city, would, be able to resolve it.
I mean, my concern is a regular employee who's going, how are they going to determine that the criticism is political unless they name a
They
certain
could call up
person?
and ask the
I mean, I
attorneys,
just want to
you
be
know,
very
what their
clear
opinion.
on this.
Yeah, they could call up and ask Mr. Bridges and myself what our opinion is of a certain announcement that might be suspect or a certain posting that might be suspect. We could give him our opinion. If he doesn't agree and doesn't take it down, I mean, obviously, you know, the possibilities here are endless. It's a thing that I would hope would be able to just be worked out with a lot of reasonableness and common sense.
Then I think there should be something in the ordinance to that effect, that they have to consult with the legal department if they're not sure or whatever.
Well, we can add, you can add that in there. You can amend on the floor.
Well, I mean, Mr. Kaloji, can you come up with an amendment to that effect, or?
Let Wes do it.
Yes,
Or what?
yes, I can. Mr. Kaloji?
Mr. Kaloji's not the law director of the city of Trenton, it's Wes Bridges.
No,
Let
Mr.
him do it.
Kaloji, Mr. Kaloji?
Yes.
So can we add a third line in here to
Yeah, we
state?
could add the language if Mr. Garcia can take this down. Mr. Garcia?
Yes, I'm going through
We
the,
can add in, it shall be the responsibility of the individual or entity maintaining the website to ensure compliance with this ordinance.
And I think that should go to the council people too on their site, because they have the ability to write things in there.
We got
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, I didn't understand what should go to council people. I didn't get that.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your comment. You said something about it going to
Every
council
person
people.
has their own web page on that site, on that website.
Well, it would obviously cover
they
the
should be
entire
held to the same
website.
standard. No, they should be held to the same standards.
Yeah, everyone is held to the standard. It's not.
This covers everything to do with the website, whether they're individual pages, whether there's a page for the departments, whatever. I haven't looked at it, but whatever's in the website would be covered by this.
Okay. All right.
So with that amendment, does that suffice?
No, because he could disparage the council on any communication platform. It doesn't have to be the website. It would be illegal.
I know, but we've got to deal with one, unfortunately.
Yeah, but if you're
one
going to do an
situation.
ordinance, the ordinance should be comprehensive, right? She's trying to manage the behavior of someone who communicates through all mechanisms using all platforms and resources of the city to make disparaging comments about elected officials. So it shouldn't be just the website.
Well, my recommendation would be we start with this first step, and then before the next meeting, we can put our heads together and decide what else needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Kaloji.
I will move that amendment.
So introduce the ordinance as amended.
Okay, so it's moved to introduce as amended. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, that's a yes. Mr. Harrison? Or is that
No.
Or is that a motion towards the amendment?
Seconded, I seconded to get it amended. I seconded.
Moved and seconded.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, once again, my apologies. Is that a yes?
Okay.
Mr. Harrison?
This is coming from the council president through, who was it again? I didn't hear the name. Who did the council president say this came from?
This came from me, Mr. Harrison.
Right, but you said somebody's name. You said somebody's name who came on the council meeting and said something. I didn't hear what you said, so I'd like to know what you said. I didn't hear it.
Nobody said anybody came on the council meeting. Nobody said anything about anybody coming on the council meeting. I don't know where you got that from. I know it's late, but no one said anything about anyone coming on the council meeting.
Okay, that's what you said, but okay. You said.
What is
The
your vote,
vote
sir?
is to introduce.
No. Just no.
Mr. Michelle? Mr. Michelle? Moving on, Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins?
Yes.
Ms. McBride?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle? Did I lose him?
All
As
right.
it is, I have a motion. As it is, the motion's carried.
Is there anything else on this docket?
One more. I have ordinance 2022-22, ordinance amending the Trenton City Code to amend Chapter 257 to include a new article, complete and green streets.
So move.
Second.
If there's no discussion, I'll call a roll. Is there any discussion?
Roll call.
Roll call. Ms. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle. I can't hear him. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Wilkins.
Yes.
Ms. McBride.
Yes.
Motion carried. That will be that will be the end of our docket for the evening.
All righty. So we have to open it up to public comment.
I'll look for hands raised. Currently looking now. I have Miss C, guest. Go right
Yeah.
ahead. State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Miss C, Miss Chowdhury, and my address is
We're
Greenwood
gonna
Avenue.
limiting the comments to 3 minutes this evening.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Can I go ahead, Miss McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Godfrey.
Okay. Since it's limited, I would have limited anyway, just because it's so late. But I just wanted to mention that the issue with Michelle, I did listen to the tape. It's very disturbing. I don't think it's a small issue. I think it's actually an extremely important issue. And I think it's important that the residents of Trenton don't fail to understand that what he did is setting a dangerous precedence. And this precedence is going to perpetuate what is already unequal policing. It's also perpetuating ideas of, kind of a armed Trentonians, and it's also perpetuating, this idea of vigilante justice. Period. It is not a small thing what he did. I think, I did listen to it. He was asked by the police officer to drop his gun twice. He refused both times. It seems like a subtle incident, but if people can bring guns into public areas, because he was not on his property, he was not on his porch, he was in the public area, being on a street at that point. If certain people are allowed to do that and certain other people are not allowed to do that, it's a constitutional problem. It's really almost like it's a major situation. I kind of liken it to Rosa Parks. Like, giving up your seat might not seem like a little thing, or might not seem like a big deal, but it's actually a very important thing. I think that what this speaks to is gun rights. I think it speaks to profiling and policing. The facts are obvious. I listened to the entire tape, and how different it was from Mr. Henderson's tape is something that people really need to pay attention to. There's no reason that a shirtless Caucasian man has a gun at his side and nothing happened. He was not rushed by 4 police officers. He was not taken down to the ground. He was not deemed a threat. The responding policeman did not know who he was. He did not know that he was a police officer. Michelle tried to, deflect and say, I called first. You can't call that kind of thing in. You can't call in and say, hi, I'm a police officer, so I get, different rights or different privilege. He's allowed to have a gun, and he's allowed to conceal and carry. He is not allowed to take that gun out. And even if he does take that gun out, when a police officer tells you to put the gun down, you should put that gun down. And the fact that Henderson was shot for so much less, I think, points to, a pattern in urban policing. Michelle never presented his ID. And his response to the police officer was, and the police officer did the right thing. He told him twice. And his response was, you got to, something on the lines of, "You've got to be kidding me." And this is someone who on the record stated that he refused to defend Henderson because Henderson refused to comply, which is exactly what Michal did. So it's a yes or no question. Either Michal believes that you should comply with police orders, or he believes that you don't. And if he does not think you should comply with police orders because either it's a racial thing or because he thinks he's an ex-police officer and gets some kind of privilege, then he's basically demonstrating to all Trentonians that he thinks he's above the law. I would like to know what his reasoning is. I think he's checked out of this meeting, but I want him to go and publicly state what is his reason that he thinks he's above the law, and why does he think it doesn't apply
That's
to him?
the,
And this is dangerous. Okay, thank you.
that's 3 minutes. Thank you. Are there any other hands raised I'm searching for? I'm not seeing any others. Is there anybody on the phones? Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I have Dana Harris. Ms. Harris, if you have a public comment. I'll move on. I have Anthony Michael.
Good morning, Council President, council members. Gonna keep it very brief because it's already late. I'm gonna direct my public comment to.
You have to state your
Councilman-
name and
Thank
address.
you. I just need your name and address for the record,
My
sir.
apologies. My name is Michael Anthony II. My address is 142 Kent Street in the ward.
I didn't catch that. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't catch that. What was that address again? 144?
142.
Thank you. 142. What was it? The
Kent Street.
Thank you.
This comment is for Joe Harrison, Councilman Joe Harrison. You really missed the mark during the conversation on the resolution. I understand and respect that you may have a proclivity for Councilwoman Vaughn's actions. However, the conversation was much larger than just a councilman waving a gun and not complying with police. The state of our country, the state of our city in terms of gun violence and people of color severely being impacted by that violence is outlandish. And you missed it because you were too focused on her behaviors from prior meetings in the week, meetings from last month, meetings from last year. And as one of your constituents, I would expect you to really be focusing in on what's the bigger problem at hand. And you missed that mark. So I would ask that you come out into the streets before November and actually talk with people who look like myself, who are Black and brown, who are men, because we're the ones that are always gunned down in the streets. Women are gunned down in the streets. Children are gunned down in the streets, but you see a lot more cases with men. So I would ask you to come out into the street and talk to some of us about how we feel, and not because Councilman George Michel is a councilman, but because he was a white man holding a gun. And had I went out, just like Council President McBride said, I would have been shot dead in the street. I would not have been able to defend anybody or say that I hurt someone and I came out with my gun. And if you cannot come out into the streets and talk to us Black men about how we feel about that, then you and I can run off in November against one another, and then I can show you what that looks like. And I yield the floor.
All right. Moving along, I have Miss Horn.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'd just like to say, because I know it's late, as a matter of fact, I went to sleep and woke up again. But the bottom line is this. Just on the statement that Councilman George Michel made about the issue of if someone was at risk or being hurt and used the word rape. That was a very bad and sad connotation that he used the word rape. And every woman that was on this call tonight should be appalled about that. Out of all the words and every in the dictionary or all the words that he could have used in all the world, he used the word rape. Now, as I said again, every woman on this call tonight should be appalled because that was not a good, that was not a word that he should be using to make a reference to someone being hurt. He could have used any other word except for that. And the bottom line too, and as of saying that too, I want to talk to about community policing. You know, there has been no community policing in the last year and a half. We could walk for miles and days, walk in the morning. You don't see police get out of their cars. If you call, you know, there is a wait. They're talking about it in the townships. They even know about it. You know, that has to change. If someone is upset about community policing or that people aren't satisfied with the way they're doing their job or because of what's going on here today, that is their job. Our taxpayers' dollars pay for that. And we should see more of that. And police should get out of their cars and walk the community so people can feel safe and so people can get to know the police officers. You will find a change in the community and you can have a relationship with that. But I'm more appalled about the first statement I made about using the word rape. Just don't, you know, it's a bad word to use. It should have been, it should not have never been used, but it is a statement against women altogether. And it's not, it is not, I don't know. I was sitting on a hot plate all night from hearing that word. So Councilman Michelle, please don't use that reference if you want to talk about what happened, because we all, at least 70% of the people saw the tape. We heard the words. So there's nothing that can change that and take it back. And so I'm going to be finished with that for tonight. And thank you for letting me speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there
Thank you.
anyone else?
Yes, I have Gabriel Douglas.
Go right ahead, Mr. Douglas.
Mr. Douglas?
Mr. Douglas?
You have to unmute yourself. I no longer see Mr. Douglas. I have Ms. Harris. Ms.
Go right
Harris?
ahead.
Now I see Mr. Douglas again.
Hi, can you hear
Harris,
me?
Doug.
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Harris.
Okay.
No, this is
Go
Miss
ahead,
Douglas.
Ms. Harris.
That's Miss Douglas.
Dr. Douglas.
Okay, Ms. Douglas, state your name and your address.
Mr. Douglas,
My
go
name is Gabrielle. My name is Miss Douglas, Miss Gabrielle Douglas. I live at 508 Ferry Street. Can I go ahead?
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes.
I just wanted to state as a city resident that when I was young, around the age of 19, I was always interested in coming to the city council meetings. And I just wanted to be able to state that the whole nature and the environment of city council meetings have changed. It's just kind of sad to see as a young woman who looks up to other Black women, you know, all of the arguing and the fighting that goes on. And I really believe that there really won't be a change until we all can at least come to a common ground with our emotions, period. And just, you know, thinking about the people at hand first instead of our own opinions, our own preferences, and however we feel about other people. I just wanted to be able to say that because I'm a person who believes in peace. I'm a person who believes in coming together as unity and that things can actually get done if everybody works collectively and communicate in the proper ways. and just as an adult and just for maturity reasons that, you know, this stuff matters. And that it's not really just about ourselves, but it's really for the generations to come, like young girls like myself and young men and all of the other city residents that's out here. So I just felt like this was really necessary to say because I've been tuning in and out, and every time I come in, it's just like vibrations are raised in the most negative way. And it's just like really like traumatizing. And we already dealing with enough within the city of Trenton in so many different aspects. All of these things that are on the resolutions, all of this stuff really does matter. You know, so I just hope that we can always keep in mind when making these decisions that we are really thinking about the generations and how all of these things are going to affect us in the future and not just about the now. So that's all I had to say. I hope it matters and resonated with somebody.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other
Alrighty.
hands or anybody from the phones? Anybody on? I have Miss. Yeah. I'm hearing no one up.
Hello, I'm from the
Yes.
phone.
Okay.
This is Harris because my for some reason my microphone is not working, and I know you called me twice.
Yes.
And
Could you just
my
state your
name
name,
is
address for the record, please?
Dana Harris, 160 Brunswick Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey, 08618. And my question was about, well, my comment was about the community policing. And my great niece was shot 2 years ago down there on Wood Street, and I have seen no change. Still same activity, same thing going on. Still haven't seen any police out here. I might see a van once every couple of days, but it's a lot going on over here in the North Ward, and I barely see cops, and I've been here 20 years. So for me, looking at the numbers and the money and how many police that they have to get to meet this threshold within 3 to 4 years is definitely going to be a challenge. Because if they're already short-staffed and stretched so far now, to meet that quota, for me, it seems like it's real unattainable. But, you know, wishful thinking. And also, I had a comment on Ms. Richardson's plan about realigning that CBDG grant, the redevelopment grant, and it's going for roads and streets. And for me, it was real vague. Because I get flat tires riding through the city of Trenton on a regular, from potholes in this street and that street. So for me, that was a lot of money that really, it was kind of like a vague area, and it was real vague for me, not enough detail about how that money was going to be spent. So, you know, I'm just following along, and a lot of these resolutions, because I'm a numbers person, seems a little vague, maybe because we don't have all the details on our side, and you guys have more paperwork and action plans that go along with these resolutions. And I think we should have been able to see a lot of what you were actually seeing. So that was the only suggestion I had, but I could go do my research on my own. And I actually want to commend Councilwoman Vaughn for catching the stuff that we didn't see and bringing a lot of things to the attention that everybody wasn't seeing or kind of missed the ball on. So it was very interesting 6 hours for me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else?
I have one
Is
more.
there anyone else?
I have Cherie. Is that Garrett? Miss Garrett? Cherie
Yes,
Garrett?
thank you.
Go right ahead.
I just like
Could you state your name and address for the record, ma'am?
Cherie Garrett, West Ward.
Okay.
Can I go ahead now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think too much is on the agenda. I think the presentations, yes, they're needed. But if we're going to do this, you're going to have to add another day. This is like 1:30 in the morning. There were many issues that had to be addressed because I guess it's every other week, one day a week within the month. I'm not sure how it winds down. I didn't preview the schedule for the summer, but this is a lot to for one day, and then go into covering the docket of a host of resolutions and ordinances that need to be addressed. And in reference to the grant with the policing, I apologize. I don't know what was going on, but I had the agenda broken up, and I just couldn't seem to. I saw I just couldn't seem to get the docket to print out. But in regards to the policing for the community policing, I'm a little concerned. Yes, he has to add more to fit the quota, but that's $125,000 per police officer. Was yes, it's going to be covered in the grant, but after the 3 years, can the Trenton Police Department's annual budget is just ridiculous now. It's totally ridiculous. And nothing against the police department, but I think the police department needs an overhaul. I'm sorry. And we also need a plan on how we're going to go into the community and address issues to create situations that we have to have a police department that we have to pay all this money out. It's too much freaking money. Sorry. And they don't live in the community. There's no residency requirement. And we paying these people $125,000. This is new, a rookie. That's a lot of daggone money. How are we going to support this budget? Continuously support these salaries and the other perks that come along with uniform, shift differential. It's a host of stuff. Overtime. It's just ridiculous. There's got to be a plan, and to make a comment about the ordinance in regards to Councilman Michelle, come on, let's be real. We all know in this country, in New Jersey, the last state that emancipated people, Black people. And now we're talking about Trenton. We want to preserve the historical baggage in the buildings and the infrastructure that suppress us. And at the same time, not realizing, the odds are always from Black people is always been an issue. I'm going to wrap it up. I understand, Mr. Garcia.
Okay.
We have to wrap it up. But we spent most of the night talking about the disparity. We already know the disparity, but we got to work with it. We got to figure out how to work between what's been institutionalized in all the institutions in this country, New Jersey and Trenton, and try to work within it.
We're gonna have to move along here. I'm looking for any other hands. I see one more labeled JG guest
I'm
here.
sorry, but I waited 6 hours, and don't be rude.
Man, we're limited to 3 minutes here. That's what we're limited to. 3 minutes per person. If I allow you for more time, then I'm being unfair to any other individuals. Thank you. Are there any other hands that I see here? Is there anyone else that wishes to make public comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
May I speak now?
Yes.
Hi, this is Jonathan Gordon, 1115 Clinton Street, Newark, New Jersey. Yesterday was published in an editorial describing the situation of Mill Hill Park and the functions of TDA. I highly encourage the City Council to amend section 252-7 of the district boundaries to include Mill Hill Park. For the past 10 years, the organization has functioned with great effort to connect our downtown communities and having that be the largest public space. And with the current decision of the TDA to abandon its role in that is going to leave impacts within our community, as that park is one of the most major gateways into our business district. We have new companies moving into downtown. We have residents that have moved there in the past 5 or 6 years that don't remember when the grass was 18 inches high. They don't remember when there was, it was really common to find people overdosed. I managed 6 city parks, 300 vacant lots in my tenure of working in Trenton. And knowing the complexities of that park, a service contract can't do it. The city staff might be able to come out once, twice a week. That park is not only important because it is literally the turning point of the American Revolution. That's great history, but our residents in the city of Trenton deserve better. And through better collaboration and the use of resources that we all have. If you're not familiar with the current situation, please look up in the Trentonian. It's not just about cutting grass. Thank you. And again, you could motion right now to change the district boundaries, and I highly encourage someone on council to do that immediately.
Okay. Are there any other members that wish to speak? Are there any other individuals that wish to speak? Public comment. I see none, and I'm hearing none at this time. Madam President, do you wish to close public comment?
Yes, I move to close public comment.
Second.
Okay. Second, thank you. All say aye.
Aye.
Is
Civic comment.
civic comment, please?
Caldwell Wilson.
It's very late, but I just make a real brief comment. The gentleman that just spoke before is about Mill Hill Park, and TDA had a staff, and this one man was taking care of Mill Hill Park, and he kept it beautiful. It was, people came in from out of town that were very impressed by that park, and he got fired, and because of the grant situation that didn't cover the park, because that's the city's responsibility. Now, this man took care of this park, but if you have the city workers come in, they just mow down flowers and mow down everything, and it just becomes like a field. It's not a park anymore. And it's unfortunate that TDA couldn't sit down with the city and find a way to hire this gentleman, and he could be assigned to that park and leaving the other workers up to deal with all the other parks that we have. So I'm very upset that they let him go. And I just don't understand what Mr. Pott and the board were thinking about. So I would hope they can come to some resolution and bring this man back, because he had a troubled life and he turned his whole life around. He's a city resident, and he was getting ready with his partner to move in to another, a larger place. He was feeling very good about himself. He's an ambassador for Trenton. He posts pictures on the website in Trenton, praising Trenton, and he talks to everybody, and everybody loves him. And the Mill Hill community makes sure that he is taken care of at Christmas time, which helps him afford where he is staying. And now this man doesn't have a job. This is a Trenton. We're always talking about hiring Trentonians, and especially ones that make the city look good. So I am pleading with the administration to have a conversation with TDA to try and get this man's job back, whether he is hired by the city or they work something out with TDA. Thank you.
Councilman Harrison.
I would like to start off by saying Tonight was a prime example. We had a candidate that we were going to put on tonight that was going to serve out the term, and at the end of the day, council president chose to not let that happen. It's kind of ironic that when it came to the council president's aide, the same thing happened, and that person was put on the council. Wasn't elected, was put on the council. So it's weird that the same thing was going to happen at another candidate who said he was not going to run for office, said he's not going to run for office, wouldn't get the opportunity to be on council. So it's different standards, but I understand the council president, that's how the rules are with council president. They don't make any sense, but they are what they are. Prime example tonight, almost $11.5 million in grants. A company that would cost us $66,000, we're voting against that. We have firefighter equipment that the firefighters need. We're voting against that, which is horrible. This should be horrible. At the end of the day, a positive, wonderful thing. Narcisse Crook, played for Chambersburg Little League, actually made his major league debut with the Chicago Cubs. It's another bright star from the city of Trenton. And at the end of the day, it's like I said, we have a lot of kids in this city who work hard every day and go on, like now Ethan Mew and Mr. Crook, exactly the same way now with the Chicago Cubs. Prime example, a kid who's living his dream in Major League Baseball. So at the end of the day, like I said, it's ironic, but then again, shouldn't surprise anybody. November can't come soon quick enough, because I'm telling you, it's every meeting you see it. It's 11. It's over almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Why is that? Because these meetings become grandstand central from the beginning to the end. That's all it is. So at the end of the day, it's pretty sad that the rules apply a certain way, but now it's totally different. And it's also it blows my mind that when the council president was attacking Mr. Michelle, who done so much things for the council president, I guess she's been forget all that stuff. I mean, it's kind of weird because help all along, help campaign, help all kind of things out there. But I guess some people in life have a short memory. But I guess, like I said, the old saying is true. November's coming soon enough. So at the end of the day, the opportunity should have been available to other people that fill out that time. But the council president didn't want to do that. It's kind of weird. But then again, it should make sense that she was only concerned about putting her aide on the council. That's exactly what she was concerned about doing, which to me kind of proves my point when I say all the time, there's only one way, the council president's way, not the right way for everybody else. Instead of being fair to everybody else, nope, that rules don't apply. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. And it's unbelievable how, I mean, the grandstanding and the council president, I'm guessing you forgot on Tuesday night when the out of control behavior. But I guess at the end of the day, I guess it is what it is. So November can't come soon enough. But then again, you said we have events in the community. Hopefully I'll see some of my colleagues out there in events, helping seniors, giving out food, trying to help kids. I hope to see you out there before election. Thank you.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes, I have nothing to say. Everybody have a good night, and thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I just want to quickly say, Council Michelle, he thinks that he's won, and Joey Harrison thinks that they won. Here it is. I think Mr. Michael Anthony, along with Ms. Chowdhury, was very direct. And they're not the only people in the community that saw the video. And Mr. Michelle had lied from A to Z. And not only Mr. Michelle, but all his cohorts and all his enablers. If you are enabling that type of behavior in the Black community and Black and brown communities, then you are complicit and you're an accessory to the crimes and the murders. If you don't speak out against them, you're complicit. And it's a shame that the mayor has not even come out. The mayor. Well, he's a white man. He's not going to ever come out in defense of black men being shot down the street for less. He hasn't even come out for Jawan Henderson. He refuses to cooperate and give and release those officers' names who shot that young man unlawfully because he didn't comply. But yet, his friend George Michel, who votes with him 100% of the time, because he colluded to get rid of a black woman, he protects. He hasn't come out and said anything and condemned George Michel when he saw that video, just like Miss Chowdhury saw it, just like Michael Anthony saw it, and so many other Trentonians saw that video and heard George Michel use his seat to get a pass from the cops. Even a prosecutor, Angela Onifree, a Republican, Murphy needs to get him out of that seat and put a Democrat in there. He refuses to charge George Michel. But yet, when his 4 officers shot down Jawan Henderson, you know what Angela Onifree did? He charged and arrested a paralyzed man, a black man, charged and arrested him. And he allowed George Michel to walk home. George said on that tape, "I'm going back to my house." So George, when we talked about Jawan Henderson during the council meeting, George Michel comments were, if Jawan Henderson complied, he wouldn't have been shot. If he complied, he wouldn't have been shot. Well, George Michel, you didn't comply and you were not shot. And everybody knows the reason you weren't shot, because you're a white man. And everybody in Trenton knows that's why Onifree is not saying anything, refuse to charge and arrest. Where's the police report? That's why Mayor Reed Gussior refuses to say anything, because he's a white male. That's why Police Director Wilson refuses to say anything, because he's not black. He's not African American. The police director should have stood strong and said, this is not the behavior that I expect from a retired police officer in the Trenton Police Department and my officers who did not even write a police report. Although they told him to drop the gun, but yet, in my opinion, the police officer put his life at risk. He didn't know George from Adam. George should have shot him dead and the other officers with him. But he gave George a pass because he was a white man.
I am a black male.
You're not African American.
I am.
You're not going to.
I am.
You're not going to interrupt the councilwoman when she's speaking. I don't care what you are.
You are out of line. You heard the comments here tonight. You did nothing. You do nothing for this black community. And you haven't spoken against. I want to know what your opinion is of the behavior of George Michel and your police officers that night that put those officers' life at risk. George could have shot them dead. But because of their bias to George's skin, all they saw was white. But your police officers, you didn't train them. You trained them to shoot down Jawan Henderson that looks black, like you, who you claim you're African American. So if you're African American, then stand up, sir. Stand up for your people who are disproportionately gunned down for less without a firearm. You should see the atrocity there. Don't tell me you're African American, you accept that and you remain silent, sir. You're an embarrassment. Tell me you're African American. And I would love to hear you come out and make a statement on Jawan Henderson and on George Michel and the police officers who were there that evening, who did not arrest George at minimum. And Angela Onifree, the prosecutor, who refused to charge George and those police officers who shot down Jawan Henderson. Angela Onifree, the mayor, is going to speak out on a school fight at Mercer County Community College this weekend. I will be there. but they never came into Trenton to speak out on the 90+ murders on Gussie Orr's watch. But the prosecutor want to go and talk about a school fights in school. But he doesn't want to talk about Jawan Henderson being shot. He doesn't want to talk about charging those police officers, but he charged Jawan and arrested Jawan when he was paralyzed. That tells you about who Angela Onifree is.
All right.
We see you. We see you. So that's all I'm going to say, Council President. But it doesn't end here. The people of Trenton are appalled. We all saw the tape, no matter what George and people like men like Joey Harrison talks about. You can't deflect. We see you, and justice will prevail.
All right. That's 6 minutes. Is there any other council comment?
No. Every council member gets a chance to make a civic comment. It's okay. Mrs. Wilkins.
Thank you, Council President. I will be brief. Thank everyone. First of all, I don't want to forget that, for coming. Thank you for staying on the line, for being engaged, for speaking your truth, for speaking the truth. What is so disturbing to me is that, and this should be disturbing to every Black male, every Black woman in this city, is that we are harassed, we're bothered, we're shot down for something so much less than what was displayed with our councilman, our fellow colleague. I think it's important, and being that Director Wilson, spoke out, rudely spoke out during Councilwoman Vaughn's comments, I petition you, Director Wilson, I want a copy of the police report of the incident that happened. It's important that we have it. Or is there no police report? From what we've been told, that the situation happened over a year ago, but we're just being made aware of it now. We all have actions that we have to be responsible for. And this is a serious, serious action that someone has to answer for. So I admonish you, Director Wilson, provide the council with the police report. We're asking for it. I'm asking for it. Another thing that I wanted to touch on is just how everything is moving within this city. The city looks terrible. You talk about the monies and everything that's coming into cities, the grant monies for different repairs, different improvements, and you just don't see it. Between needing police reform and needing our city cleaned up and our cities being torn down and it's filthy, there are things that have to change. I hear everyone talk about and speak about, not everyone, but I hear the November can't come soon enough. November can't come soon enough. But why don't we address what's going on today? We'll get to November, hopefully. But why don't we start addressing what's going on in this city right now? The crime, the murders, the filth, the corruption. It's a lot of that going on too. We need to address a lot of things in this city. We're too busy arguing and fighting with one another. Everyone has their passion about what they believe in. Whatever your fight is, take your fight and do it for the benefit of the citizens of the city. But I want to thank everyone for coming again. I don't want to be long, Council President. It is late, but thank you all for being on the call. That's it.
I thank you all for coming to the call. Your opinion matters. Mr. Garcia, you have been initiated into the Trenton City Council meeting. And,
thank you.
And the only thing I can say is have a safe ride home. But I would just like to talk about the reality of what is actually taking place in the city. And I'm only going to be a few minutes, but for those of you that are still on this line, how can you sit by quietly 5 state subpoenas, 2 federal subpoenas, and you're sitting by acting as if it's okay? You held back 2 of the subpoenas that had been given or served on the city back in October. But no one is talking about the fact that they issued a subpoena for corruption, a subpoena for grants, a subpoena for time cards, a subpoena for um, the overtime, a subpoena for every department in the city, and no one is talking about it. The fact that they are even considering signing petitions, I'm perplexed. The city of Trenton, the city hall has 7 subpoenas, and no one is talking about those subpoenas. Come on, people. You have to do better than this. You come to the council and you say, oh, the council is dysfunctional because we stand up for you and will not allow anyone to treat you unjustly. But you say nothing about 7 subpoenas. Something is seriously wrong with this picture. Something is seriously wrong with this picture. We don't have to wait till November to see what is going on. It's right here in front of our faces now. Just take off your rose-colored glasses so you can see it. Again, I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming. Your opinion matters. And when we only have one meeting per month, it will run late. I just hope that the August the 4th meeting doesn't run this late. Thank each and every one of you. I appreciate you. Have a blessed day. And we'll see you during the budget meetings. Thank you. Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. All say aye.
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 Is there any opposed?
Nay.
All right, none opposed. I'm hoping this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, all.